The Republicans and Democrats on a bipartisan basis advanced this clean spending resolution and decided to add in a little extra spending for security for the House and Senate. The Democrats decided, however, they wanted to add in additional healthcare spending. In particular, they had during COVID added in healthcare spending nationwide, and they made it temporary. But like all good government programs, they're temporary spending. They've decided to try to make permanent. The Democrats themselves, this is very important for everybody to understand. It's not spin, it's not BS, it's not a partisan talking point, it's the truth. The Democrats actually voted to get rid of this spending package for healthcare themselves because it was supposed to be temporary during COVID. The Republicans decided to get rid of it as well, and they escalated it from halfway through next year to the end of this year. The Democrats now want to put it back in and make it permanent. If that confuses you, it should. The Democrats voted to make it temporary. The Republicans voted to make it temporary. And now the Democrats have decided they want to make it permanent. It would actually redirect money from rural health care to more urban areas where Democrats live. But the key is, and this is important, and it's a talking point of the GOP that's probably going to sell over time, is that it would fund health care not just for American citizens, but for everyone, including illegal aliens. Yeah. Funding health care for illegal aliens. And the Democrats have decided to make this their hill to die on. They want health care. Now, there's a larger problem here. And as someone who has, well, loved government shutdowns, I just want to say that the problem here for the Democrats is they amped up their rhetoric too much. Let's just think about this. How many of you are listening right now who haven't turned the channel and said, oh my gosh, it's Erickson in for Aram? How many of you who are Democrats believe Donald Trump is a despot, an authoritarian, the second coming of Adolf Hitler? I mean, this is the rhetoric that the Democratic Party has used to describe Donald Trump. So you're going to fund this eventually. And therein lies the problem for the Democrats. The base of the Democratic Party wants a fight against Donald Trump. And they've decided the best way to fight is to shut the government down. And their solution to get the government back open is to force Donald Trump to cave on healthcare. Now, you should know Donald Trump is willing to cut a deal on healthcare. As long as it doesn't fund illegal aliens, I suspect that the Democrats went to Trump and said, let's extend this funding and cut out healthcare for illegal aliens. Trump will say yes. But here's a problem for the Democrats. If they believe that Donald Trump is an authoritarian, if they believe Donald Trump is the second coming of Hitler, if they believe he's a totalitarian tyrant, if they believe democracy is at stake, how then could they still open government? Because when you open the government up again, you're going to fund deportations. When you open the government up again, you're going to fund deregulation. When you open the government up again, you're going to fund all of the nightmare things that the Democrats said they had to stand against and fight, and they will have voted to fund it. So how do you cut a deal with Trump and say, as long as we get this health care extension, we'll fund Hitler? That's essentially the argument that the Democrats are making, that Trump is Hitler. And if you give us health care for Americans, we'll fund Hitler. That's the problem. So I don't know how they're going to thread it with their base, because I can tell you, I've seen this from the Republican side. You should know, in full candor and honesty, if you've been listening to WSB since I've been on the radio in 2011, you know I have supported every government shutdown. I mean, when the government shuts down, you still get your Social Security checks. You still get your mail. You can still go to school. You can still drive on the roads. You can still go to the bank. You can still go to the airport. You can still get your prostate exam by the TSA. You can do all the things you normally would do in life. If there's a passport renewal, though, you can't do it. The military, the judges, the bureaucrats, they don't get paid until the government reopens. All these sorts of things happen. But life goes on. And when Republicans are in charge of a government shutdown, they typically do not make it painful. When Democrats are in charge of shutdowns, and they're in charge of most of the shutdowns, the Democrats shut everything down. They make it as miserable as possible. You're not even allowed to go see the Washington Monument in Washington, D.C. You're not allowed to go onto the National Mall. When the Democrats are in charge of shutdowns, remember when Obama was in charge of that shutdown in 2013, he actually had security guards keep people from going into the Lincoln Memorial, which is an open outdoor venue. You weren't allowed to go walk the steps. You weren't allowed to go touch the Vietnam Memorial. They wanted to make it as painful as possible, and naturally they had CNN cameras everywhere. Look at this. They wanted to go see their grandfather's name on the Vietnam Memorial. And the government blocked them from doing so because it shut down. I mean, the reality is that Republicans are going to make it painful on the Democrats. They're not going to make it painful on everyone else. Russ Vought, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, sent out a memo last night, shortly before midnight, essentially declaring winter has arrived, and they're supposed to start firing federal employees, not laying them off, but firing them, reductions in force. Now, if you fire government employees, when those government employees' jobs are expanded again, you don't have to rehire the same people. You can hire MAGA. You can hire the working class Americans who voted for Donald Trump, and now they get government pensions and benefits, and they take over the government sector unions and start steering government sector union money to the Republicans instead of the Democrats. These are the sorts of things you're going to get with a government shutdown. Now, let's bring this closer to home because, I got 3 hours to talk about Georgia. We're going to talk a lot about Georgia since on the noon show I got to talk to a national audience. I can talk to you guys locally. This does impact Georgia. Jon Ossoff is one of the Democrats who is up for re-election next year. And Jon Ossoff is going to have to decide, is he going to go along with the Republicans or is he going to hold the line with the Democrats? Now, that actually matters for Ossoff because there's a lot of polling out that while Donald Trump is not popular, the Democrats are even more unpopular. The New York Times Siena poll in off-year elections tends to be the gold standard. In presidential elections, it's not as good, but remember, the New York Times Siena poll was the first poll in 2022 showing that the red wave was dissipating, and a lot of us, myself included, dismissed the polling, and it turned out the New York Times Siena poll was catching something before anyone else did. In 2018, the last time Donald Trump was president, the New York Times Siena poll had the Democrats with an 11-point advantage on the generic ballot at this time in 2017. So at the beginning of October in 2017, the Democrats were up big. They're only up by 2 right now, which in terms of generic balloting is basically a tie. Democrats are more likely to show up in a midterm election than Republicans, so that might give them the House of Representatives, barely. The problem, however, is moving forward. What happens to a guy like Jon Ossoff in a state like Georgia if he's voting with the Democrats? Now, Ossoff the other day did an interview, and I got to play you a clip of Ossoff's interview.
I think that the most brutally honest answer to that question is, when you're facing the specter of Donald Trump potentially being reelected to the presidency, and you have in the sitting president the presumptive nominee, it's understandable that you're not going to be inclined to do or say things that might weaken that presumptive nominee against Trump.
So, in other words, there's Jon Ossoff the other day in an interview admitting that he did not want to be honest about Joe Biden's cognitive decline. That was what the question was about, Joe Biden's cognitive decline. That when you're facing Donald Trump, you don't want to be honest about your nominee, your presumptive nominee, Joe Biden. That's Jon Ossoff admitting that he and other Democrats pulled their punches on talking about it. And the wild thing is that for those of you who are Democrats in the state of Georgia, you can, to a degree, say that Jon Ossoff caused the election of Donald Trump because he wasn't brave enough to stand up. You know, his whole character is he was an investigative journalist. He would go in and he would ask the tough questions and he would expose corruption. And now he's gotten in government and he's become the very thing that Jon Ossoff campaigned against. And now he's got the Republicans in Washington voting to fund the government, and he is on the other side voting against funding the government, and he's on the ballot in Georgia next year. What do you say to the suburban soccer moms? Well, I needed to shut down the government to get funding for illegal aliens and PBS because that's what they're voting for. They want funding for NPR, and they want funding for PBS, and they want funding for health care that includes illegal aliens. That's Jon Ossoff's actual position right now, unless he decides he's going to join the GOP and vote to fund the government. And if Jon Ossoff votes to fund the government, isn't he voting to fund Hitler? He was willing to lie about Joe Biden's cognitive decline because Donald Trump was on the other side. Is Jon Ossoff, with an election next year, willing to stand up and say, I'm not voting for health care for illegal aliens? Is he willing to do that? What is his position? He's been very quiet on this issue. You know, Ossoff has actually been burning bridges in the Jewish community by refusing to support Israel against Gaza. He's been voting about defunding weapons for Israel and things like that. He's in a very difficult position for next year. The only upside for Jon Ossoff right now is Brian Kemp decided not to run for the Senate. And so you've got this three-way right now with Buddy Carter and Mike Collins and Derek Dooley battling it out on the Republican side. That leaves Ossoff with more resources, but he's probably the most vulnerable Democrat. And I don't necessarily think a government shutdown helps Jon Ossoff in the same way Abigail Spanberger is running for governor in Virginia. Now, she's in the House, not the Senate. But I don't know that a prolonged government shutdown actually helps Abigail Spanberger in Virginia because federal employees aren't getting their paychecks, and Republicans are the ones who keep voting to keep the government open, and the Democrats are the ones who keep voting not to open the government. They won't override the filibuster. I'm just not sure that this helps people like Abigail Spanberger and other Democrats moving forward. And Jon Ossoff, I think, is probably in the most vulnerable position. It's going to be interesting to see if he and Raphael Warnock divide on this issue. Now, how does this government shutdown play out for you and me here in Georgia? Well, in your daily life, you're actually probably not going to experience any problems. However, if you're a federal employee or in the military, and we got a lot of those here in Georgia, you're not going to get a paycheck. So if I can make a recommendation to all of you who are gainfully employed right now, you probably want to make a donation to your local food pantry, to your local food bank, because there are going to be a lot of federal employees who go without paychecks until this thing reopens. Now, that reopening, it could come tomorrow, it could come next week. And when it does, federal law requires back pay for federal employees, so they'll get back pay. But what if it goes on for 3 or 4 weeks? What will happen is mortgage lenders will waive mortgage payments for that time. They tend to do that. Car lenders, car loan companies will waive car loan payments for federal employees for that time. So most bill paying or most bill recipients are going to waive the money. But we'll see where it goes. Now, we need to jump out here. I'm doing bad clock management. We need to jump out and check traffic. Eric Harrison in from Mark Harrison.
And Eric, watching delays on the east side perimeter with rolling road work right now. Once again in DeKalb County, 255 south on the inner loop as you get past Memorial Drive. Exit 41, 2 left lanes are blocked, and the brake lights begin glowing back at Lawrenceville Highway, exit 38. On the other side of the roadway, long-standing stalled tractor trailer still in the center lane. 255 northbound the outer loop at Covington Highway, exit 43. Bumper to bumper all the way back to Flat Shoals, 5 miles back. Also impacting I-20 westbound, trying to ramp on the 255 northbound. The support is brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off. I'm Mike Schultz, 95.5 WSB.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances
chances every weekday to win $1,000.
Oh, that is awesome.
Are you serious? The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is at 10 a.m. 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Shopping for windows and doors shouldn't feel like a full-time job.
Or like you invited someone over who never leaves.
It's Ted and Jonathan from North Georgia Replacement Windows. We offer a stress-free experience.
That means quick, accurate proposals without pressure or pricing games.
Plus, a detailed window installation that is quick, clean, and hassle-free.
Window and door shopping made simple with 0% interest available.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, with all the things we're reading, seeing, and living through these days, from rate cuts, election season, and now a new administration, now seems like a great time to make sure we have that comprehensive plan in place. You know, the one that covers all our financial bases.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in, we'll work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on portfolio x-ray, or click on full retirement plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Depending on what team or teams you root for, this could have been an amazing football weekend or a tragic football weekend. No matter what your teams did, elevate your football viewing and experience with my pals at Xfinity. Unbelievable high-speed internet so you can pop up your apps on your tablet, watch the game, switch between apps, no lag time, no missing any key plays. Plus, with the Xfinity Sports app, you get in-game statistics, analysis. It's phenomenal. So win, lose, or draw. Yeah, we actually had a draw. Xfinity ups your sports watching, your football watching experience with the amazing in-home systems, the amazingly fast Wi-Fi and internet services. If you're a true football fan, you got to get on board the Xfinity family. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Tax and fees extra and subject to change. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into your local Xfinity store today.
Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson in for Mark Arum across Atlanta today. I'll still be doing my show noon to 3, so let me deal with the national stuff. noon to 3. Let's deal with the Georgia stuff this hour. And we got lots of politics because, we do have a gubernatorial campaign shaping up. You have Republican Jeff Duncan deciding he's now pro-abortion and switching to the Democratic Party. You've got a number of Democrats who are jumping into that race. You've got this wild Senate campaign. We also have, with interesting news here, Georgia outperforming the national average on the SAT. Public school students in Georgia have outperformed the national average on the SAT for 8 consecutive years now, with the class of 2025 achieving a mean score of 1029, according to WSB-TV. The mean SAT score for Georgia's public school students was 33 points higher than the national average of 996 for public school students. Georgia's class of 2025 recorded a mean score of 526 on the evidence-based reading and writing portion and 502 on the math portion compared to the national averages of 508 for writing and 488 for math, respectively. Very good job. When we come back, let's get into some of the wild political races that'll be shaping up in Georgia. It's Eric Erickson in for Mark Arum.
We are here with CFP Matthew Decker of the Vincent Financial Group and host of Retire ATL. And Matt, you've said that income is the outcome that matters the most in retirement. But what income streams require the most attention?
Yeah, so if you've got a pension or if you're living off of Social Security, you kind of know those income streams show up in your mailbox. That's mailbox money. It's almost like you're still working, and it doesn't really require that much attention. But most people that come into the office today, they are having to use their 401ks, their IRAs, SEP Simples, 403bs that are invested in the market to generate income. And anytime you're going to use a market-linked asset where you have to go in and decide when you're going to buy and sell to generate your income, it takes a ton more effort, energy, and attention to get that piece of the puzzle right. But it doesn't actually have to be that way.
So, Matt, the number one fear of adults in retirement is outliving their money. How do we get started building income today?
Well, you can get started today. You'd call us for a no-cost, no-obligation retirement roadmap. We want to build a GPS for you that's going to help navigate retirement, and it's going to have a focus on building and preserving income. 770-280-1488. We've got a representative standing by to talk to you right now, 770-280-1488. Our home office is in downtown Woodstock, but we are available across the metro Atlanta area to meet with you at a time and place that fits your schedule. Again, 770-280-1488 or online at retireatlradio.com.
The team at Vincent Financial Group want to help preserve your assets while building retirement income that lasts as long as you do. Call today for your complimentary retirement roadmap, 770-280-1488. And you can always get more at retireatlradio.com and join us for Retire ATL Sundays at 6 p.m. right here on WSB.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor. Neither the firm nor its agents or representatives may give tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with a qualified professional for guidance before making any purchasing decisions.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 9:30. I'm Jed Hickenbotham. News this half hour brought to you by Dr. Roof. Our top story, watching Capitol Hill closely this morning as we witnessed the first federal government shutdown in almost 7 years. Republicans and Democrats pointing the finger at each other.
We were sort of dealt this hand by that faction of Senate Democrats who shut down the government. We're going to have to deal with it.
Donald Trump and Republicans have shut the government down because they don't want to provide health care to working class Americans.
Meanwhile, many local federal workers are at their jobs this morning.
Among the federal employees on the job without pay this morning are soldiers, air traffic controllers, and TSA agents. Aaron Barker is president of the union, which represents all of the agency's Georgia staff, and tells me his fellow TSA workers will feel the impact of the shutdown.
Everything is put in limbo as far as their pay. It's not just receiving a paycheck. I mean, that means that I have to worry about my mortgage or rent being paid, getting food, putting gas in my vehicle, buying medication, buying diapers.
He says during the 35-day shutdown in 2019, they had workers who tried to get on government assistance to meet their families' needs. He's hoping this shutdown won't last that long. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
And check back often. We'll keep you updated here on 95.5 WSB on the impacts of services across the country and here in Georgia as the shutdown continues. It is 71 degrees in Midtown Atlanta. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards says look for a mix of clouds and sun today. The high getting into the low to mid 80s. We could dip into the 50s, though, tonight. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up. Well, new this hour, Atlanta police investigating after several people are shot at an apartment complex in northeast Atlanta. It happened at the Lenox Hills Apartments. That's off Lenox Road. Officers found a woman who was grazed by a bullet, and they later found out that 3 more men went to the hospital with gunshot wounds as well. All 4 victims are listed in stable condition. They say they heard the gunshots as they were walking around that apartment complex. So far, though, no word on any motive or suspects. Georgia Power files new contracts with the state as it looks to serve both large and small power users.
The utility says the new power contracts are the first agreements to be reached since state regulators approved new rules that Georgia Power says give the company more flexibility to meet the needs of large power load customers like data centers, while at the same time making sure that small businesses and residential customers don't bear the burden of extra costs. The utility says it remains in active negotiations with other large power load customers. I'm Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti for 95.5 WSB.
And a new study finds people who spend extra time with friends and family seem to age better than others. Researchers say those with strong social ties tend to have lower levels of inflammation and even slower aging clocks for their biological DNA. They insist having a busier social calendar doesn't always mean a healthier life, but it can lead to better results. It's 9:33 as we check your money. A down start on Wall Street. Dow is down slightly as the bell rings here for your Wednesday. S&P and NASDAQ are also down so far this morning. Now live team coverage of traffic and weather. We start in the WSB 24-hour traffic center and Mike Shields.
And Judd, frustration continues on the east side perimeter. Long-standing stalled tractor trailer. Been there about an hour and a half and still having a hard time figuring out how to clear it from a center lane. 285 northbound, the outer loop right at Covington Highway, exit 43. Bumper to bumper, 5 miles back to Flat Shoals Parkway, exit 48. On the other side of the roadway, slow rolling road work into the 2 left lanes. 285 southbound, the inner loop at Memorial Drive, exit 41. The brake lights begin glowing back at Lawrenceville Highway, Highway 29, exit 38. I'm Mike Shields, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Becoming mostly sunny through this afternoon, high 83, lows tonight in the mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow, sunshine, breezy with that east wind gusting 25 miles per hour, staying rather cool for tomorrow with a high of 77, dropping down to the mid 50s by Friday morning.
Looks like it'll be a nice one out there today. 70 degrees right now in Decula, 69 in Mableton, 71 degrees in Midtown Atlanta at 9:34. More news at 10. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
You can count on it,
You can try and plan for it.
but sometimes it gets the best of you.
Stalled big rig 285 southbound, the outer loop at 166.
When it stops you from getting where you need to be.
Atlanta's most trusted traffic team gets you there.
Here you slow just east of Georgia 400.
Atlanta's most up-to-date traffic reports from local and trustworthy people.
Every time you listen. Triple Team Traffic.
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there.
Home improvement projects can be a stressful guessing game. Trust the Plus, Painting Plus, the highest level of communication. The Plus means siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and of course, painting.
Hi, I'm Charlie, owner of Painting Plus and the Plus family of businesses. We'll make you comfortable and keep you informed with every step of your project.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus, siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
October is here, and this is a perfect month for home comfort. Dave Baker for Coolray Heating and Cooling. See, in October, it'll still get plenty warm during the day, but it will get cool at night. So with the purchase of a complete Carrier system, Coolray's offering up to $2,250 back in rebates and free installation. That's heat, cool, and free installation. Get a jump start on keeping your home comfortable. Book your appointment online today at Coolray.com. Coolray and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Hey y'all, it's Belinda Skelton for Four Seasons Home Care. As many of you know, I lost both my parents recently, but I'm so thankful they were able to finish their lives at home where they wanted to be. And Four Seasons Home Care was so helpful to my family throughout the process. I get emails from listeners all the time and why I trusted Four Seasons Home Care. They tell me I don't want just anyone to care for my parents. Well, of course you don't. So here's why I work with Four Seasons Home Care. Care. This is a real family-owned company. They vet and hire every single one of their caregiving specialists, and they don't farm out the care to contractors, and they're not some national corporation. So here's my advice, folks. Call Four Seasons Home Care and just start the conversation. Do your homework. This is a huge decision. It's a 100% free call that can change everything. Google Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta. That's Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta.
Welcome back. It's Eric Erickson in for Mark Aaron today. Glad to have you with me this morning. I was headed to my office where I do my broadcast from here in Macon, and the interstate shut down with a massive car wreck down in Middle Georgia. Suddenly makes me feel like Atlanta traffic. We got a lot to talk about, including the government shutdown and the new data out. The last data we'll get from the Bureau of Labor Statistics is that the economy lost 32,000 private sector jobs in September. In fact, there is a hiring slowdown. The economic data shows that we're actually in the slowest shutdown right now, or the slowest hiring season we've had since COVID. As tariffs continue to impact employers, manufacturing in the country has declined pretty significantly, and tractor-trailer driving in the country is down. Those are kind of warning signs for an economic slowdown coming, which the Democrats pushes into a shutdown could escalate. Now, I realize that there are a number of people out there who don't want to acknowledge that perhaps tariffs are messing up the economy, towing the partisan line, but the reality is it's actually baked into the data right now. You can see it. A lot of employers are, instead of hiring now, they're trying to absorb the cost of the tariffs because they don't think consumers can actually pay the tariffs. So they're pulling money from elsewhere, including from wage hikes, hiring, investment in their companies, and things like that. So it's a problem that shows up in the data. And all of this leads into the data in Georgia on the popularity of the president. And here's a problem for Jon Ossoff and the Democrats. Turns out that nationally and here in Georgia, a majority of voters, and you got to follow the logic here, a majority of voters in the state of Georgia are unhappy with the president's deportation efforts. Now, follow the logic with me. They like the deportations. They support the president's immigration policy, but they're unhappy with the breadth and depth of it. In other words, they see stuff like the Ebro Garcia case where they put the guy down in El Salvador, the illegal immigrant that the media referred to as the Maryland father, and it seems kind of heavy-handed. So they don't particularly care for the extent of the deportation, so they support deportations. And they support the president's immigration policy. They really, 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 really hate the Democrats' position on it. That's a problem for the Democrats, and it's a problem for a guy like Jon Ossoff, who's on the ballot here in Georgia next year, which is a state that still leans Republican, because while voters don't particularly like how far Donald Trump has gone, they prefer Donald Trump's position on immigration and are even willing to excuse him going further than they would over the Democrats doing nothing. So I wonder if we'll see a message change from people like Jon Ossoff that he actually does favor deportations and a crackdown on illegal immigration. I don't know that he can do it without risking the ire of the progressive base. Because the data is pretty overwhelming here, that Donald Trump is not a popular president. He's about where Joe Biden was at the same time before his midterms. And look at what happened with those midterms. It wasn't a blowout. In fact, right now, we're seeing that the Democrats aren't very popular nationwide. So this gets into next year where you're going to have, let's see, you got Brad Raffensperger, and you got Burt Jones, and you got Chris Carr on the Republican side. Now, here's the problem. If I tell you what I candidly think about this race, people who get upset are just going to, they've all got my cell phone and they're going to call me. But I'll tell you my candid take, even though they're going to call me, because I know how to turn my phone off and not return phone calls. Y'all, I'm not kidding you. I was talking to Philip last night about this. Hang on. I have right now 718 unchecked voicemails. 718 unchecked voicemails. I have right now 111 unread text messages. I am perfectly fine ignoring people because I'm just going to tell you the candid truth about the gubernatorial race here in Georgia. On the Democratic side, a number of Democrats here in Middle Georgia are looking at Jeff Duncan, the Republican, who has become a Democrat, who has become, I mean, at this point, he appears opportunistic. He was the Republican lieutenant governor in the state of Georgia, and now then he became an anti-Trump Republican. He became the Republican columnist at the AJC, and now he's decided to become a Democrat and a Democratic candidate for governor. He seems pretty opportunistic, but the Democrats want to win, and the Democrats are perfectly willing to sign on to an opportunist who was pro-life until 5 minutes ago and suddenly declares, I was wrong. Women have the right to choose. He'll do or say anything. I guess he just wants to get back in office. And you know the Democrats will run with someone like that. You got Jason Estevez on the Democratic side. He is from Columbus, Georgia, Hispanic small businessman. He owns the Broken Egg Cafes. I think it's one of those egg cafes. We just got one across from my office in Macon. And he's a small businessman, but he's perceived by some of the Democrats as maybe too progressive and too young. You have Keisha Lance Bottoms, Fly and Biscuit, thank you. Fly and Biscuit Cafe, not Broken Egg. Fly and Biscuit Cafe. Jason Estevez, he owns the Fly and Biscuit. They're pretty good. I had a breakfast there the other day. You got Keisha Lance Bottoms, who a lot of Republicans and some Democrats aren't particularly enamored by. That she couldn't run for re-election in Atlanta. She proved too unpopular, and instead she went into the Biden administration. She's running. Heard some state legislator the other day is running. But Jeff Duncan, you've got a guy who's already run and won statewide. Now, the Republicans will back him this time. But the Democrats, they want to win so bad. Don't be surprised if you see some Democrats rally to Duncan because he's considered more moderate. Yeah, I know. The progressive Democrats, they just want to win. And they want to win against Burt Jones. And that's on the Republican side. What the Republicans have to contend with is you've got Chris Carr, who I know and like and respect and think he's probably the smartest person running for governor. And you got Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, who won Secretary of State in 2022 because Democrats had no contested gubernatorial primary, and they jumped into the Republican Party to reward Brad Raffensperger for having stood up to Donald Trump and the stolen election stuff. Raffensperger's not going to have a crossover vote this time. And then you've got Burt Jones, who's got basically a bottomless pit of cash. I mean, you got Scrooge McDuck essentially can fund the campaign there. Burt is the lieutenant governor. He has his own connections within the social conservative community. He's got deeper pockets than either Raffensperger or Carr. And I suspect this race is Burt Jones's to lose. Now, the Carr and the Raffensperger people are going to get mad at me for saying that, but I think they know that's the truth, that this is Burt Jones's race to lose. They want him to lose it, but he would certainly be the front runner just in terms of name ID, popularity of the base, and he's got Donald Trump's endorsement, which will matter greatly for about a third to 40% of the vote in the Republican side. Now, I'm wondering, in all honesty, is Brad Raffensperger getting into the race to use his money, and he has a lot of money. Let's see, they're already texting me. Good Lord, people. Is Raffensperger jumping into the race to rough up Jones to provide an opening for Chris Carr? I don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me if Raffensperger has a lot of money, not as much as Jones. The two of them go after each other. That provides an opening for Chris Carr. We will see. I'm not exactly sure how that plays out between Raffensperger and Carr. But, I mean, right now it's Jones's race to lose. I will say this, though. Burt's got to have some media training. He's great one-on-one with individuals, but in interviews and stuff, Burt does not come across fantastic. And he's got to boost his media training on the Republican side of it. Now, on the Democratic side, you're going to have Jeff Duncan's got some money. Estevez has some money. I forget who the other Democrat was the other day that stepped up running. What about Stacey Abrams? Does she play a role? Abrams has kept her money on the sidelines. There have been rumors that she may step back into the race. it could get nasty on the Democratic side. Again, that's why I think it hurts Raffensperger on the Republican side, because he got reelected based on Democratic crossover votes in 22 that will not exist for him in 26 because you've got a crowded Democratic field. And the Democrats actually, for the first time, have some sense that they may be able to take over. Jim Galloway, who used to write the Political Insider column at the AJC, back in, I think, 2014, 2016, he interviewed Stacey Abrams. And he asked Stacey Abrams when she thought, based on the demographic changes and the like in Georgia, that Georgia would finally start voting Democrat again at a statewide level. I always thought it was interesting. She said 2026. That was her interview, and that was 10 years ago now that she gave the interview to Jim Galloway at the AJC. She said 2026. And what was so interesting to me is that she ran in 2018 and 2022 when she told the paper that it would be 2026 when the Democrats were able to pull the state back to the left. Now, why 26? Demographic change. Demography, however, is not destiny. We've seen, for example, Brian Kemp has been able to get a significant portion of Hispanic voters to vote Republican in the metro area. Certainly, Cobb and Gwinnett have shifted to the right, or to the left, but Cobb and Gwinnett still have offsetting populations in Cherokee County, Forsyth County, and other Republican enclaves in the state that matter. So can the Democrats pull it off? I'm not sure that this is their year, but some of them are looking at Jeff Duncan, the former Republican lieutenant governor, thinking he might be the vehicle by which they can beat the Republicans in Georgia this year. We'll see how that plays out. Now, we got to go check traffic and other things here.
And Eric looking live at the Jam Cam 947, the Coolray Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. Stalled tractor trailer clearing from the center lane. Long-standing stalled tractor trailer 255 northbound, the outer loop, Covington Highway, exit 43. Delays still stretch back to Flat Shoals as they try to clear that. On the other side of the roadway, rolling road work still in the two left lanes. 255 southbound, the inner loop, getting past Memorial Drive. The support is brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples, that was easy. I'm Mike Shields, 95.5 WSB.
The news of the day through the eyes of Eric Von Hessler.
The way you should live your life is look at the way they're doing it at D.C. and then just run.
If it's on your mind, it's on his.
Other people are getting away with it, so you should get away with it.
Eric Von Hessler, today at 3.
Well, your best day ever would have been a Tuesday. Who knows?
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey, friends, have you filed an insurance claim for a roof replacement only to be denied? Are you not sure what to do? You're not alone. Dr. Roof here to help. Hey, it's Mark Aram. Dr. Roof specializes in reviewing the storm damage and getting your roof replaced. They've been around for over 37 years and can help you with all of your options. Don't settle for a denied or partial insurance claim. Get the roof you deserve with Dr. Roof online at drroof.com.
Attention antique lovers, this weekend it's the Lakewood 400 Antique Market, located north of Atlanta on Georgia Highway 9, 2 miles south of Cumming. Visit their website at lakewoodantiques.com for more information. This weekend, don't miss the Lakewood 400 Antique Market.
Attention men, does ED and PE have you down? Well, great news. Choice Men's Health has the latest breakthrough treatments that can get you up and running. Meet the specialist who is dedicated to helping you perform better than ever in the bedroom.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Our custom treatment plans have a 98% success rate at improving ED and PE on your very first visit, even if Viagra and Cialis have failed. Regardless of your age and medical history, we are here and dedicated to help you regain your love life.
Don't wait. Call Choice Men's Health now. We are so confident we can help. For a limited time, we're offering to cover your first treatment for free. Call 404-400-1170. Call now to claim your free treatment. 404-400-1170. Results guaranteed on your first visit or it's free. 404-400-1170. Choice Men's Health, the only choice for your health.
Spooky season is upon us, which means attending festivals, carving pumpkins, and, well, making messes. Candy, slime, you name it. Your carpet and upholstery has seen it all. Good thing you can call the pros at Zerorez Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning to get your home insanely clean. Hey Atlanta, it's Patrick, owner of Zerorez, and we understand the mess that comes along with this season. Our patented cleaning technology, ZR Water, cleans your carpets without the use of harsh chemicals, soaps, and detergents. We also understand that every dollar counts these days, so save big with our fall sale. 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $129 when you mention WSB Radio. Still not sure if you should give us a call? Check out our 4.9 star rating on Google and over 20,000 reviews. So give us a call or schedule online to get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $129. All you have to do is mention WSB Radio. Easily schedule your cleaning online at ZerorezAtlanta.com. Zerorez, it's the right way to clean.
This is Andy Harris, president at Coosa Valley Credit Union, where we believe in the power of human connection. When you call us, you're not greeted by a machine, but by a real person who's here to listen and assist you. Coosa Valley Credit Union. We're local, we're kind, and we're here for you.
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your fingers over and over again. By wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce the pain of pricking your fingers right away. If you're testing your blood sugar 4 or more times per day, injecting insulin 3 or more times per day, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetic Health Hotline today and learn about the latest CGM technology. A CGM can immediately reduce pain. It's accurate, easy to use, and helps you make better diabetes treatment decisions. And if you have Medicare, you can get a new CGM at little or no out-of-pocket cost. Plus, get free shipping, and we'll bill your insurance company for you. Call now to receive your new continuous glucose monitor at little or no out-of-pocket cost.
Paid for by U.S. Medical Supply.
Call 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638. Again, 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638.
Welcome back. It's Eric Erickson in for Mark Arum. I gotta admit, on the lieutenant governor's race on the Republican side, Greg Bluestein put up a video of somebody announcing they were running for office, and I saw it, and I thought, man, Buttigieg is getting in early for the presidential race, and went by, and then I saw it again, and it was my buddy Greg Dolezal put it up. So wait a second, that wasn't Buttigieg, that was that. And my thought was, why didn't Buttigieg shave? He must be running for something. And I was, wait a second, that's unfair to Greg, but that was my first reaction. My buddy Greg Dolezal up in Forsyth County is going to run for lieutenant governor. It's like the lieutenant governor is the most popular job out there, I guess. You don't have to do much most of the year other than when the legislature's in session, and you get the perks of being the lieutenant governor. You've got John Kennedy running, who is a longtime friend of mine, used to actually practice law one floor up from me. His office was over mine. I've known him longer than any of the rest of the guys. I think Blake Tillery's running. You've got Greg Dolezal is running. Is Steve Gooch running? You got like half the Republicans in the Georgia Senate are running for lieutenant governor, which means there are going to be a ton of state Senate seats that are open this next year, assuming these guys don't walk it back. Then they can walk it back before qualifying. It's just interesting. They're getting out there early right now. Trying to run, but you got a lot of actually really good people running for lieutenant governor on the Republican side. But this gets back to the gubernatorial side of things. I am actually deeply concerned about how contentious we could see the Republican primary for governor here in Georgia between Raffensperger, Jones, and Carr. And I go back to the Casey Cagle-Ralph Reed race back in the day, when it was the nastiest primary, and that was for lieutenant governor back in the day. If we see a level of nastiness come about here in the gubernatorial primary, you've got a lot of hungry Democrats, and the Democrats are so hungry in Georgia, they really could gravitate towards a Jeff Duncan. I continue to be a little perplexed. And, you know, back in 2018, in fairness, I interviewed every single one of the Republicans and Democrats running for governor. And as I have said repeatedly, the two best interviews I did that time were Brian Kemp and Stacey Abrams. And the reason was they were the most relaxed. At the time, Abrams could still tell jokes about herself. She and Casey Cagle had some similar positions on opposition to getting rid of the income tax and stuff, and I thought she did a better job articulating the position than Cagle did at the time. But I just thought it was very interesting that she and Kemp came in, no entourages. It was really just them with maybe one other person, sat back and just had fantastic conversations. Like, these are going to be the people who are the general election nominees. They're so personable. And Abrams, I think, bought into the hype too much and became less personable over time. Kemp has maintained being very personable and accessible to people over time. My wife still wants to meet him at some point. I got to get her together with him and Marty she can go see the pretentious governor's mansion. Y'all, I'm not a fan of our governor's mansion. You drive down West Paces Ferry, and it's got the largest tract of land, but it's not an attractive house in my mind. There are lots of nicer houses on the road, but nonetheless, I don't think my wife has ever been there, and I have, and she wants to meet the governor and his wife at some point when her foot is no longer broken. And she did not, for the record, break it by kicking me for doing something. She decided to look cute for church and wore oversized soles on her Chucks, and they got caught on the carpet as she was going down the stairs, and she fell on the way out of the house to go to church. It's not a bad break, though. It's called a dancer's fracture. It's the outer right side of her right foot has a minor fracture, but she's in a lot of pain. Her foot is ginormous. It has swollen so much. So we've been having to help her around the house. And she's never used crutches before. And all of her injuries, my wife has never had to use crutches before in her life. I was having to show her how to use crutches the other day, which is just another implement of things she can beat me with. All right, it's Eric Erickson in for Mark Arum. We'll be back. We got more local stuff to cover, including these people who were hunted like animals for driving ATVs.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
You've seen them, holiday decorations already up in the stores, trees, wreaths, even the big inflatables. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash keeps my home's exterior looking great, and now my clean home will shine when they put up my holiday lights. They make it simple. Custom design, they provide the lights, install everything, and when the season's over, they pack and store it for me. First-time customers book by October 15th. Mention my name, Chris Chandler, and you'll get $100 off installation. Let Wise Guys Lights brighten your holidays this year.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
For many of you, it's happening. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing, and maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I got good news. It's Advanced Hair's incredible, yet simple, one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's Mark Arum back with you. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I've seen their results, friends. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 470-660-HAIR. That's 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hi there, good morning. It is 10 o'clock. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by TE Certified Electrical Plumbing, Heating, and Air. We are in it, the first government shutdown in nearly 7 years. It officially began at midnight because lawmakers and President Trump failed to reach a deal. Both sides are in a bitter fight over spending priorities. According to one estimate, up to 750,000 workers could be furloughed each day, costing them $400 million in pay per day. Business analyst Jill Schlesinger has more on how this shutdown will impact the economy and the personal finances of you and me.
We know that the most direct impact are federal workers, in the military, these workers, people who are deemed essential, who have to show up to work and not get paid. I can't put a finer point on this, that the personal financial lives of these people has been upended.
And the shutdown could impact you if you're planning on flying. More than 11,000 employees with the FAA set to be furloughed. And with this shutdown and furloughed workers, it could likely impact the economy if it drags on, as these workers are likely going to cut back on spending. So how long would it take for the furlough to impact our economy? According to financial experts, the economy grew by an average annualized rate of 1.8% over the first half of 2025, meaning it would take several weeks of government shutdown for us to see the damage. All right, your weather for today. Skies clearing, then becoming mostly sunny this afternoon with a high of 83. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards will have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up in just over 2 minutes. Outdoor burning restrictions are lifted across the metro Atlanta area.
Technically, as of October 1st, in 54 North Georgia counties, you can light the match again.
Stacia Kelly with the Georgia Forestry Commission says that there are limits on burning debris outdoors during the summer months because of ozone levels, but conditions improve this time of year. She says you still, though, need to use caution when you're doing any outdoor burning. Well, part of New York City's high-rise apartment building has collapsed this morning. No injuries reported. Former NYPD Chief Terry Monahan.
They're not even sure if there was a gas explosion. All they know at this point is that the incinerator collapsed. That whole incinerator shaft, for some reason, collapsed. They've turned off the gas.
And again, this happened around 8 o'clock this morning and no injuries reported. Atlanta police investigating an incident involving multiple gunshot victims in an apartment complex in northeast Atlanta. Officers responded to a call at the Lenox Hills Apartments on Lenox Road. They found a woman suffering from a graze wound on her right side. Officers then learned that 3 men sought treatment at a local hospital for gunshot wounds to the lower extremities. All 4 are in stable condition this morning. Now, the victims indicated they initially heard gunshots while walking in the back of the complex and then realized they'd been hit. Police are trying to find a suspect and a motive at this time. And construction of a new pedestrian bridge at Hartsfield-Jackson International is causing some temporary transportation changes beginning today.
Taxi operations and shuttles at the Atlanta airport are being relocated to the west curb. The shift affects taxis, local and regional shuttles, and flight crew shuttles. The new pedestrian bridge will connect the Aviation Administration Center to the Ground Transportation Center. The relocation continues through mid-November.
And WSB Cheryl Castro reports that ground transportation staff will be available to help passengers with directions. Let's take a look at the markets. The Dow right now is down 96 at 46,301. NASDAQ also in the red, down almost 0.5%. And the S&P is also down here at 1003. It's time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Smiley Mark McKay joining us from the 24-hour traffic center.
Morning, Sabrina. A slow roll out of Clarkston headed south on toward I-20 on 285, leaving the Highway 78, the Stone Mountain Freeway, due to construction. They're rolling in those lanes, left lanes of 285 southbound near Memorial Drive, exit 41. Also have trouble as you approach I-285, leaving Tucker on Highway 78. A slow zone leaving Brockett Road, trying to get into the I-285 interchange. Still the crash investigation cleanup going on out of Winder. Only a right lane getting by Highway 316 eastbound at Carl Bethlehem Road. And downtown Atlanta, leftover delays on the connector leaving University Avenue, working north toward I-20. Smiley Mark McKay, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. A mix of sun and clouds today, high 83, cooler, drier air moving in for tonight, lows in the mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow, sunny skies, breezy, high 77. Friday, partly cloudy, morning low 56, afternoon high 78.
All right, as we take a look around the area, it's 73 degrees right now in Marietta, Loganville. You have 72 degrees, and it's 73 here in Midtown Atlanta. We'll have more news at 10:30, breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Hello there and welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across Atlanta on WSB Radio, in for Mark Aram today. There is some breaking news happening. The Speaker of the House of Representatives and Republican leaders in Washington, D.C. are beginning to hold a press conference over the government shutdown. They, of course, are blaming the Democrats. The Democrats are blaming the Republicans. The Republicans continue to vote to fund the government, and the Democrats themselves are insisting that they cannot fund the government until health care is funded. And unfortunately for the Democrats, their health care legislation that they want to pass would include funding health care for illegal immigrants. My suspicion is that the president loves to cut deals, and he will gladly cut the legs out from under the Republicans in order to cut a deal with the Democrats so long as they do not fund illegal immigrants. Let's go to Mike Johnson speaking right now. If I can pull up the audio here, we'll see. The bandwidth here that I'm using is a little sketchy on trying to pull this up. But let's see if we can get the Speaker of the House speaking to the public here. He's surrounded by, you got some of the senators. I see John Thune and Tom Cotton. He's got Steve Scalise with him. He's got John Barrasso. And they're kind of becoming a thing for the GOP there as they battle it out with the Democrats on how they intend to advance government funding when you essentially have the Democrats saying that unless you give them health care, they're not going to do it. Now, the problem here is that the Republicans can put this up for vote again and again and again and again and again until such time as the Democrats cave. Again, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see Donald Trump cut a deal with the Democrats and in one way or another allow the Democrats to save some level of face. And that then goes to the rage of progressives who are insisting that they're funding Hitler, and we can't fund Hitler. You can't tolerate funding Hitler. And if you can't tolerate funding Hitler, then how exactly are you going to reopen the government if they fund health care, but you're still funding deportations? They've boxed themselves into this kind of no-win situation, unfortunately, on the Democratic side that makes it very difficult for them. Here's
was
the Speaker.
entirely avoidable. Democrats could have worked with us in a bipartisan manner to avert this unnecessary and very harmful shutdown. But instead, they did something that is rather shocking to us. They prioritized taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens over keeping the government open for American citizens. They themselves positioned that as a binary choice, and it's patently absurd. Listen to what the Democrats are demanding. They demanded, in exchange for our simple, clean...
Lost the feed there. We'll get the feedback for the Speaker of the House here in just a second. In the meantime, I get to give away money, don't I? The 95.5 WSB, 5 chances for you to win $1,000 every weekday. The 5,000 a day bonus blitz. Listen for the keywords: 8 a.m., 10 a.m., 12 p.m., noon, 2 p.m., 6 p.m. I'm assuming that music is coming from you. I don't think it's coming from me. All right. It's the $5,000 a day bonus blitz. The 10 a.m. keyword is GIVE, G-I-V-E. Enter the keyword GIVE into the WSB Radio app or at WSBRadio.com/cash. You've got until 10:30 to enter the keyword and win $1,000. The keyword is GIVE. Don't forget, if you get a phone call after 10:30 from a number you don't recognize, answer it. It could be us to tell you won $1,000 from 95.5 WSB. Listen to that. We're giving away money to you people. And right now in Washington, they don't want to give money to anybody because they want the government shut down. Or at least the Democrats do, until they get health care. And, the other weird one is the PBS NPR funding. They want to shut down the government until NPR and PBS are funded when you yourselves could give the money. Let's hop over here now and see. We got John Thune now going to the rostrum here to try to speak. Let me see if I can pull up the audio here. These are the Speaker of the House.
Congressional correspondent Manu Raju is.
That's Wolf Blitzer. They're jumping in here. So let me see what I can do to pull up some audio here for C-SPAN so you can listen to these Republicans with this press conference. In the meantime, we do have the situation where the Democrats say they're going to keep it shut down. Now, the problem for the Democrats that you have to understand beyond all the rhetoric is that you have a progressive base in the Democratic Party right now that has largely insisted that you must keep the government shut down because they're funding Nazis. Now, it's outlandish rhetoric, or at least it should be to you, to, despite political differences with Republicans, to compare them to the Nazis. But with the partisan progressive base right now, that's kind of become the rhetoric du jour. And at some point, if you keep repeating it over and over and over again, you begin to believe this sort of statement that the GOP is the second coming of the Nazis. And when you believe then that they're the second coming of the Nazis, you do run into problems with this desire to fund, well, the Nazis. So you shut down the government and say you want health care, so you get the health care compromise from the president, which would probably eliminate funding for illegal aliens, but otherwise give the Democrats what they want. Well, you're still funding the Nazis. And if you're funding the Nazis, progressives are going to wonder what's going on here. Now, a majority of Americans don't want the government shut down. In fact, there's been multiple polls. Now, Reuters, the New York Times, CNN, they've all got polls out showing not only do people not want the government shut down, they also are blaming the Democrats for the government shutdown by a slim majority. As it goes on further and further, the Democrats get more and more blame. And again, it becomes part of a problem. Now, let's go to John Thune, who is
Our Republican colleagues, our Democrat colleagues in the House have been around here the last few days, I guess, flailing around, celebrating the fact that they voted to shut down the government. How ironic. Well, this can all end today, folks. It needs to end today. We will continue to work together with our House counterparts, with the President of the United States, to get this government open again on behalf of the American people. Next up is, there he is, the leader.
Thank you, Leader Thune. Today marks day one of the Schumer shutdown. As Speaker Johnson pointed out, this didn't need to happen. House Republicans came together weeks ago to prevent a government shutdown. We brought as straightforward of a bill as you can have to say, let's allow government to be funded for another 2 months while we negotiate our differences. Clearly, we have differences with Democrats right now. One of the Democrat leaders confirmed yesterday that Democrats shut the government down to fund health care for illegal aliens. That is no way to hold the American people hostage over some far-left demand. You know, we had an election in November where the country came together and said, let's send to Washington leaders who want to solve problems and get our country back on track. And we've been working feverishly to do that, to get this country back on track, to get the economy moving, to lower inflation, to lower interest rates. And Democrats, just to appease their far-left radical base, have been voting no every step of the way. Well, today it has consequences, because when Hakeem Jeffries whipped every Democrat to vote no and shut the government down, luckily in the House we only needed a majority vote. We were able to come together and do the right thing and get that bill over to the Senate. But as everybody knows in the Senate, you also need Democrats to come together with Republicans to get 60 votes. And so when Chuck Schumer made such a fatally flawed decision to shut the government down, ultimately the American people, I think, are going to get involved and demand that Chuck Schumer reverse course, because it's not sustainable.
That's Steve Scalise there, the Republicans having their moment to say, and to point out in the Senate that you did have 3 Democrats who joined the Republicans to try to keep the government open, making it a bipartisan call for opening the government and a minority shutting it down. Now, there is some, for those of us here in Georgia, more important breaking news from ESPN. In fact, I'm going to go over there and see if I can read the report here, because, you know, I pay all this extra money to subscribe to all these services to try to get this stuff. Let me go to The Athletic and see if it's hit The Athletic yet. It has not hit The Athletic yet, but I will tell you that, where did it go now? I just saw it. It's very big breaking news. This is Jeff Passan from ESPN, who has been retweeted by Kevin McAlpin of the Braves radio network, that Brian Schnitker will not return as manager of the Atlanta Braves. Multiple sources tell ESPN. Schnitker has informed the Braves of his decision. He will remain with the organization in a senior advisory capacity. This is Jeff Passan from ESPN, noting multiple sources tell ESPN that Brian Schnitker will not return as the manager of the Atlanta Braves, but will stay with the organization. That's a bigger deal to me than the government shutdown. I have gone to more Braves games this year than I have ever gone to in my life. I have taken friends. I've taken my family. My son got to go to his first Braves game. My daughter went to her first Braves game. And they, they're absolutely in love with the place, with the stadium and the Battery. They love the Battery. But they're big fans. Austin Riley was actually in Macon 2 weekends ago, worshiping at a church where I'm friends with a pastor who is absolutely clueless about sports. Absolutely clueless. Like, I'm clueless, and this guy's more clueless. And Austin Riley shook his hand, and the pastor had now his brother, you should know, the pastor's brother, one of the biggest Braves fans ever, such a big fan they let him throw out a pitch a while back. And his brother was horrified that this pastor had no idea who Austin Riley was. Olsen and Riley, and they're great guys, and it's a great team, but boy, this year sucked. And now Schnitker announcing that he is not going to be the manager. I hope this really was, the rumor was that they needed to wait a year to be able to rebuild, because I also, full disclosure, bought stock in the Atlanta Braves, so I am a shareholder as well. And I realize it's a real estate company that owns a baseball team, but it's a great baseball team, and we need them to do well, and this season was just not it. Now, we need to go check with Mark McKay on traffic.
Thanks, Eric. Good morning, and it's all about construction this time of day, and we're seeing it on the east side perimeter, leaving Clarkston on the inner loop. 285 southbound is struggling, leaving Highway 78, getting past that rolling road work that takes you down to Covington, Highway exit 43. And if you're trying to get onto 285, you have right lane construction out of Tucker on Highway 78 westbound past Brockett Road. That right lane taken out, approaching I-285. Slow zone still in place downtown Midtown on the southbound side of the connector, leaving 17th Street past Georgia Tech. Improved heading north into the city. This report sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more about their support of common threads and nutritional education at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Blue Cross Blue Shield Healthcare Plan of Georgia, Inc. Smiler Mark McKay, 95.5 WSB.
When traffic hits.
I-75 completely shut down north and south between McDonough and Locust Grove.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
Brake lights fill in on 316 westbound at Sugarloaf Parkway.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
Heavy police, fire department activity.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
The Findlay Roofing Chief Barking Officer Rufus has the zoomies. He's rolling over about saving you $1,000 off your roof replacement. That's a lot of bones. Hey, it's Dave Baker for Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Stop repairing the leaks and dragging your feet. For a limited time, save $1,000 on your roof replacement. Hurry, this treat ends on Halloween. Schedule your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
Men. Trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
This is Mike Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers.
And this is Jonathan Geller. And Dad, you've got to admit, our history is pretty cool. 86 years, 3 generations of love stories.
What keeps us going is that we've still got the best jewelry and diamonds at prices nobody can beat.
It all comes down to the best jewelry, best service, and best prices at D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Affordable jewelry for everyone is at D. Geller & Son.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, every week on the show, we offer folks something we call the Portfolio X-Ray. I was hoping you could walk us through that process and tell us why the information it uncovers is so powerful.
Yeah, so the reason we love doing the Portfolio X-Ray for you is we do that behind the scenes. Everybody's extremely busy. Nobody wants to waste time in traffic. If you call in, we will ask you for some information via the phone. Once you've given us that information, we go to work and we put all the hours in developing the report. And I commit this to you. The Portfolio X-Ray is eye-opening. At least 90+% of the time, we can find 2 or 3 golden nuggets in there that you were not aware of that we can either change in your current portfolio mix for you. It's called a 401k optimizer. Or if we manage the assets for you, we certainly can recommend how to diversify away from some of the troubling points that are exposed during the Portfolio X-Ray. Once we've got that, then we'll have you in for your initial consultation. We will present the Portfolio X-Ray to you and walk you through the high points of it. And that's a document that you get to take with you. It's like getting a financial physical. So how many of you avoided going to the doctor for the annual physical last year? You do the same thing with your financial life. You ignore it. You keep pumping money into your 401k. You hope that it's going well, and I can tell you that hope is not a good investment or financial planning strategy. You need to know. So if you want to know, call us.
The Portfolio X-Ray is complimentary. Give Hoffman Financial Group a call to schedule yours today. 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell, and for over a decade, I've trusted America's best choice for windows, doors, siding, and decks.
That's right, Dale. When the summer is hot, America's best choice will keep your home cool with premium energy-efficient windows starting at just $299. No pressure, no gimmicks. Go to abcwind.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. America's best choice, quality you can trust, prices you can afford.
Fall is a busy time and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Breaking news, welcome. It's Eric Erickson in for Mark Arum. I've got breaking news. I've got the statement. It was just released on social media in the last 5 minutes. The Atlanta Braves and Brian Schnitker today announced the longtime manager will transition to an advisory role within the organization for the 2026 season and will be inducted into the Atlanta Braves Hall of Fame prior to a game next year. Schnitker, 69, guided the Braves to 811 wins, 6 National League East Division crowns, and 7 postseason berths over parts of 10 seasons in his managerial tenure, and led the club to the 4th World Series title in franchise history in 2021. He was a 4-time finalist for NL Manager of the Year in his 9 full seasons at the helm and won the award in 2018. He exits his managerial post with the 3rd most wins by any skipper in the history of the franchise. Schnitker completed his 49th season in the Braves organization in 2025 and his 9th full campaign as the Braves manager. He took over on an interim basis on May 17, 2016, before being named Atlanta's permanent manager on October 11, 2016. A native of Macon, Illinois, joined the organization as a non-drafted free agent in 1977. Schnitker compiled an 811-668 record at the major league level, and his 811 total wins trailed just Hall of Famers Bobby Cox and Fred Silly in franchise annals. Dating to his managerial debut, Schnitker's 811 victories were the second most of any skipper in baseball, behind just Dave Roberts of the Atlanta Dodgers. He managed 20 seasons in the minor leagues, compiling a 1,301 to 1,309 record, while 5 of his clubs advanced to postseason play. Named Manager of the Year twice while in the minor leagues, winning the award in 99 and 2000 with Single-A Myrtle Beach. Brian Schnitker leaving as manager of the Braves. Just an impressive record and a great guy. By the way, you still have time to enter the $5,000 a day bonus blitz, keyword GIVE, G-I-V-E, into the WSB Radio app or WSBRadio.com/cash for a chance to win $1,000. You've still got some time left if you want to do that. So we got all sorts of breaking news happening this morning with the government shutdown. And now Brian Schnitker deciding he was going to. I got to be honest, I wanted him to go one more year. I wanted a rebound year for Schnitker to go out on a high note because this wasn't a great season for the Braves. And they've got a great team. They needed some other players. Rumor is they wanted to take one more year because of money to be able to start rebuilding for this next year, and I really wanted him to have one more year and go out on a high note. But that's not to be. Brian Schnitker, after 49 seasons with the Braves organization and a number of years as the manager, he is headed into retirement. We'll be back.
Love your home minute from TE Certified. Hi, it's Chris Chandler with Josh, the local owner of TE Certified Electrical, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You know Josh. That's him you see jumping out of the back of their trucks. Josh, welcome back. Tell me something unique you had at your home that's not top of mind for maybe the rest of us.
It's my whole home generator. This is one of my favorite things. I forget I have it until the power goes out, and then all of a sudden I have internet, I have TV, I have a refrigerator, I can open my garage door, my pool pump runs, I have heat in the winter, I have cooling during the summer. We've put in tons of these for people that have medical equipment, they have refrigerators, they have freezers, they have aquariums, they have pools, even people with wine chillers. But most importantly, we put them in for people who don't want to be in the dark when the power goes out.
We've had every kind of weather this past few months, and in the newsroom, we know the biggest problem here when this happens is the power outages.
Your power goes out and you lose everything.
Great insights, Josh. I just added a whole home generator to my wish list.
TE Certified, we love your home.
Join renowned astrophysicist Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson for This Just In, latest discoveries in the universe, at the Fox Theater Sunday, October 5th at 4 p.m. The title says it all. Join Neil deGrasse Tyson as he explores discoveries from the past 2 or 3 years of cosmic research, with topics handpicked for their impact on science and the public's fascination with this ever-moving frontier. Don't miss This Just In, latest discoveries in the universe, with Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Sunday, October 5th. Tickets available at foxtheater.org.
You know what you want to do in retirement, but do you know how to get there? Tune in to Retire Ready with David Nicholas of Nicholas Wealth Management Saturday at 6 to get answers to your retirement. Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. Hey, it's Mark here. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. And check it out, guys. It's a simple injection. No hospital stay. It's fast, all natural, and no downtime. I want you to call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Exercise your freedom to look beyond the same old solutions. Thousands of patients around the country finding a better life with QC Kinetics and their amazing regenerative treatments. Call now to get started. 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. Appointments available on Saturdays. Lawrenceville, Sandy Springs, Marietta, Stockbridge, Decatur, and Douglasville.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic,
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
All right, it is 10:30. Good morning. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by your Metro Atlanta AMCO dealers. The federal government is shut down, and it will impact countless communities nationwide. That includes Warner Robins, Georgia. Many in the area have civilian jobs at nearby Robins Air Force Base. Alonzo Sermon is one of them. He's an Army vet who lives near the base.
It's attached to what we call politics. It's hard to take serious one side fighting against the next side. These are real things in the lives of people. You have this affecting their finances. It really increases anxiety.
Although his veterans benefits will remain secure, he does worry about the impact of the shutdown on other families. So how might the shutdown impact you? There are several ways. If you are flying, the shutdown could impact you, as more than 11,000 employees with the FAA are set to be furloughed. Now, in prior shutdowns, the Small Business Administration stopped processing new business loans. Also, the FDA had to make some changes for their food safety activities, like routine inspections at facilities. They were delayed. So we'll see how all of this kind of plays out as we watch and see how long this shutdown will last and how it will impact you. Skies clearing today, then mostly sunny this afternoon and a high of 83. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards will have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast straight ahead. Happening right now. Victim impact statements are being heard right now at the sentencing for a former state trooper who killed 2 teenagers in a crash in Carroll County 10 years ago. A.J. Scott was originally tried in 2019, but a judge declared a mistrial because the district attorney's office allegedly withheld evidence. He will learn his sentence later today, so check back for updates. Traffic could be a mess in Midtown Atlanta for the rest of the week as emergency sewer repairs continue. The city's watershed management department saying full lane closures start today at the intersection of 10th Street and Piedmont Avenue, and they'll remain closed until work is completed. Now, hopefully by Saturday is when they think that's going to happen, but that timeline all depends on factors like the weather. The sewer issues were discovered while crews were working on other upgrades. This just in, you heard Eric talking about it. Brian Snitker will not return as Atlanta Braves manager and will move on to an advisory role for the 2026 season. All right, let's talk about jobs now. According to the payroll company ADP, 32,000 jobs from private sector businesses were lost in September due to the government shutdown. The last monthly jobs report is not expected from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The most recent outlook showing the U.S. Hiring rate fell to 3.2% in August. Besides the start of the COVID pandemic, that's the lowest the rate has been since 2013. While we're talking about COVID, a new study today warns children who get COVID a second time are twice as likely to develop long COVID.
The study by the National Institutes of Health's Recover Initiative found after a second infection, people under 21 were more than 3 times as likely as those infected once to develop long COVID symptoms.
Symptoms involving the brain to symptoms involving the heart, symptoms involving the lungs.
Researcher Dr. Alexander Charney says most of the kids had not been vaccinated.
Correspondent Michael Wallace reports other studies have shown that COVID vaccines significantly reduce the risk of long COVID. And finally, here at 10:30.
Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is changing its name after more than 130 years in the coffee business. It's being changed to Maxwell House Apartment. The company saying that with nearly a third of Americans opting to rent versus buying a home, this is a way for coffee lovers to save money with this affordable coffee. Maxwell House says the limited time rebrand for Maxwell House Apartment is in the name only, and the product inside will still taste the same. It has the same aroma, quality, and ingredients. It's time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Smile and Mark McKay joining us now with a look at your roads.
Watching a slow ride down that east side perimeter, Sabrina, it's all due to rolling a roadblock, rolling construction that's causing all of the lanes of I-285 southbound to slow out of Tucker through Clarkston. The delays begin at Highway 78, take it past Memorial Drive. They're working down by Covington Highway exit 43. Work also being done on the Stone Mountain Freeway, 78 westbound through Tucker, right lane lost past Rocket Road. Crash in Doraville we see on the jam cam involving a MARTA bus and a van. Only one left lane open. Southbound Buford Highway at I-285 also causing delays as you ramp off of 285 trying to get onto Buford Highway in Doraville. Smiley Mark McKay, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Becoming mostly sunny through this afternoon, high 83, lows tonight in the mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow, sunshine, breezy with that east wind gusting 25 miles per hour, staying rather cool for tomorrow with a high of 77, dropping down down to the mid-50s by Friday morning.
74 degrees right now in Covington, 72 in Commerce. Chamblee, you have 75 degrees. We'll have more news at 11 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Get the WSB radio app.
This story is breaking right now.
Get notifications from your source for news.
If you have the WSB radio app, then you saw the breaking news.
Get the WSB radio app.
Don't miss a thing with the WSB app.
Download it from the App Store today.
Hurricane season is here, friends, and now's the time to make sure your roof is ready for whatever comes next. Hey, it's Mark Aaron back with you. At Dr. Roof, they're experts at hurricane proofing your home. From inspecting shingles to reinforcing your roof structure, they make sure your home is secure before the storm hits. Don't wait until it's too late. Get a free, no-obligation roof inspection from Dr. Roof today. Get ready before the hurricane season goes into overdrive. Call Dr. Roof today.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. I recently had two sets of customers who had vastly different stories. One had purchased elsewhere 3 years ago and spent $5,000. And the other had purchased from OMF 12 years ago and spent $1,000. The difference? Our customer's mattress lasted 4 times longer and cost them 5 times less. Don't waste money on overpriced, overhyped mattresses. Visit the Original Mattress Factory for unbeatable quality and value. Sleep better, longer, for less.
Hey y'all, it's Belinda Skelton for Four Seasons Home Care. As many of you know, I lost both my parents recently, but I'm so thankful they were able to finish their lives at home where they wanted to be. And Four Seasons Home Care was so helpful to my family throughout the process. I get emails from listeners all the time and why I trusted Four Seasons Home Care. They tell me I don't want just anyone to care for my parents. Well, of course you don't. So here's why I work with Four Seasons Home Care. This is a real family-owned company. They vet and hire every single one of their caregiving specialists, and they don't farm out the care to contractors, and they're not some national corporation. So here's my advice, folks. Call Four Seasons Home Care and just start the conversation. Do your homework. This is a huge decision. It's a 100% free call that can change everything. Google Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta. That's Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta.
It's time to be your own boss. Come to the Franchise Show, October 3rd and 4th at the Gas South Convention Center. This is Atlanta's largest event showcasing money-making franchises, plus free seminars on how to be a successful business owner. Get tickets at atlantafranchiseshow.com.
Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here in for Mark Aram today. Joining me, because it's a Wednesday, is Mark's and my buddy Stephen Lawson, who happens to be in studio while I'm remote. So, Stephen, thanks for being with me.
Eric, great to be here with you. And what a nice change on a Wednesday. I won't tell Mark that I like you better.
Oh, well, yeah, don't tell him that. Poor guy under the weather. So let's talk about Georgia politics, because I was a mutual friend, I shall say, texted me earlier that he kind of agreed with my assessment here that the Democrats don't have a deep bench for governor. They're so hungry for a win that they may put aside their distrust of a turncoat and side with someone like Jeff Duncan just because they want the governor's mansion and by any means necessary.
As crazy as that sounds, that scenario that you just laid out, Eric, that's Georgia Democrats in a nutshell right now. They are certainly at a crossroads. Obviously, as our listeners know, having lost the governor's race twice at the hands of Brian Kemp now, they are in the wilderness, truly, in Georgia. It is a free-for-all right now on the Democrat side for governor. You have former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, State Senator Jason Estevez, former DeKalb CEO Michael Thurmond, and now comes Jeff Duncan, the GOP 2.0 ilk, who tried to make a name for himself selling books and peddling this GOP 2.0 theory. That didn't go well. So he decided then to endorse Joe Biden and talk about how great of a debate performance he had even after that, and then went on to endorse Kamala Harris, and now has come full circle, claiming to be a Democrat and running for governor in Georgia. And the crazy thing is that he may be successful because of the disarray and the dysfunction in the Democrat Party in Georgia.
Yeah, it's funny. I've got a longtime friend from CNN on the Democratic side who said it was just always odd having Duncan on TV trying to find his place, and ultimately at one point he got really like petty with Scott Jennings at one point, very personal insults, just trying to figure out where to I guess find himself in this space, and it's just wild to suddenly find himself running for governor as a Democrat. In the state of Georgia, having done the GOP 2.0, trying to sell books and all that. It's just, and again, the Democrats want to win more than they want purity at this point of the state. So he may be the guy they decide to try to carry him out of the wilderness. And you have this nasty split on the GOP side where you've got Carr, Raffensperger, and Jones who going to throw a lot of dirt at each other and try to beat each other up. But my suspicion is you still may have more GOP consolidation on their side once you get into a general election with some of the more progressive Democrats in the state not sure they can trust a guy like Duncan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be fascinating. And to your point, really, that is the crux of the dynamic on the Democrat side. You have more traditional, well-known Democrats again in Keisha Lance Bottoms, in Jason Estevez, in someone like Michael Thurmond. But I think that there are a lot of Democrats out there, particularly national Democrats, that are looking around saying, look, if those people cannot raise the money, if they cannot raise the resources to be able to compete, do we give someone like Jeff Duncan a chance? Obviously, there's a lot of ifs in that scenario, right? If the Democrat base in Georgia can trust someone who voted for the heartbeat bill, if they can trust someone who was supportive of a number of GOP measures, right? And then how do his opponents use that against them? The ultimate question, Eric, that I know you and I have discussed, Mark and I have discussed, is again this specter of Stacey Abrams that looms so large over that field. This is someone, again, we've talked about how big Jeff Duncan's ego is. I think Stacey Abrams' ego is a rival certainly to that. And does she allow Jeff Duncan to come in and try to take this mantle? Because at the end of the day, she could wait, given her name ID and fundraising capabilities, right until the last minute before qualifying to rain down on this parade and just sow more chaos into this field. So it's going to be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, and you bring up the fetal heartbeat legislation because he was lieutenant governor at the time and shepherded it through, and that just seems like it could be an unforgivable sin for the Democrats.
It totally could, and he's been certainly asked about that since his entrance into the race, and his convenient talking point is, "I got it wrong," which prompts the follow up. Well, why are you just now saying this? All of the obvious questions that come along with this vanity project that is Jeff Duncan's run as a Democrat for governor.
So now let's jump into the lieutenant governor's race because my buddy Greg Dolezal has jumped into this race. I remember when he ran for the state senate, I was one of the guys who came out and endorsed him and campaigned with him, and he's just a great guy. And this is a race I got to stay out of because, one of my longtime great friends, John Kennedy, is in there. I'm friends with Greg Dolezal. Blake Tillery's in there. You've got half the state senate now running for lieutenant governor, it seems like.
You do. A lot of great candidates, certainly across the board. You mentioned a few of them. State Senator Steve Gooch is also running. But yeah, look, I think Senator Greg Dolezal is certainly going to be a force to be reckoned with, right? This is someone who has built a name for himself as sort of somebody who has delivered results in the state Senate. When you think about, Eric, the school choice measure that he shepherded through, that was huge, this transformative school choice bill that's now in our state, the Georgia Promise Scholarship Act, which gives parents the choice to decide what's the best course of action for their children. When you talk about the Riley Gaines Act, that keeps boys out of girls' sports, that was passed last year, certainly had support from the Speaker of the House as well. When you talk about his efforts to really go after Fani Willis for some probably clear conflicts of interest in her role going against Donald Trump. So a lot of conservative issues that he's been on the forefront on, I think that's going to help him in his campaign. And it's going to be really interesting to see. I think that will be a race that will be very hotly contested and a lot of late deciders next May. But certainly there's going to be no lack of fireworks in that one.
Well, and lastly, let's get into the Jon Ossoff situation, because he's the most endangered Democrat, according to the Cook Political Index, in the Senate. You've got a government shutdown now where the Democrats have decided to shut down the government. They say for national health care, which, yes, it's true, but they also want to fund illegal alien health care. And I'm not sure, given the military community in the state, that he's going to not be in an even more defensive position by the time we get to the general.
Yeah, look, I think that there's certainly, the longer this goes, the higher the likelihood that this hangs around Jon Ossoff's neck. People are going to be looking around, at this Senate race and this dynamic, looking at the House, Eric, right? All of the Republicans in the state, in our congressional delegation, voted for a clean CR, voted to fund the government, and gave it to the Senate, and where you had 44 Democrats, including our own Senator Jon Ossoff, hijack the government's funding to fund health care for illegal immigrants and to to stop funding the hundreds of thousands of veterans and their benefits across the state. That's a big issue for him. He is taking a number of risks. He's rolling the dice, I think, with his electoral chances. It's a strategy that he's done in terms of voting for, allowing boys and girls sports, voting against funding for military aid to Israel and standing with Israel. He's rolled the dice and sided with progressives a number of times. I just have to think the longer it goes on and the longer he continues that strategy, the dicier his reelection chances are going to get.
Yeah, and he's already got issues with a number of Democrats in the state. I always find it funny that Republicans of the state say how much easier time it is they have to work with Raphael Warnock. They may not like him politically, but they like him personally. They like his staff. And fair or not, Ossoff is actually a pretty introverted person. He's got to force himself to get out there. He's just not the energetic guy on the campaign trail that probably can withstand the force of a united front. Of course, the Republicans got to get through Collins, Dooley, and Carter before they can even get to him, and that could turn into an expensive affair headed into the general.
Yeah, it could. I mean, I think there's a lot of variables in the Republican primary to challenge Jon Ossoff. I would say right now, I think based on the movement and the vibe on the ground, some of the polling that we've seen, I think Mike Collins probably has the upper hand. But at the same time, these fundraising reports, obviously yesterday was the end of the third quarter, are going to be very telling about the momentum in that race. You've got somebody in Derek Dooley, this outsider who has been backed by our governor, which is who is hugely popular, as you know. That is going to be an asset for him. I do think politically, I think it's going to be interesting to see, did he benefit in terms of the fundraising side from that support from the governor? I think if he does, and I think there are a lot of people that think that he will, that could be a huge boost for him. And then you've got someone in Congressman Carter who has self-financed his own campaign, who has put a lot of resources in. And as a result, we've seen some of his polling numbers creep up as well. So lots at stake. I think those Q3 fundraising reports will be very telling. But at the end of the day, I think that each of them has such a different and dynamic story to tell than the one that Jon Ossoff is telling, which is basically that I'm California's third senator. And I don't think that's going to sell in Georgia.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Stephen Lawson, always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for coming in with me.
Thanks for being here, Eric.
Absolutely. Let's go check traffic with Mark McKay.
Thanks, Eric. We're watching delays on the east side perimeter, and as long as crews are still out there rolling construction down that east side perimeter inner loop, causing the backups as you leave Highway 78, trying to get past that work at Memorial Drive exit 41. Also, road work on Highway 78 as you approach I-285, westbound right lane taken out past Brockett Road. Crash cleanup continues in Winder, only a left lane getting by on 316 eastbound at Carl Bethlehem Road. Smile and Mark McKay, 95.5 WSB.
On air,
Online,
on the app,
where you get your news.
is where you'll win.
Download the WSB radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
Oh my God!
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday.
I just won $1,000.
Just enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB radio app. The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is at 12 p.m.
Atlanta DIY landlords, listen up. If you're exhausted from managing your rental properties all by yourself, my friends at Renters Warehouse Atlanta offering a 90-day test drive. Hire Renters Warehouse to manage your rental property for a low flat monthly fee as low as $115. If you're not satisfied at any time in the first 3 months, you can fire them. Get your management fees back. What do you get for that low flat monthly fee? A dedicated property management team, maintenance coordination, move in and move out property condition reports, advanced tenant screening with a 9-month tenant warranty, professional photography and videography, lease renewal processing and negotiations, online rent collection, monthly owner cash flow statements, and more. Renters Warehouse, so confident you'll love their service, they want an addition for your business. Choice is yours. Keep DIYing or see how Renters Warehouse can make your life easier. Start your 90-day test drive today. Go to rwatlanta.com or call 404-662-2322, 404-662-2322.
Attention men, does ED and PE have you down? Well, great news. Choice Men's Health has the latest breakthrough treatments that can get you up and running. Meet the specialist who is dedicated to helping you perform better than ever in the bedroom.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Our custom treatment plans have a 98% success rate at improving ED and PE on your very first visit, even if Viagra and Cialis have failed. Regardless of your age and medical history, we are here and dedicated to help you regain your love life.
Don't wait. Call Choice Men's Health now. We are so confident we can help. For a limited time, we're offering to cover your first treatment for free. Call 404-400-1170. Call now to claim your free treatment. 404-400-1170. Results guaranteed on your first visit or it's free. 404-400-1170. Choice Men's Health, the only choice for your health.
Hey, if you're bringing some friends over to tailgate this fall or cook out or having the family for Thanksgiving later, do what I've just done and call Wise Guys Pro Wash. They've gotten my house and driveway, my patio spotless, even the wooden gates out back. They even cleaned the roof, and I didn't even have to be there. The crew used the top equipment in the industry in their soft wash and kept my home safe and damage-free. You call them. First-time customers mention my name, Chris Chandler, and book now to get $70 off your first wash at wiseguysprowash.com.
At Kroger Pharmacy, we make it easy to get flu, COVID, and RSV vaccines. They're available at no cost to you with most insurance plans, no appointment needed. And we're open weekdays, weeknights, and weekends, so come and visit us when it's most convenient for you. Kroger Health, a world of care is in store. Vaccines subject to availability. No cost to you with most insurance plans. Check with your plan for eligibility. Restrictions and exclusions may apply. See site for details.
Can you guys believe Halloween is approaching, Thanksgiving, Christmas? Omaha Steaks is helping you out right now with an early Black Friday sale. You can get 50% off site-wide right now, and you get an extra 20% off select favorites and more. It's limited time deals because it's the early Black Friday sale. You want the caramel apple tartlets, but listen, if you're just into meal prep or you're tired of the family arguing over dinner, you load up the deliciousness from Omaha Steaks. I load up on the New York strips. It's what I feed the guys on Sunday nights for football weather. Grilling, it's fantastic, and I take advantage of this discount as well. And then here's the thing. At checkout, you use promo code ERIC, and you get an extra $35 off. Minimum order required. The unbelievable savings, 50% off site-wide, 20% off select favorites for a limited time for early Black Friday, and an extra $35 off. And all you do is go to omahasteaks.com, load up your cart. At checkout, you put in ERIC, E-R-I-C-K. Start saving real big today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the cost of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, Only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than Big Wireless. Because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
So are y'all Buc-ee's fans? My wife hates Buc-ee's. She's like, why would anyone want to go to a gas station for stuff? I was like, you should go to Buc-ee's. The fudge, the brisket, the baked goods. My wife, not a Buc-ee's fan. My wife's not a People's fan. Well, there's a Buc-ee's down in Brunswick now. And the local government in Glenn County has put up, you know, those very tall mercury vapor lights, the orangish hued lights they've got on the interstate now. The Buc-ee's didn't put them up. The county government put them up, and they're attracting the sea turtles. That's right. The little baby sea turtles are hatching, and they're seeing the lights at the Buc-ee's, and they're going for brisket instead of going out to the sea. And that's not people's opinion now. They've got the tracks of the little baby turtles. They hatch, and when the moon is not out and they see the light coming from the Buc-ee's, they're headed there. And the county government is refusing to turn the lights off despite the state and the feds telling them you got to turn the lights off because they're confusing the turtle hatch. It's like, so when we go to Hilton Head, one day when one of you decides to leave me your fortune and your will and I could buy my house on the beach down there, we get these notices. If we go down during the summer, you got to have your lights turned off in the front windows because the sea turtles will come to the house instead of going to the beach at night. And it's actually a real thing. They actually do it, and so people are pretty diligent about turning their lights off. But I will tell you, the nanny staters down there, they now make you turn off your regular flashlights at night on the beach, too. They want you to have a red-colored flashlight on the beach, and I just think that's a bunch of nonsense. The nanny staters ruin everything. Your little sea turtles are not going to be upset with you having just a regular flashlight on when you head down to the beach at night to look for crabs. And I will say, though, that the red light is better on your eyes. I take my camera out to get pictures of the Milky Way when we go down to Hilton Head. Get out at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and the Milky Way is right there coming up out of the ocean. Gorgeous pictures that I can take, and having the red flashlights are better on your eyes. You can still see and stuff, but the nannies are saying, you can't have a flashlight on the beach. Yes, I can. Just, oh my gosh, the nanny staters. But I kind of recognize the lights at the Buc-ee's. They are attracting the baby sea turtles. They're not going to the ocean. They're going to Buc-ee's, and there are already too many people at the Buc-ee's. So turn off the lights, Glenn County. It's Eric Erickson in for Mark Arum. We'll be back.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Save money by getting pre-approved for your next auto loan at Coosa Valley Credit Union. We offer the most competitive interest rates in the market, as low as 3.49 APR when you open an account with direct deposit. This is Andy Harris, President of Coosa Valley Credit Union, inviting you to stop in a branch near you. You'll experience kinder banking with real people, not automation. Plus, with 11 locations in Northwest Georgia, we're always local and nearby.
Contact 706-235-8551 for more details. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey y'all, it's Belinda Skelton for Four Seasons Home Care. As many of you know, I lost both my parents recently, but I'm so thankful they were able to finish their lives at home where they wanted to be. And Four Seasons Home Care was so helpful to my family throughout the process. I get emails from listeners all the time and why I trusted Four Seasons Home Care. They tell me, I don't don't want just anyone to care for my parents. Well, of course you don't. So here's why I work with Four Seasons Home Care. This is a real family-owned company. They vet and hire every single one of their caregiving specialists, and they don't farm out the care to contractors, and they're not some national corporation. So here's my advice, folks. Call Four Seasons Home Care and just start the conversation. Do your homework. This is a huge decision. It's a 100% free call that can change everything. Google Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta. That's Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hi there, good morning. It is 11 o'clock. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by the Next Generation Xfinity 10G network. In case you're just joining us, the speculation is over. The Braves manager not returning.
Brian Snitker will not return to the dugout next season. The 69-year-old Snitker will move to an advisory role next season and will be inducted into the Braves Hall of Fame. Snitker has been with the Braves for 49 years as a minor league manager, major league coach, and then major league manager. Snitker led Atlanta to 811 wins, 6 NL East division titles, and the 2021 World Series championship. The Braves are holding a news conference Thursday. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
All right, and we actually may hear from the Braves this hour. We will let you know, so check back for updates. Your weather for today, becoming mostly sunny and a high of 83 this afternoon, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwardson. It's going to get cooler, she says, as we get closer to the weekend. Happening right now, sentencing underway for former state trooper A.J. Scott, who was found guilty of vehicular homicide in the deaths of 2 teenagers in Carroll County. That happened 10 years ago. Before victim impact statements this morning, the judge saying this.
I cannot imagine the grief, the hurt, or the anger that any of the people in this courtroom may feel.
Now, Scott will find out his sentence today. A partial government shutdown is here. House Speaker Mike Johnson talking this morning after funding was cut off following Congress failing to approve a new spending bill.
At midnight, the Democrats followed through on their threat to shut down the United States government. As we speak here this morning, there are hundreds of thousands of federal workers who are getting their furlough notices.
Now, both Democrats and Republicans had their own bills that failed to get passed on the Senate floor. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer releasing a joint statement claiming that, quote, after months of making life harder and more expensive, Donald Trump and Republicans have now shut down the federal government because they do not want to protect the health care of the American people. Now, the last government shutdown happened during President Trump's first term back in 2018, and it lasted for 35 days. So what might the impact be on you and me? Well, if you're flying, you may be impacted immediately as the FAA is furloughing workers. WSB's Jonathan O'Brien saying some TSA workers are on the job today, but with no pay. They're not getting paid during the shutdown.
Aaron Barker, president of the union which represents Georgia's TSA employees, tells me these shutdowns mean challenging times for workers.
If it's anything like it was when we went through the 35-day shutdown, it was horrible. We had officers sleeping in their cars, having to go to food banks. Some of them even tried to get government assistance, food stamps and unemployment because there was no money coming in.
Air traffic controllers, soldiers, and federal law enforcement officers will also work without pay. Once the government reopens, workers will receive back pay. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
A new study today finds people who spend extra time with friends and family seem to age better than others. Researchers say those with strong social ties tend to have lower levels of inflammation and even slower aging clocks for their biological DNA. And they insist having a busier social calendar does not always mean a healthier life, but it can lead to better results. Previous studies have shown staying in touch with loved ones can help keep the brain sharp. Let's take a look at the markets. The Dow right now is up 16 at 46,414. NASDAQ also in positive territory. The S&P is down slightly. It's time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Sabrina. Right now, watching some volume into the heart of the city, just left over from the morning rush here on the brakes, heading southbound from the I-85 400 merge, trying to make your way down past Georgia Tech. Busy in DeKalb County with that rolling left lane construction. 285 southbound, the inner loop right now, they're right around Covington Highway, exit 43, and a crash out toward Lithonia, I-20 westbound, just before or right at Panola Road, exit 71. It's on that narrow left shoulder, so partially in that left lane, slowing the ride from the mall at Stonecrest. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. A mix of sun and clouds today, high 83. Cooler, drier air moving in for tonight, lows in the mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow, sunny skies, breezy, high 77. Friday, partly cloudy, morning low 56, afternoon high 78.
It is 75 degrees in Duluth. Woodstock has 76. It's 77 here in Midtown Atlanta. We'll have more news at 11:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
I'll run this town to be near you.
We got some breaking news happening right now. Welcome back. It's Eric Erickson in for Mark Aaron. Part of a New York City public housing high-rise has collapsed. Search and rescue is underway. No reports of injuries so far. We'll keep our eye on that. It is a public housing building in New York, and it has just crumbled into pieces. Also, the Supreme Court has decided that the Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, that President Trump is trying to oust, gets to stay on the Federal Reserve Board until a decision. They will be hearing the case in January, and they're not going to allow her, or they're not going to force her off the board. There's also a procedural vote that's about to happen in the U.S. Senate on whether or not to open the government again. Problem for the Democrats on this is the New York Times Siena College poll, which is actually in off-year elections, mid-year elections, midterm elections rather, is one of the gold standards. And the reason is because it's easier to poll people in midterms because you have a greater sense of who is going to show up in a midterm. It's a smaller pool of people who tend to be more energized. That tends to favor the Democrats these days. And even so, Democrats are still more unpopular than the president. I'll get into that stuff in my show. Yep, I'm going till 3 today, so you'll get the Eric Erickson show noon to 3. Right now it's the Mark Arum show, and I want to spend more time talking about the Georgia issues, including the mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens, has decided he wants to extend the life of Atlanta's tax allocation districts to help fund neighborhood revitalization efforts and address inequality as the city keeps growing. So, all right, I realize that a lot of the listeners here live outside that area of Atlanta proper, but this affects every single one of you wherever you are because many of you commute into the city for various things. You know, as an aside, I am going to do another Not Safe for Radio show in January. We're looking at the Roxy as a place to do it up at the Battery. In large part, the number one complaint we got from people doing it at the Fox in July was that people did not want to go into the city on the weekend. A lot of people didn't want to go down to the Fox on the weekend, and it sold out in 6 hours. So we got, clearly there's demand for it, but yeah, a lot of the people who were thinking about going, they're like, I don't necessarily want to venture down into the middle of the city on a Saturday. You got Beyonce, you got soccer going on and the like. So we're going to do another one, probably up at the Battery at the Roxy. All of you like to go to the Braves game, so you can come in January and see me. It looks like we're scheduled sometime in January, so you'll be able to give tickets as Christmas gifts and stuff. More details later. But a lot of people are like, I don't want to go to Atlanta, but a lot of people do come to Atlanta. And the tax allocation districts, I'm very familiar with them from when I was on the city council. Essentially what happens is you freeze the property tax rate in an area. And all of the money that is generated from those property taxes are reinvested back into that area. So Atlanta has lots of little neighborhoods. It's one of the charming parts of Atlanta. I've got some friends of mine. I wound up becoming friends with a guy, and he'll go nameless for his own sake right now. And he added me into, it's kind of funny, added me into his group chat on Instagram, and I've got to know the guys on the group chat. We get together a couple times a year. I still got to get a time to go play golf with a couple of them. And they live in different parts of Atlanta for the most part. And so I've had to start learning because of these friends in Atlanta. You got Kirkwood, and you got Reynoldstown, and you got the old Fourth Ward, and you got Inman Park, and you got Virginia Highlands. You got Ansley Park, the only place I've ever been asked to leave a Starbucks because of who I am. And you've also, you've got the Buckhead area. You've got Collier Hills area. You got Peachtree Hills. You got Peachtree Battle, Taco Hills, things like that, or Toco Hills and Druid Hills and the like. Then you spill over into Decatur. And you got those little neighborhoods where, unfortunately, for a lot of the longtime residents who tend to be mostly black residents, particularly when you get down towards the Grant Park area where the zoo is in Atlanta. You've got a lot of people who are multi-generational homeowners, and white hipsters have moved into the area, started renovating the houses, and have driven up property taxes. And it's unfortunate that whether you're down in Mechanicsville or Peoplestown or Cabbagetown, in those areas where you've got long-time intergenerational wealth among some of the black families that became middle class during the Jim Crow era, they pass property down, and the houses may be small, but they may not be in the best condition, but they're an intergenerational wealth transfer. And the property taxes in some of those areas, as they have gentrified, they've become whiter. People have started fixing up the houses, tearing down the old houses, building new houses. It's elevated the property taxes in those areas. It causes a lot of problems for the intergenerational poor families that do have family wealth tied up to their homes. The tax allocation districts are actually a great way to deal with the problem because you freeze the property taxes. And then the taxes that are generated, including from the gentrified homes, get plowed back into that neighborhood. One of the things that if you come into the metro Atlanta area and you cross inside the perimeter, the roads feel like a war zone in Baghdad. The potholes. I mean, I just drive from our office up near 17th Street in Peachtree, drive down when I'm headed home in the evening, drive down West Peachtree Street to 14th Street, the amount of plates in the road, the amount of potholes in the road, the amount of just unevenness in the roads. And now they got the stupid bike lanes that no one actually uses, but they decided they'd be green and friendly and shut down the cars. And all they did is they compressed all the vehicles into 2 lanes instead of the 4 lanes they had. Makes it miserable for everyone, and not a single person uses the bike lanes, including the freaks on the scooters. Nope. Just got to make it miserable for commuters. Sorry, personal tirade there. The roads are terrible. The roads, I don't know that Louis Grizzard, who used to be the famous columnist at the AJC, had a joke that back after the Civil War, they lost the plans for the city. They were burned when Sherman came through, and we've just been rebuilding and tearing down and building and tearing down ever since, and we don't even know what the plans are. We're just building roads to nowhere, tearing them down and starting over again, and we hadn't fixed the roads since Sherman marched through Atlanta and burned it to the ground. The roads are terrible. So the fact that the mayor wants to use the tax allocation districts in Atlanta to redirect the funding back into the neighborhoods where the taxes come from to do infrastructure projects like the sewer system, like upgrading the water system, like fixing the roads, it's actually a really good idea. Now, the Atlanta City Council has got to approve the idea. The mayor noted that a lot of these tax allocation districts will expire in 2030, but he wants the city council to extend them to beyond 2050. And you got to have buy-in from Fulton County. You got to have buy-in from the Atlanta Public Schools, which haven't really liked the tax allocation districts. The problem is we're pricing historic homeowners out of their historic homes in Atlanta as we import many more people from other states coming in. They're buying up houses in poor neighborhoods, and they're transforming the neighborhoods. And inarguably, they're really transforming these neighborhoods. But they're pricing people out of their family homes. There's got to be a balance. I actually think Mayor Dickens is actually doing the smart thing when it comes to these tax allocation districts in the metro area. You've got the Atlantic Station area, you've got the Campbellton area, East Side, Hollowell MLK, West Side, the Stadium, Princeton Lakes, Perry Bolton. The Beltline is probably the most notable one and the one that benefits most people who inside and outside of Atlanta come into it. It's a giant city with a lot of these tax allocation districts. The county and the school board don't like it because the money is poured back into those neighborhoods. But they would be smart to go along with the mayor's plan, because of the gentrification issue in some of these communities. They are displacing longtime homeowners as a result of the gentrification. Now, how does this affect you? So let's just take those of you who live up in Alpharetta. You're still in Fulton County. You're Sandy Springs. Roswell, you're in Fulton County. And you will be persuaded that these people who live in these areas should not be allowed to keep their tax dollars, that it should go in, for example, the county property tax base, go into the county property tax base. And you've got an argument there. The problem, however, is many of you who live in those areas commute into the city proper. And you would benefit from the upgraded infrastructure when you commute into the city, even though it may be deprived overall from the Fulton County and the Atlanta Public School systems and the Fulton County budget. But personally, let me just ask you a question. Those of you who live up in Roswell and Alpharetta and Sandy Springs, let me ask you a question. Would you rather Mayor Dickens be able to keep the money to do the necessary upgrades for the communities inside Atlanta, or do you want this money being rolled over into Fawny Willis's budget? Because if it goes to Fulton County, Fawny Willis is going to get her hands on the money. Do you really want Fawny Willis to have her hands on this money? Why not let Atlanta keep the money? It makes sense to me that we just let Atlanta keep the money. And in letting Atlanta keep the money, we allow Atlanta to build up. No easy answers there, though. But I gotta say, I'm a fan of the Atlanta mayor. We may disagree on a lot of issues, but after what we went through with his predecessor in crime, he's gotten Buckhead back into the fold. Buckhead has been revitalized. You've got building growth downtown. People are starting to come back into the downtown area. You know, the other problem that we got to deal with as a metro area are the number of people who have just stopped going to the office. So many people are still working from home. It's becoming actually an economic problem because as more and more people work from home, you have these massive office buildings that remain empty. What do you do with them? There are plans to convert some in the downtown Atlanta area into apartments, but they don't have the plumbing set up necessarily to be able to convert them into apartments. It becomes a big lift to convert some of these apartments into apartments. The easier lift, frankly, is for the business community to make people start going back to the office. Many of you have gotten used to working from home, and you don't want to go back to the office. And personally, those of us who live outside the city at a distance and have to commute, we kind of would prefer you staying off the road because some of us have to go to the office, and we don't want your traffic. It was so nice during COVID shutdowns to have nobody on the road. You could go wherever you wanted to go. And now more and more people have started going back to the offices, and there's still a lot of people who sit it out. You bring them all back to the office, and suddenly traffic goes to hell again. It's something that you just have to consider, the balancing. But I kind of like the tax allocation districts. I just kind of think that the tax allocation districts would be a good way to keep money into those areas. Now, speaking of roads and traffic, we better go check with Alex Williams on the traffic.
Hey, thanks, Eric. Yeah, we are watching the delays right now as you head into the heart of the city. Luckily, no crashes in your way, just volume starting 85 southbound. As you head into Midtown from the Georgia 400 merge, you'll be on and off that brake pedal as you make your way past Atlantic Station. Rolling construction continues on 285 into Cobb County. Southbound, they're in the left lane passing Covington Highway. And out toward Lithonia, we got a crash. I-20 westbound at Panola Road, exit 71. That as well impacting the left lane. Traffic brought to you by Blindster.com. Blindster.com is a family business making custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Give them a try and see why over 1 million windows have trusted Blindster. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances every weekday to win $1,000.
$1,000 on WSB.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is at 12 p.m.
That is awesome.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Scott Slade here to talk to you about your health, and I think it's real important to talk about what is most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. And that's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put this off. I've done it. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-7226. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, with all the things we're reading, seeing, and living through these days, from rate cuts, election season, and now a new administration, now seems like a great time to make sure we have that comprehensive plan in place. You know, the one that covers all our financial bases.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in, we'll work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on portfolio x-ray, or click on full retirement plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
This is Greg Trusinski from the Original Mattress Factory. I want to share the story of a couple I worked with recently. After receiving a quote from a competitor for a mattress, they visited OMF and found a mattress that was a great fit for them. They were so pleased with our quality and value that they ended up purchasing 2 mattresses, a box spring, headboard, and frame. Their total at OMF was roughly $400 less than what they would have spent on just the one mattress at the competitor. If you're ready to get better sleep for less, visit us at originalmattress.com.
You've seen them, holiday decorations already up in the stores, trees, wreaths, even the big inflatables. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash keeps my home's exterior looking great, and now my clean home will shine when they put up my holiday lights. They make it simple. Custom design, they provide the lights, install everything, and when the season's over, they pack and store it for me. First-time customers book by October 15th. Mention my name, Chris Chandler, and you'll get $100 off installation. Let Wise Guys Lights brighten your holidays this year.
Let me teach you some physics. In a great big wind, the bigger and flatter the object, the more force the wind creates. Surface area times the square of the hypotenuse times wind speed divided by E equals MC squared, or some kind of math. Doesn't matter. But when storm season hits, your garage door is just standing there waiting for wind and physics to break it or dent it or send the whole thing flying down the street. And that, my friends, is science. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Modern wind-rated doors are built to withstand the forces of nature. Composite materials are stronger than the cheap old aluminum door that came with your house. And the tracks and rollers won't bend under the stress. It keeps your car safe and your insurance premiums low. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're ready. And stay in school, kids.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Hello there, welcome. It's Eric Erickson in for Mark Arum. Glad to have you with me today. My show coming up at noon. I'll be there too. We'll open the phone lines then for all the national topics. Right now, you need to know Brian Schnitker saying he expected when he re-upped his deal with the Braves 3 years ago that this would be his last year with the Braves. After 49 years. With 49 years, can you imagine working for one organization for 49 years? I met him once. I do an event every year for my buddy Tom Gray and his ministry, This Stuff Matters. And Schnitker was there a couple of years ago, and I just thought he came in, just ordinary guy. It's like, I think that's him. And he came in with a friend, and we spoke for a moment, shook my hand, and just a super nice guy. And, I grew up as a Cubs fan. I grew up overseas, as you know, and all of my friends were Cubs fans. And growing up in Louisiana at the time, we had WGN before we had TBS, and you could watch the Cubs games. And as I've grown up, I've gotten to know the owners of the Cubs. My dad and I have gotten to sit right by the dugout for one game with my dad, and I've taken friends up there and met some of the players and know the owners, and it's a great time. And now, over the years, having developed a love for, back in the day, the Ted Turner Braves, and then to go through everything we've gone through with Liberty Media and to get to a World Series and then to have this year. And at this point, I am very much a Braves fan, and I love going to the games. I actually like going to the games more than I like watching them. I'm not a big watching baseball on TV guy, but man, going to the games. And now my kids, who aren't big baseball fans, love to go to the games. And I'm fortunate I can get us good seats. At some point, I want to be able to afford season tickets to go or to give to friends. And the good seats, I don't even know how you get to the truest level. I haven't figured out the truest level. That's where I want to sit. So I got the TV, too. If I get bored, I can watch TV. I was there a couple of weeks ago, and somebody was watching a Real Housewives show while the game was going on. I was like, clearly, this lady does not want to be at this game. I don't know who it was. Maybe her husband was playing. She was also on the other team. So surely, she was there because somebody on the field was kin to her, watching the Real Housewives at a Braves game. But I was there this past Saturday night with that game with the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they had on the UGA game with Alabama. Boy, that was an unfortunate night, wasn't it? The Braves lost. The UGA lost Alabama. It was very unfortunate. The whole night in sports was very unfortunate. LSU lost to Ole Miss. Just very, very all of Erickson's teams go down in flames. Nonetheless, Schnitker's been fantastic. And the whole team is just filled with great people. There are some really, really nice people on that team. And as much as I was unhappy with the Freddie Freeman situation, Matt Olson has filled that void perfectly. And I have basically, every game I've gone to, Olson has hit a home run. So I just need to keep going to games, and Olson will keep hitting home runs. I think there must be a connection. All right, it's Eric Erickson in for Mark Arum. When we come back, we got to talk about the one big political race this year, not on anybody's radar.
Atlanta DIY landlords, listen up. If you're exhausted from managing your rental properties all by yourself, my friends at Renters Warehouse Atlanta offering a 90-day test drive. Hire Renters Warehouse to manage your rental property for a low flat monthly fee as low as $115. If you're not satisfied at any time in the first 3 months, you can fire them. Get your management fees back. What do you get for that low flat monthly fee? A dedicated property management team, maintenance coordination, move in and move out property condition reports, advanced tenant screening with a 9-month tenant warranty, professional photography and videography, lease renewal processing and negotiations, online rent collection, monthly owner cash flow statements, and more. Renters Warehouse, so confident you'll love their service, they want an addition for your business. Choice is yours. Keep DIYing or see how Renters Warehouse can make your life easier. Start your 90-day test drive today. Go to rwatlanta.com or call 404-662-2322, 404-662-2322.
I'm Brian Parks, head of commercial banking in Atlanta for Ameris Bank. I've been in banking for over 30 years, and my team and I know that businesses have the best results when they work with local bankers who know the Atlanta market. Bankers who will work to understand your business operations and bring good ideas to the table. At Ameris Bank, we do that. I invite you to reach out so we can start a conversation. Visit amerisbank.com/yourbusiness or a local branch near you. Ameris Bank, fiercely yours, member FDIC.
There's no need to be scared of stains in your carpet when you can call Zerorez Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. It's Patrick, owner of Zerorez. Zerorez cleans without the use of harsh soaps or spooky chemicals, leaving behind clean carpets safe for the entire family. For a limited time, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for $129 when you mention WSB. That's right, 3 rooms of carpet clean for $129. Easily schedule your cleaning online at ZerorezAtlanta.com. Zerorez, it's the right way to clean.
Hey folks, it's Belinda. What you have planned this weekend? How about visiting the Lakewood 400 Antiques Market in Cumming, Friday through Sunday this weekend? Grab your spouse or your friends and go on a treasure hunt with over 500 booths. Everything you can imagine, from jewelry, collectibles, sports memorabilia, antiques, furniture, handcrafts, and toys. Every aisle and row is a different adventure. Come on out this weekend to the Lakewood 400 Antiques Market, 1321 Atlanta Highway in Cumming. Visit LakewoodAntiques.com.
Switch your termite protection to Breda Pest Management, and your rate is locked in for 10 years. And Breda's termite guarantee is unmatched in the industry.
Breda, Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 11:30. Good morning. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by Main Street Auto. We do have breaking news this half hour.
Count 1, 10 years to serve 5. Count 2, 10 serve 5 consecutive to count 1.
Former
That
State
is a total
Trooper
of
A.J.
20
Scott learning his
years to
sentence
serve.
for the 2015 speeding crash that killed 2 teenage girls and injured 2 boys in Carroll County. He gets 20 years with 10 to serve in prison. That is harsher than a plea deal that the state previously offered, which A.J. Scott rejected. Now, that was 15 years and 8 to serve. He was originally tried back in 2019, but a judge declaring a mistrial because the district attorney's office allegedly withheld evidence. So again, that former state trooper A.J. Scott learning his sentence today, 20 years, 10 to serve. Your weather, it's going to be nice today. Sunny, afternoon highs around 83, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. She'll have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up in just over 2 minutes. In case you're just joining us, Atlanta Braves manager Brian Snitker will not return to the dugout next season. New this half hour, a news briefing underway. Here's Snitker, what he's saying this morning.
Honestly, I never thought I'd manage one day in the major leagues, let alone 10 years.
The 69-year-old will now move to an advisory role. He's been with the Atlanta Braves for 49 years as a longtime minor league manager, major league coach, and finally, major league manager. The federal government shut down, and it will impact countless communities around the nation. That includes Warner Robins in Georgia. Many in that area have civilian jobs at nearby Robins Air Force Base. Alonzo Sermon is one of them. He's an Army vet who lives near the base.
It's attached to what we call politics. It's hard to take serious one side fighting against the next side. These are real things in the lives of people. You have this affecting their finances. It really increases anxiety.
And he says that his benefits will remain secure, but he's worried about the impact of the shutdown on other families. So how might this shutdown impact you? Well, if you're flying, that's one way it could. The shutdown will impact you as more than 11,000 employees with the FAA are set to be furloughed. In prior shutdowns, the Small Business Administration stopped processing new business loans. Also, some FDA food safety activities were halted, such as routine inspections at facilities. They were delayed for a while. So a lot of impacts from this government shutdown. Keep it here. We'll keep you updated. The Supreme Court this morning allowing Lisa Cook to remain as a Federal Reserve governor for now. The court declining to act on the Trump administration's effort to immediately remove her. The High Court said that it would hear arguments in January over President Trump's efforts to force Cook off the Fed board. And long COVID. A new study is warning children who get COVID a second time are twice as likely to develop long COVID.
The study by the National Institutes of Health's Recover Initiative found after a second infection, people under 21 were more than 3 times as likely as those infected once to develop long COVID symptoms.
Symptoms involving the brain to symptoms involving the heart, symptoms involving the lungs.
Researcher Dr. Alexander Charney says most of the kids had not been vaccinated.
And correspondent Michael Wallace reports other studies have shown that COVID vaccines significantly reduce the risk of long COVID. Let's take a look at the markets. We're in the green right now. The Dow is up slightly, so is NASDAQ and the S&P. It's time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams, how are we doing on the roads this morning?
Well, I got some better news over in DeKalb County. Sabrina, that left lane crash is cleared. I-20 westbound Panola Road, exit 71, so the delays through Lithonia are starting to improve. We're still stacked up, though, out of Clarkston, 285 southbound the inner loop, getting down to that rolling left lane construction passing Covington Highway. And also some brake lights in Sandy Springs, 285 westbound. You're a little slow leaving Georgia 400 as you pass Roswell Road. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Becoming mostly sunny through this afternoon, high 83, lows tonight in the mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow, sunshine, breezy with that east wind gusting 25 miles per hour, staying rather cool for tomorrow with a high of 77, dropping down to the mid 50s by Friday morning.
It is 76 degrees in Villa Rica. Buford and Brazelton both have 75 degrees right now. We'll have more news at noon, breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
When news breaks,
The government shutdown is underway.
we've got it covered.
Non-essential government services would be disrupted.
Tune in often for the latest.
Among the federal employees on the job without pay this morning are soldiers, air traffic controllers, and TSA agents.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
Fellas struggling with hair loss, receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Yeah, the pills and lotions, they're okay. They help keep what you have, allegedly, but they do not regrow your hair where it's currently gone. That's where my friends at Advanced Hair come to the rescue. Hey, it's Mark Aaron back with you. Advanced Hair offers the proven, guaranteed solution that regrows your hair where it's currently gone. Quick, simple one-day treatment, and your real hair begins to regrow the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. If you want to get your hair back, now's the time, and Advanced Hair is the place. Takes just one visit, guys, but first you're going to need a free consultation. Schedule now, 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com. And if you move forward, you get $250 off plus 250 free grafts. One-day treatment, life-changing results, and your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Check it out online at advancedhair.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Fall is a busy time, and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. With Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer, you can receive the strongest cash offer in the industry and move when you're ready. Mark Spain Real Estate has more than 13,000 five-star reviews, so you can trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home quickly and for maximum profit. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
He packed in the animals 2 by 2, ox, a camel, and a kangaroo. Packed him in that ox so tight.
Now I want to listen to the song. Welcome. It's Eric Erickson in for Mark Aram. We're rounding out the third of 6 hours for me on the radio today. I will be on my show live noon to 3 as we continue to watch these developments in Washington, D.C., among other things. Now, I gotta tell you that we need to pay attention to an election in Georgia in November, particularly if you're a Republican, because the Democrats are fired up about this election. And I bet if you're a Republican, you have no idea it's happening. The Public Service Commission has 2 seats up for grabs in November. Tim Echols and Fitz Johnson are the two Republican incumbents. The Democrats filed a lawsuit over the structure of the Public Service Commission. Now, ironically, and this is ironic comedy here, back in the day, the Democrats structured the Public Service Commission to keep Republicans from taking it over. And the way it works is the Public Service Commission is divided into districts. But while the members of the Public Service Commission have to represent those districts, they're voted on statewide. And the reasoning from the Democrats was that they wanted to make sure that there was no chance possible for Republicans to take over. Before you Democrats say, well, they're the Republicans now, actually, no. A lot of these Democrats are still around, and they're Democrats, the ones who propped up the system. Well, there's no such thing as permanence in politics, and Republicans eventually took over the state, and suddenly the very Democrats who created the system were like, I think this might be unconstitutional now. So the Democrats in the state of Georgia decided to file a lawsuit over the constitutionality of the very structure of the Public Service Commission that they, the Democrats, had created. Now that they don't control it, it's suddenly a problem. It went to the federal courts, and the federal courts said, it's constitutional. Well, that meant that the elections that should have been on the ballot were postponed until now, this November. And the Democrats are thinking they could get two communists, and when I say communists, I'm not exaggerating here, onto the Public Service Commission. What does the Public Service Commission do? Well, among other things, it controls the rates that you pay. Now, here's one of the issues in Georgia. You're hearing these stories from other states. In fact, in Ohio, I was talking about this on my show yesterday. In Ohio, there's legislation that's coming up that would allow the state utility company, the power company, to get into your thermostat and turn off your air conditioner when they need more power to service data centers during the summer. In Georgia right now, if you want to build a data center in the state of Georgia, you can build it, but you have to pay the power. The consumer does not have to pay the power bill. So you hear these stories in other states where consumer power rates are going up because they're trying to subsidize the power for the data centers. That's not the way it works in Georgia. If you build the data center in the state of Georgia, the data center has to pay 100% of the cost of the power. Well, the Democrats, and I'm actually surprised the Democrats have staked out this position, but the Democrats want equity. And equity in the power grid means you, the consumer, have to pay for some of the data center power to make it equitable. They also want to force the state to abandon all of its coal-powered plants and put up more wind turbines and solar power that only work when the wind blows and the sun shines. So you're risking 2 seats on the Public Service Commission to commies in November, actual communists who also want you to pay higher power prices to discourage your power usage, but also to subsidize the data centers that are being sprung up around the country. It's kind of wild. So you kind of got to pay attention because the Public Service Commission races are on the ballot. Fitz Johnson and Tim Echols are the Republican incumbents. They're the ones who are fighting, for example, to stop rolling blackouts. They're the ones who implemented a 3-year rate freeze. They're the ones who don't want you to have to pay for data center power, and they're the ones who backed Plant Vogtle. Plant Vogtle is the first nuclear power plant built in the United States in decades, and it has massive, massive cost overruns. In fact, it's become a target because of how expensive it was, and my reciprocal argument is that it was necessary. We actually do not have anybody in the nation who knew how to build a nuclear power plant anymore. They'd either all retired or died. And Plant Vogtle took so long because the institutional memory of how to build a power plant is gone. It had to be rebuilt. And so Georgia Power, and frankly, Georgia Power consumers, footed the bill to reacquire the national security information needed to be able to build a nuclear power plant, which they have done successfully, and it now has turned on and it works. There were two of them. One was being built in South Carolina, one of them in Georgia. The South Carolina one went bankrupt and the project was canceled. The Georgia one, the Public Service Commission, despite all the cost overruns, stuck with it, and it was a wise decision. We now know how to build nuclear power plants again in this country, thanks to the Georgia Public Service Commission. It's a very big deal. So for those of you who do not think that these sorts of elections matter, they do. Brian Robinson has a column in Georgia Trend. He writes, Republican incumbents Fitz Johnson and Tim Echols have a strong record to run on. Georgia Power customers pay rates below the national average. The investments in grid resilience have prevented the rolling blackouts seen in less responsible states. And the commission has implemented a 3-year rate freeze, giving families and businesses stability and predictability in their energy bills. This has spurred economic development and job creation, but of course, that doesn't exactly fit on a bumper sticker. The Republicans' path to re-election is in successfully defining their Democratic challengers as the true dangers to affordability for consumers. Regardless of what the Democratic nominees run on, the Republicans must make them carry the burden of national Democratic policy goals that will lead to energy scarcity and higher rates like they have in California and New York. Moves to limit fossil fuels will harm reliability, raise prices, and hurt our ability to meet the needs of economic growth. Democratic promises to lower power company profits and pass on savings to consumers sure sound nice, but like many populist policies, they do long-term damage to reliability and affordability by reducing infrastructure investment, a continuous demand in this fast-growing state. After the pandemic, 32 left-leaning groups asked the Public Service Commission to forgive the debts of low-income customers. Such a move would shift the costs onto all other ratepayers and create a moral hazard, but it's a bad idea that might gain traction if the commission gained these Democratic opponents. These policy issues should energize center-right voters, but if that's not enough to get them out to polls, they should also consider the politics. In the PSC primary elections earlier this year, the Democratic turnout was double the Republican turnout. Given that no side spent much money on voter contact, that looks like more energy for the Democrats. In a competitive state, Republicans face several dangers this November. It's an off-year election with a Republican in the White House. Local elections in large blue cities like Atlanta will drive Democratic turnout organically, and many of the new Republicans are low-propensity voters unlikely to care about an election that doesn't involve Donald Trump. It's true. And also, the Public Service Commission, because they're statewide races, they'll be at the top of the ballot. So you're going to have a lot of local races, so you have a lot of Democratic voters turning out. And those Democratic voters, when they get the ballot at the very top, they're going to have Democrat or Republican for the Public Service Commission, and that could push these races to the Democrats, and the Public Service Commission lose two really good commissioners who are holding the line on rate increases. One of the Democratic plans is to actually get the Public Service Commission to forgive poor Georgians who haven't paid their power bills and force those of us who can to pay their power bills for them. It's socialism, but it's the socialism that comes with getting Democrats on the Public Service Commission. So if you're a Republican in the state of Georgia, you better start requesting your absentee ballot now. You better, because we actually have an election this year, and it's a partisan election. It's a statewide race, and I don't know that the governor's get out the vote effort is going to be burning paths towards this off-season election. I hope that it will. I assume he'll be engaged. I assume the Republicans will be engaged, but the Democrats have a real advantage this year just because local elections happen in 2025, and that tends to favor Democrats, and these will be the top two races at the top of the ticket. So just keep all that perspective in mind. Keep that perspective in mind that you got elections this November that Republicans in the state of Georgia need to pay attention to. Now, we need to go pay attention to Alex Williams and check traffic.
Hey, thank you, Eric. Yeah, we're honing in on the east side perimeter right now where the rolling roadwork continues in the left lane, 285 southbound, passing Covington Highway, slowing the ride back up into Clarkston. If you're traveling into the city, you're still seeing some brake lights. They're scattered, 85 southbound, leaving Georgia 400 as you make your way down into Midtown and the Georgia Tech area. Also on the south side, a little sluggish in Stockbridge, 75 southbound from 675 to Hudson Bridge Road, exit 224. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
When traffic
No
hits,
traffic getting through in either direction.
the Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
Even the bridge over 75 is being held.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
Traffic out of Spaghetti Junction along 285 westbound and a crash on Peachtree Boulevard, 141 southbound before 285.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is Mike Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers.
And this is Jonathan Geller. Dad, we're celebrating 86 years in Atlanta this month. People are always asking how you've kept our prices so low.
Well, I haven't bought a new suit since 1982.
I don't think that's it.
We go straight to the source. Diamonds, jewelry, gemstones. There's no better value than D. Geller & Son.
In Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Affordable jewelry for everyone is at D. Geller & Son.
We're having a party and you're invited. Join CenterWell Senior Primary Care for our free grand opening party. Come meet our care team and tour the new center. Plus, food, music, games, and more. Celebrate with CenterWell Woodstock on Thursday, October 16th at the corner of Bells Ferry Road and Eagle Drive from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Learn more at CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com. That's CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com. We'll see you soon.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call 404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
When it comes to your home, quality is crucial. Trust the Plus. Painting Plus. The Plus means siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and of course, painting.
Hi, I'm Charlie, owner of Painting Plus and the Plus family of businesses. Quality comes first. We have the most experienced exterior craftsmen in the industry.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. Hand it to Kroger shoppers. You never compromise. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, Purdue Fresh boneless chicken breasts are on sale. Select varieties or buy one, get one free with your card. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
Hey folks, it's Belinda. What you have planned this weekend? How about visiting the Lakewood 400 Antiques Market in Cumming, Friday through Sunday this weekend? Grab your spouse or your friends and go on a treasure hunt with over 500 booths. Everything you can imagine from jewelry, collectibles, sports memorabilia, antiques, furniture, handcrafts, and toys. Every aisle and row is a different adventure. Come on out this weekend to the Lakewood 400 Antiques Market, 1321 Atlanta Highway in Cumming. Visit LakewoodAntiques.com.
The Findlay Roofing Chief Barking Officer, Rufus, has the zoomies. He's rolling over about saving you $1,000 off your roof replacement. That's a lot of bones. Hey, it's Dave Baker for Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Stop repairing the leaks and dragging your feet. For a limited time, save $1,000 on your roof replacement. Hurry, this treat ends on Halloween. Schedule your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan?
It's because they need you to help cover the cost of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than Big Wireless. Because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Well, it's not just Brian Schnitker who's out at the Braves. Ron Washington, who used to be the third base coach for the Braves, he's out at the Angels. They announced last night that he is out. It appears. The Angels have announced manager Ron Washington will not return for the 2026 season, and it looks like. And it was a very weird graphic, I have to say. It made it look like he died. It's him floating in clouds. It's very, very odd. But he is out, and the Colorado Rockies have just announced Bill Schmidt is stepping down from his role as general manager of the Colorado Rockies. He's the fourth general manager in that series. So you got Schnitker out. You've got Ron Washington is out of the Angels, and you've got Schmidt out at the Rockies. So here at the end of regular season, as we head into postseason play, you've got shakeups happening. And then, of course, we got all the football stuff happening, and we're not going to talk about UGA. We're not going to talk about UGA. We just can't talk about UGA. Or LSU for that matter. Brian Kelly, good Lord. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I am going to do my show at the top of the hour after the news here on WSB and across the nation. We've crossed 70 stations now nationwide, and we got to pick back up with the government shutdown. Now, here's the thing. Obviously, I'll take calls from noon to 3. Including from you guys, but not about the stuff I've talked about on Mark's show, because that's Mark Aram's show, where you're listening to Mark Aram's show. We get into my show, you got to be prepared to talk about what I'm going to talk about. And I've done zero show prep for my show because I had to get ready for Mark's show. We'll be totally winging it, and those are usually the best shows because neither you nor I have any clue what I'm going to say until the moment I say it. I don't even know the topics, other than obviously the government shutdown. There is a wild story, however, that I got to dive into today. The Chinese have so thoroughly compromised our communications network in this country. The United States government and the telecom industry in this country have given up trying to get them out of it. Not only that, there's a growing body of evidence that the Chinese have infiltrated our power, our natural gas, and our water supply to such an extent we can't get them out of that either. They could literally turn our power off through a computer hack tomorrow, and there'd be nothing we could do to stop them. It's a wild story, and we're not alone. Apparently, they've done it to a number of other countries around the world as well, so I'll get into that. And, of course, obviously, starting with the government shutdown. Here at the end of Mark's show, first of all, hope he gets to feeling better, and I'm happy to step back in if need be, if he is under the weather, if I didn't screw up too bad. But we got to deal with the Georgia fallout from the shutdown. You've got, Fort Stewart here. You got Robins Air Force Base. You've obviously got Dobbins in the metro Atlanta area. You've got a massive, massive military presence in the state of Georgia, and none of those soldiers are going to get paid. And that is obviously going to cause a real problem from Fort Benning to Fort Stewart, to Dobbins, to Robins, and all other military outposts in Georgia. The soldiers, sailor, airmen, and Marines, they're not going to get paid until the government reopens. And that could put strain on their families. So if I can make a push for you to consider donating to your local food bank, soup kitchen, food pantry, wherever you are, they always, during government shutdown, see an uptick in people needing help. And there'll be a lot of families. If you're in a church or faith community where you've got the families of soldiers, sailors, and airmen, you may want to think about them right now, and other government employees as well who aren't going to be getting paid, including your local FAA staffers, many of whom are going to have to report to work, and they're not going to get paid for it until the government reopens. That's the fallout of it. This is the first time in modern history where it's the Democratic Party that has decided to do a government shutdown. Typically, it's my side, and I got to tell you, I love me a government shutdown. When the government is closed up, you are safe. The bureaucrats cannot regulate you. They can't do any of that. So we're safe for now. But take care of your neighbors, folks. Eric Erickson in for Mark Arum. I'll be on my show here shortly.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard, sponsored by Ragsdale Heating, Air, Plumbing, and Electrical.
The housing market for buyers is improving, but the big news, condo values have fallen significantly. Sellers cannot find buyers, and eventually they do what's called capitulate, where they recognize reality as a seller, and they either pull their unit off the market or they lower the price. And that's happening right now in so many cases. So being a buyer for the first time in a long time, at least a little smile there.
Fall is a busy time, and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 12 o'clock on this Wednesday, the first day of October. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. The news here at noon is sponsored by Jim Ellis Automotive, and our top story on your lunch hour will most likely impact you in some way. The government shutdown.
This could have been avoided. It's totally unavoidable. And everybody's now asking the question, how does this end?
Republican leaders from the House and Senate joined each other outside the Capitol today, continuing to blame Democrats for the government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
The longer this goes on, the more pain will be inflicted because it is inevitable when the government shuts down.
Republicans and Democrats blaming each other after multiple votes to keep the government funded past midnight failed in the Senate Tuesday. Democrats calling for a deal on the health care provisions, which they say cannot wait. Top Republicans say they won't negotiate until the government reopens. Johnson saying that the continuing resolution that the House passed 2 weeks ago would have worked to avoid this shutdown. So how will this impact you? Allison Keyes has a look.
This Army vet lives near Robbins Air Force Base in Georgia and says the shutdown is attached to politics, but lawmakers need to remember.
It's hard to take serious one side fighting against the next side. These are real things in the lives of people.
In New Orleans, Terrence Johns works for the USDA, where some 42,000 workers are now on furlough, and says it's hard.
Make ends meet while having to expend the cost of driving to work every day.
And if you are thinking of flying, you could be impacted as more than 11,000 employees with the FAA are set to be furloughed. If they are short-staffed, flights would, of course, be impacted. In prior shutdowns, the Small Business Administration stopped processing new business loans. The FDA, food safety activities like routine inspections at facilities, well, they were delayed. And if folks are not getting paid during the shutdown, they're likely going to stop spending. And that would, of course, have an impact on the economy. And the Federal Reserve's next decision on interest rates, well, that happens later this month. But during the shutdown, the government will be not be issuing crucial reports on inflation and the economy. So that leaves the Fed policymakers in a bad position, with investors who ultimately determine mortgage rates groping into the dark as they try to assess economic conditions. That would mean, of course, uncertainty and volatility in the market. So we, of course, will continue to follow the fallout from this shutdown. As we take a look at the markets right now, we are in the green, but only slightly. Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P are all in positive territory slightly here on your lunch hour. All right, so your weather for today. It's going to be mostly sunny this afternoon. We're headed for a high of 83, but as we head head closer to the weekend, we're getting cooler temperatures, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. She'll have Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up at 12:05. In case you're just joining us, a West Georgia mayor and former state trooper has now been sentenced for a crash that killed 2 teenage girls.
A.J. Scott expressed little emotion as Judge Erica Tissinger sentenced the now former Buchanan mayor on the 2 most serious counts.
Count 1, 10 years to serve 5. Count 2, 10 serve 5 consecutive to count 1. That is a total of 20 years to serve 10 years.
Scott was found guilty on a total of 5 counts involved in the 2015 crash that killed Kylie Lindsay and Isabella Chinchilla. He was driving his patrol car at speeds of 90 miles an hour, but did not have lights or sirens operating at the time of the crash. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
And if you're just joining us again since Atlanta's morning news, then you might not know about this. Brian Snitker, well, he's not returning as manager of the Braves next season. We got official word today.
He's been with the Braves organization for almost 5 decades, including the last 10 years as manager, leading Atlanta to 6 division titles in the 2021 World Series.
I never thought I'd hoist a trophy or be around a group of guys that makes this so special.
Snitker ends his career with more than 800 wins as Braves manager. He'll stay with the organization next season as an advisor and will be inducted into the Braves Hall of Fame. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Well, as if the furloughs were not enough to bother you when you are flying, there's this. Taxi and shuttle operations at Atlanta's big airport temporarily relocated beginning today for construction of a new pedestrian bridge.
Taxis, local and regional shuttles, and flight crew shuttles are being moved to the west curb for the next several weeks. The shift comes as work continues on a pedestrian bridge that will connect the Aviation Administration Center to the Ground Transportation Center. Staff will be available to help passengers with directions.
And WSB Cheryl Castro reports it's all part of a new $530 million parking deck that's expected to be completed in 2026. Traffic could be a mess in Midtown Atlanta for the rest of the week as emergency sewer repairs continuing. The City Watershed Management Department says that the full lane closures start today at the intersection of 10th Street and Piedmont Avenue, and they're going to remain closed until work is completed. Hopefully, they think that might be Saturday. But that timeline all depends on factors like weather. The sewer issues were discovered while crews worked on other upgrades. And a new study today finds people who spend extra time with friends and family, well, they seem to age better than others. Researchers say those with strong social ties tend to have a lower level of inflammation and even slower aging clocks for their biological DNA. They insist having a busier social calendar doesn't always mean a healthier life, but it could lead to better results. It's time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams, how are we doing on the roads?
We do have a few slow spots out there, Sabrina, like this rolling construction still in that left lane into DeKalb County. Right now, it's 285 southbound, the inner loop past Covington Highway. That's slowing the ride out of Clarkston. In Doraville, just found some malfunctioning traffic lights. Traffic lights are flashing red on Peachtree Boulevard at North Peachtree Road. Make sure you treat that as a 4-way stop. And just found brand new trouble heading into Doraville, 85 southbound at Pleasantdale Road, exit 96. Looks like a crash or a stall there blocking the second right lane. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
The 5-day forecast sponsored by Shoemate, the official plumber of Atlanta.
Sunny skies today, high 83. Cool, drier air moving in for tonight, so temperatures will fall to the mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow, sunny skies, breezy, that east wind gusting 25 miles per hour, making it feel more like fall with a high of 77, dropping down to the mid 50s by Friday morning. Partly cloudy on Friday afternoon, high 78. Saturday, partly cloudy with morning lows in the mid 50s, daytime high 79. Increasing cloud cover on Sunday with highs in the upper 70s.
We'll have more news at 12:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
It's the $5,000 a day bonus blitz. The noon keyword is gold. G-O-L-D. Gold. Enter the keyword gold into the WSB Radio app or at WSBRadio.com/cash. You have until 12:30 p.m. to enter the keyword and win $1,000. The keyword is gold. Don't forget, if you get a phone call after 12:30 from a number you don't recognize, answer it. It could be us to tell you won $1,000. Rick Erickson here nationwide. The phone number 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, very happy to have you. Over the next 3 hours, I am on hour 4 of 6 hours of radio today, filled in on my flagship station, WSB, in Atlanta for my buddy Mark Aram, who's under the weather, and now we got my 3 hours. I will try to keep it fresh for everybody, but we do obviously have to begin with this government shutdown. The Speaker of the House right now on television with Dana Bash on CNN running a helpful government shutdown clock. We're 12 hours, 6 minutes, and 20 seconds into this government shutdown where the Democrats have decided that they will not fund the government unless they can fund health care for illegal aliens. Now, if you get my show notes today, if you text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777, you can see this is not spin on my part. I actually have the receipts. They want to add a provision from the Democrats' proposal that, among other things, would include under Medicaid spending, Section 71109, alien Medicaid eligibility. The Democrats wish to give health care. Interestingly enough, under the law, they call it alien health care eligibility. The Democrats wish to provide health care for illegal aliens at taxpayer expense inside the United States. It is in the text of the legislation they gave for reopening the American government. And the Republicans have said, nope, no dice. In fact, let me see if I can fire up this audio here. Don't have the video. I got the audio. This is the Vice President of the United States on Fox News.
This is a Democrat talking point. They say we're not actually trying to give health care benefits to illegal aliens, and here's why it's not true. There are two Biden-era programs that explicitly gave the taxpayer health care money to illegal aliens that we turned off when President Trump took over in January. Program number one is there's a lot of emergency health care at hospitals that are provided to illegal aliens. That was funded by the federal government. We turned off that funding because, of course, we want American citizens to benefit from those hospital services, not to be taxed and then to have those hospital services go to illegal aliens. The second of which is the Biden administration gave mass parole to millions upon millions of illegal aliens, and then they simultaneously made those parolees eligible for health care benefits funded by taxpayers. In the One Big Beautiful Bill, President Trump and congressional Republicans turned off that money to health care funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats want to turn it back on. And in their initial proposal, the first thing that they put out to reopen the government, they actually turned that money for health care benefits for illegal aliens back on. So it's not something that we made up. It's not a talking point. It is in the text of the bill that they initially gave to us to reopen the government. It's preposterous for them to run away from it now. But look, let's set that all to the side. Let's open up the government. Let's negotiate on all these health care policy issues. Obviously, we're not going to support health care benefits for illegal aliens, but we will work with them to lower health care costs for American citizens if they're willing to do so. This is it.
That's it. They want health care for illegal aliens. They want NPR and PBS funding restored. They want to revoke the rural hospital funding that the Trump administration put in their tax plan. They want to add money back into climate and DEI appropriations for foreign nations, and they want to resume the Biden-era Obamacare subsidies that were supposed to be temporary for COVID that the Democrats themselves voted to get rid of. That is the strategy for the Democrats. And by the way, I do believe that most Americans are going to blame the Democrats, not the Republicans, for this problem. If you read my morning piece, you should all subscribe if you go to, if you text the word Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to the phone number 33777. You can get the very first link back is my daily email, and you can subscribe, and you would see this morning I wrote about the problem for the Democrats, and this, forget all of the spin and talking points. Forget, the Democrats deny that this is about funding health care for illegal aliens. It's to be charitable to them. It's broader than that. It includes that, but it's broader than that. But take all of that aside. Here's the problem that the Democrats have. And this is objective. This is not Eric Erickson partisan spin. This is a guy who has supported every government shutdown in the past. This is a guy who got himself elected to a city council. This is a guy who, your host, ran congressional campaigns. I've been a lawyer for the President of the United States. I have run campaign strategy for candidates around the country. I have gotten a lot of people elected to various governmental entities. I have run redstate.com for a decade. I've been on CNN. I've been on Fox. I know what I'm talking about on this. This is an issue on which I am an actual expert. And here is the problem for the Democrats. They've boxed themselves in because they set their rhetoric way up high. And what they're arguing for are low-hanging fruit. You see, what the Democrats are arguing is Donald Trump is Hitler. So we want to fund health care to reopen the government. That's what they're arguing. Donald Trump is the second coming of Hitler. We want to fund PBS, NPR, and health care for illegal immigrants, and we will reopen the government. Now, that last part might spin, but it's true. They want to fund a broad health care package that they themselves voted to kill, and now that the Republicans are in charge, they no longer want to kill it, and they also want to fund NPR and PBS. And in exchange, they're willing to fund Hitler. Again, I would consider myself an expert in political campaigns, having run many more campaigns than most of you listening, and done so quite successfully, in addition to getting myself elected to office. When you as a partisan, forget Republican and Democrat, when you as a partisan set your rhetoric to be very, very high, charged and loaded, you can't play for small ball. The Democrats have taken the position Donald Trump is an authoritarian tyrant, a despot. He's the second coming of Hitler. And we're going to shut down the government to stop him. However, if you'll fund national health care, we'll reopen the government so Hitler can resume rounding up people and throwing them out of the country. The Democratic rhetoric is actually that Donald Trump is using ICE to round up American citizens and deport American citizens. That's their rhetoric, and their action is, but if you fund PBS, we'll let you keep doing it. And here's the problem with that. Members of the Democratic Party base now believe Donald Trump is the second coming of Hitler. The progressive base has turned violent. The progressive base believes that Donald Trump is targeting not just illegal aliens, but American citizens for deportation. They believe that Donald Trump is an authoritarian tyrant. And what do all the Democrats say, from MSNBC to the halls of Congress? Democracy is under attack. Democracy is under attack. If democracy is under attack, if Donald Trump is a tyrant, how can you fund the government at all? They've boxed in these positions. This is Eric Swalwell. I played this clip yesterday. It's worth reminding you again. This is Eric Swalwell, congressman from California.
I'm not comfortable with this Republican tyrannical government. So I'm not co-signing on that, Kate, and I don't think anyone should. Now, if they are going to, as I said, change their deportation policy and not get rid of innocent Americans who are contributing to our economy, if they're going to lower health care costs and not get rid of the subsidies and Medicare cuts that they put in place, and if they are going to, as I referred to earlier, put back in place cancer research, as 40% of Americans are going to find out this year that they have a cancer diagnosis, I would sign off on that. But why would we want to continue to be co-signees on this madness that is hurting our friends and neighbors and making us look less and less like America? This is a Republican-run government. They have the White House, the House, and the Senate. They've had plenty of months to put forward legislation where they could work with us to get this passed. They waited till the very last minute. Donald Trump set a meeting, canceled a meeting, reset a meeting. This is entirely on them. And as I said, I don't want to be a co-signee to this tyranny.
I don't want to be a co-signee to this tyranny, but if you give us health care, well, I'll consider voting for it. The Democratic rhetoric doesn't actually match what they're actually doing. The Democratic rhetoric doesn't hold up. You can't say we're dealing with the second coming of Hitler, but fund PBS and health care, and we'll let Hitler round up people and send them to Auschwitz? If you give us health care, We'll give you Auschwitz. That doesn't work, and that's the Democratic rhetoric. That's where they are. And the problem is that's going to drive them off the cliff into a civil war, and they box themselves into it because the Democratic base, the progressives, the donor class, and the activist class of the Democratic Party have decided that you must fight Donald Trump at all costs. Fight, fight, fight. That's what they want. And so they box themselves in with their rhetoric where the majority of the Democratic partisan base believes democracy is under attack and democracy is threatened, and they're not going to be satisfied with give us health care and PBS, and you can keep killing illegal aliens or whatever they believe. You can be Hitler. We'll let you be Hitler if you give us NPR. But that's the dichotomy here. That's the split. That's the rhetoric. That's the compromise solution. You go be Hitler, Donald Trump. Just give us health care and PBS and NPR. The progressive base is not going to be satisfied, but ultimately all politics is local. You know, at the end of the day, there's going to be a moderate to progressive Democrat in a swing state like Jon Ossoff of Georgia, who's up for re-election next year, who has Fort Stewart and Fort Benning and Dobbins Air Force Base and Robbins Air Force Base and other military outlets in the state. Georgia's considered a swing state, and at the end of the day, Jon Ossoff is not going to be beholden to the pod bros, the progressive TikTokers, and the progressive funders. He's going to be beholden to the people of the state of Georgia who are not progressive, and he's going to have to decide, do I fund Donald Trump's regime that I don't like, or do I take the L next year because the military voters in my state aren't getting money? The FAA isn't getting money. All politics becomes local when you get to a shutdown. You're going to get your Social Security check. You're going to be able to take a flight. You're going to get your mail. You can even go to Washington and see the Lincoln Memorial. But if you're taking a trip abroad, you're not going to be able to get your passport. If you're in the military, you're not going to get your paycheck. If you use the VA, you're not going to be able to see your doctor. If you work for the federal government, you're not going to get a paycheck, including the judges. At the end of the day, Jon Ossoff, Abigail Spanberger, who's running for governor in Virginia, she's in the U.S. House right now, they're going to have to decide, do I fund the man we call Hitler, or do I continue to keep the government shut down and the people who vote for me aren't going to get their paychecks? This is what the Democrats have done to themselves, and they don't have a lot of good cards to play.
Have something to say? Hello. Call the show. 1-877-97-ERIC. That's 1-877-973-7425.
1221 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. This crash heading out of Norcross toward DeKalb, now knocking out 3 right lanes, 85 southbound at Pleasantdale Road, exit 96, and that is why you're seeing the brake lights from Jimmy Carter Boulevard in Doraville. Traffic lights flashing red on Peachtree Boulevard at North Peachtree Road. Treat that as a 4-way stop. Traffic brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples, that was easy. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
It's the $5,000 a day bonus blitz. The noon keyword is gold. G-O-L-D. Gold. Enter the keyword gold into the WSB Radio app or at WSBradio.com/cash. You have until 12:30 p.m. to enter the keyword and win $1,000. The keyword is gold. Don't forget, if you get a phone call after 12:30 from a number you don't recognize, answer it. It could be us to tell you won $1,000.
This is Scott Slade, updating my health story. I get a checkup every year, and last September, my primary care physician was troubled by a suspicious number on my lab work. Well, that led to a diagnosis early enough to give me options, and I'm more optimistic than ever about a good outcome. Now, when we're talking about our health, level with your providers if you think you have a problem. We all need expert eyes looking us over every so often. That's where virtual imaging can be invaluable. Virtual Imaging's LDCT body scan can give you time and options for early treatment, especially for cancer. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is extending their core body scan offer for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Early detection saves lives, and now it's more affordable than ever. Virtual Imaging has gotten such great response, they've opened up more times in both offices. But appointments will fill up fast for this offer, so don't wait. Some minimum requirements may apply. Early detection is your best protection. To schedule your virtual imaging $995 core body scan, call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com. That's virtualimagingatl.com. Do it now while you still have options.
How do we fight for our beliefs while still loving our neighbors and even our enemies? This is Tom Gray with This Stuff Matters, and I'm inviting you to join me and Eric Erickson for a great meal and a great discussion around this topic. Are we at a turning point for our country? Get your tickets at thisstuffmatters.net. Thursday night, October 16th, 7 o'clock, Governor's Gun Club in Kennesaw. This is Tom Gray, and This Stuff Matters.
thisstuffmatters.net.
Welcome to Window Wisdom with North Georgia Replacement Windows. Today we're talking about long-term decisions with window and door experts Ted Kirk and Jonathan Cullum, owners of North Georgia Replacement Windows. You guys are passionate about helping homeowners with your Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows. Why all the focus on this window?
Well, we want all of our customers to have the very best for their homes, and all of our experience in the window and door business has led us to this one window that outperforms all others.
How long do Infinity from Marvin windows last?
There's a reason we say Infinity fiberglass windows are a decision you'll only need to make once. They're the most durable material available, paired with the most advanced installation techniques by our certified installers.
What if something does happen? What is the warranty on the Infinity windows?
Infinity from Marvin carries a limited lifetime warranty backed by Marvin, who's been in the business for over 100 years. We also include a lifetime service warranty, which means if you ever have a problem with a window or door, we'll fix it for free.
Do you have to replace a minimum quantity of windows at one time?
Absolutely not. Unlike our competitors, we'll replace as many or as few windows as you like at one time.
So what type of special offers are you running this month?
We have some big discounts available right now. Please visit the special section of our website for more info. We've also partnered with some financing companies for flexible payment options to help make our windows and doors more affordable.
Thank you, Ted and Jonathan, for helping to simplify the window shopping process. To schedule your free consultation, visit them online at ngwindows.com. Check out this month's special offers with huge discounts and flexible payment plans, saving you money and making it easier to put the very best windows in your home. Act quickly. These are limited time offers. Log on to ngwindows.com and click on the special offers tab. ngwindows.com.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Just joined us? No worries. Check out the Eric Erickson Show 24/7 stream at ericerickson.com. Available for Apple CarPlay and Android Auto.
Hello, my friends. It is Eric Erickson here nationwide. The phone number 877-973-7425. We had a listener call in and ask how to get my recipes. It's very simple. We'll be resuming the list here shortly as well. If you text the word recipe, singular, not plural, just go to your phone's messaging app. Put in the phone number 33777. That's where you want to send the text message to, 33777. And then in the body of the text message, just type the word recipe, singular, RECIPE, and send it. You'll get a link back. And you click the link, and you'll see the recipes that I've already got there. we will start firing that up very soon, giving out new recipes, because I came up with a banger of a recipe, and I've made it twice now to perfect it, and it is s'mores Rice Krispie treats. You use half Rice Krispies and half Cinnamon Chex Mix or Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And then you break up Hershey bars, and you take little marshmallows, and you take a blowtorch to them, and you brown them, burn them like you would with the s'mores, and you throw them in, and you make Rice Krispie treats that way. Holy cow, is it delicious. Might have eaten almost a whole pan of it myself. It was quite tasty. So I'll be sending out that recipe and more coming up. So text recipe, singular, to 33777. And then if you text Eric to 33777, you get all the links to everything. Okay, I got to tell you about the Eden Pure Thunderstorm. You can get 3 of them. You can save $200. You can get them for less than $200. Still, in this time of increased prices, you get 3 of them for less than $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, E-R-I-C-K, the number 3. You get EdenPureDeals.com. It's an air purifier, so it gets rid of dust and pollen and pet dander. It also gets rid of 99.9% of bacteria and viruses. Where it really shines, how I use it is as an odor eliminator. Now, it generates ozone, so I don't let it run all the time because you don't want to keep ozone running all the time, but it wipes out odors. So when you need it, you got stinky odors in your house, you fire it up and it wipes them out. You plug it up with a USB cord in your car or on a computer. You can plug it up by plugging it directly into the wall, and it will wipe out odors. It wipes out all odors. I've used it in rental cars. My mom thought I had run over a skunk one time. It was actually somebody smoking something in the car before I rented the car, and it stunk bad. But I plugged up the Eden Pure Thunderstorm with a USB cord, and it wiped out those smells. It wiped out the cigarette smells of the person who smoked in the hotel room before I got there. It just works. You get 3 of them, upstairs, downstairs, your bathroom, your travel bag, your RV, your basement, wherever you need to put them. You can hold it in your hand. It's highly portable. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code ERIC3, E-R-I-C-K3, at EdenPureDeals.com.
The news of the day through the eyes of Eric Von Hessler.
The way you should live your life is look at the way they're doing it at D.C. and then just run.
If it's on your mind, it's on his.
Other people are getting away with it, so you should get away with it.
Eric Von Hessler, today at 3.
Well, your best day ever would have been a Tuesday. Who knows?
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 12:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by Jim Ellis Automotive. This is new this half hour. A woman now facing charges for setting a church fire in Cobb County. Aries Jordan is charged with arson and terroristic threats. Police say that Jordan intentionally set the fire that burned Prayer City Eagles Chapel International Ministries in Austell. She's also accused of sending threatening text messages to the preacher there. The church suffered about $4 million in damage. Your weather for today, mostly sunny and 83, and then it's going to turn a little cooler as we head towards the weekend, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Former State Trooper A.J. Scott sentenced to 20 years with 10 to serve for the 2015 crash that killed 2 teenage girls in Carroll County. That's more than a plea deal that the state previously offered, which Scott rejected. Scott served as mayor of Buchanan. Brian Snitker announcing that he will not return as Braves manager next season. He's going to stay on as an advisor with the team.
A friend of mine and colleague told me one time, it's just like once a Brave, always a Brave. And man, that's true.
Snitker has been with the Braves organization for almost 5 decades, including the last 10 years as manager. He'll be inducted into the Braves Hall of Fame next season. A vote to end the government shutdown has failed. Democrats in the Senate held firm to the party's demands to fund health care subsidies. On day 1 of the shutdown, blame was being cast on all sides. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying he's praying that Democrats come to their senses. Vice President J.D. Vance says Republicans want to resolve the health care issues but won't negotiate until government reopens. The shutdown began early today after Trump and Congress failed to get an agreement. New employment data from ADP is adding to growing concerns about the weakening labor market. Mitch McCann has more.
In September, private payrolls declined by 32,000, the biggest drop in 6 months, while economists polled by Dow Jones had expected an increase of 45,000.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics is set to publish the official government jobs report on Friday, but with a government shutdown underway, ADP may be the only jobs data reported this week. It's 12:32.
We have reached that time of the year, and Omaha Steaks is delivering an early Black Friday sale, so you can start stocking up now, even before Halloween, headed into the holidays. Right now, the early Black Friday sale is happening. Go to omahasteaks.com, get 50% off site-wide and an extra 20% off select favorites at omahasteaks.com, and then use promo code ERIC at checkout, get an extra $35 off. Just put in ERICK at checkout. You get an extra $35 off. Terms apply. See site for details. Here's what you got to know. First of all, incredible selection. Get the New York strips, the caramel apple tartlets. They've got so much. But then you get 50% off site-wide, 20% off select favorites, and then you put Eric in as your promo code at checkout and get an extra $35 off. All of this incredible savings, early Black Friday sale. It's happening right now at America's Butcher. omahasteaks.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Hey, if you're bringing some friends over to tailgate this fall or cook out or having the family for Thanksgiving later, do what I've just done and call Wise Guys Pro Wash. They've gotten my house and driveway, my patio spotless, even the wooden gates out back. They even cleaned the roof, and I didn't even have to be there. The crew used the top equipment in the industry in their soft wash and kept my home safe and damage-free. You call them. First-time customers mention my name, Chris Chandler, and book now to get $70 off your first wash at wiseguysprowash.com.
All right, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams.
Trying to clear up this crash out of 3 right lanes into Cab, 85 southbound and Pleasantdale Road, exit 96. Delays stretch back into Norcross. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Becoming mostly sunny through this afternoon. High 83. Lows tonight in the mid-50s.
We'll have more news at 1 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Hello there, it is Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, you are welcome to try to get past the call screener. You can text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. Get the show notes, the live stream, everything you need for the program. You can tell the internal polling for Democrats is not as good as they're publicly claiming. You can tell because they're talking about how voters will have a short memory. That's right. When you hear Democrats talking about voters actually have a short memory, that's kind of a tell that their internal polling is not as good for them as they claim. And you're starting to hear Democratic strategists on television say, well, I mean, yeah, the Democrats could vote to continue, but it's the Republicans not working with them, and voters have a short memory anyway. So they're trying to do the pivot of, yeah, it's Republicans' fault, but voters have a short memory. No. If it was really Republicans' fault, you would be dwelling on that and not pivoting to, but voters have a short memory. Your internal polling isn't looking very good. And then, of course, you have all of the rhetoric from the Democrats over time. I was kind of surprised over at CNN, John Berman actually did this to Chuck Schumer.
One of the things that Republicans are also doing, and they're doing in the White House press briefing, with the running sound of Democrats talking about shutdowns in the past, including sound of you. This is the type of thing you've said about shutdowns in the past. Let's listen.
What if I persuaded my caucus to say I'm going to shut the government down, I'm going to not pay our bills unless I get my way? It's a politics of idiocy, of confrontation, of paralysis. Shutting down government over a policy difference is self-defeating. We can never hold American workers hostage again. While the CR bill is very bad, the potential for a shutdown has consequences for America that are much, much worse. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open and not shut it down.
That was you 3 times in the past. Go ahead. What's different this time?
Yeah, that was in March, John, before they had done these horrible things to health care, before they had introduced these rescissions which would allow them to ignore the budget process. And the bottom line is, when I was majority leader, we had 13 times to vote on a budget. Do you know why there was no shutdown? We sat and negotiated with the Republicans every time. They got some things, we got some things. They did not negotiate at all. They refused, despite repeated entreaties by Hakeem and me, to go to the White House to sit down with Thune and Johnson. Look, if you want to know who wants a shutdown, look at the House.
All he has to do is vote for a clean continuing resolution, and he doesn't want to do that. He'd prefer. But this is also the problem, though. He keeps bringing up health care. The Democrats say Donald Trump is Hitler. So they don't want to stop Hitler. They just want health care and Hitler. That's a real problem for the Democratic message. Now, let me go to Marty here on the phones, 877-973-7425. Marty, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for asking. Hey, we pay a 7.5%. I hear like FAA controllers aren't going to be paid, but they still have to work. TSA is not going to be paid, but they still have to work. We pay a separate 7.5% excise tax on all the airline tickets we purchase. We pay $5.60 for each one-way fare for a 9/11 security fee, which helps fund TSA. I got paid yesterday. They certainly pulled out my federal taxes. How come the essentials people that still have to work can't be paid on the taxes that are coming in, especially since they have a specific pot designated for them?
I don't mean to laugh, Marty, but the answer is actually the stupidest answer, but it is a typical government answer. Yes, the TSA and FAA, the money comes out of your plane tickets to pay their salaries. They're considered essential employees. They still have to pay, but you know who's not an essential employee? The people who print the paychecks.
That's not all made automated?
No. Nope. There's got to be somebody to push the button to approve the payroll, and that person is not considered essential.
Typical federal government.
Yes, I know. It really is the dumbest thing. Yes, so all payroll, most of you have probably auto pay, where it just shows up in your bank account. You no longer get a physical check. Some businesses still get physical checks. Most people, it's just automatically deposited into your checking account. But there has to be somebody who signs off on the amount. Yes, this person still works here. This is right. Let's send it to the bank to auto process. The person who does that for each division of each department in the federal government is considered non-essential. So the FAA staff show up, the TSA staff show up. Now, they may work as slowdown, and by the way, some FAA employees will be furloughed. 11,000 FAA employees are expected to be furloughed. A quarter of the FAA staff are considered non-essential. Within those 11,000 FAA employees furloughed are the managers who approve biweekly payroll. So the guy sitting in the tower directing the planes to land and take off will not be getting paid. Side note, I don't know how your payroll works. It may come out this week, may have come out last week. If you have a paycheck, if you're expecting a paycheck at the end of this week, if you have received your paycheck, consider making a donation to your local food bank. Because a lot of military families in particular, where our active duty enlisted soldiers aren't paid a lot of money to begin with, they're not going to get a paycheck. Their federal payroll should be, I think, this Friday, and they're not going to see that paycheck. They're not going to be able to pay their rent or their mortgage or their car payments or buy groceries. Their spouses and children will not have money to provide food. And if they don't have good savings, they may have to rely on their church or their family and friends or a local food bank, a food pantry, a soup kitchen. So if I could encourage you, if you have a spare cash laying around, to consider making a donation to your local food pantry or food bank, because the data has shown during every government shutdown, the demands on soup kitchens, food banks, food pantries, things like that, escalate whenever there's a government shutdown, particularly military usage. Now, they will get back pay. In 2019, Congress passed a law when Donald Trump was president the last time. And that law says automatically, if there's a government shutdown, when the government reopens, everybody automatically gets back pay. Congress doesn't have to approve it anymore. It used to have to be approved. Congress used to have to vote after a government shutdown to restore back pay to everyone other than federal judges who the Constitution requires to be paid. Everybody else had to get it restored by Congress. But they don't have to do it anymore. They don't have to do it anymore. What happens now is when the government resumes, they automatically pay. But until the government reopens, nobody gets paid. So the TSA workers and the FAA workers and the soldiers, the sailors, the airmen, the Marines, their families, they're not getting paychecks. So if you have the money to be able to make a donation, it's going to come in real handy over the next week or so, however long this plays out. I'm assuming it's not going to be closed for too long. The problem here, though, is that these Democrats really have boxed themselves in, and the progressives are going to be furious when government reopens, because how can you stop Hitler unless you defund the government? Like, ICE deportations can't happen right now. That's not considered, ICE deportations are not considered essential. So with the government shut down, the ICE raids aren't going to be happening very much. The deportations aren't going to be happening. But the moment the government is reopened, they can happen with gusto. The only way for the left to stop them from happening is to keep the government defunded, and you're not going to have the government defunded until the election, because the Democrats will have real hell to pay in addition to an economic meltdown. So they're going to have to pick their poison, the Democrats in Congress. Valinda, you're going to be the next caller on the show. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Good, thanks. I just wanted to say that illegals, whether they're funded or not, will always get free health care. Because of either the black people or the poor people decades ago, our health care system, the ERs are not able to refuse care to anybody. I've been a nurse in the States since 1989. So illegals get health care, whether it's funded or not.
Right. Now, the question, though, is who pays the bill after you get the health care? If you are an illegal alien in this country right now, because of the way it's funded, you technically, as an illegal alien, are liable for it. Now, obviously, they're not going to probably have the money to pay for it, but there's no automatic guarantee that the federal government will reimburse that health care right now. A lot of states have programs to do it. But if you, under the Democrats' funding, they would make it part of Medicaid. The Democratic proposal to reopen the government has a provision inside Medicaid. You can see it if you look at the show notes. Text ERIC to 33777. Click the first link. It is alien. Hang on, let me get the right name of it. I got to pull it up for you so you can actually see the name of it. It is on the Medicaid provisions, Section 71109, Alien Medicaid Eligibility. Alien Medicaid eligibility. And the result is, well, they automatically get paid. There's no struggle there. You're right. I mean, you show up at the emergency room, they're going to treat you. The question is who pays for the treatment afterwards. And the Democrats want you and me to pay for it for illegal aliens. Now, I gotta shift your attention to something else, and we'll get back to the shutdown. And I'm happy to take your phone calls, but this one blows my mind. Abigail Spanberger is a supposedly moderate Democrat running for governor in Virginia, and despite the Kamala Harris campaign and what we saw there, despite the polling in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger cannot answer the question of whether boys should be in girls' sports and vice versa. I got to play you part of this. This is a news report out of Virginia. This is from WJLA in Virginia. Listen to some of this.
Over the course of the past few weeks, students and parents have reported that a boy watched girls undress multiple times in the girls' locker room at Fairfax County's West Springfield High School. That's according to the nonprofit Defense of Freedom Institute, which sent this complaint asking the U.S. Department of Education to investigate Fairfax County Public Schools' actions in response and to consider sanctions against the school district. The complaint says a female student changing in the girls' locker room at school saw a boy with facial hair standing in the locker room watching her and other girls undress. She says when she complained to a teacher, the teacher said there was nothing she could do about it. The complaint goes on to say the girl's mother called the school multiple times and other girls and parents also complained. When the mom finally met with school staff administrators, the complaint says they suggested the girls could use a unisex bathroom to change, but that no action would be taken to keep the boy out of the girls' locker room.
Abigail Spanberger, the Democrats' nominee for governor of Virginia, doesn't have an answer for that. Doesn't have an answer for that, which is wild to me. Not only that, the Virginia Democrats' candidate for Attorney General, Jay Jones, has a scandal. It turns out that Jay Jones was convicted of reckless driving. He wants to be Attorney General of Virginia. Was speeding at 116 miles an hour. 116 miles an hour. They convicted him and they sentenced him to community service. Community service. And by the way, do you know where they sentenced him to community service? 500 of his 1,000 hours of community service, he was assigned to his political action campaign. That's right. He was assigned to work for his own PAC, working for his own election. That's what the judge gave him. Would you, if you're running for office and you get arrested for 116 miles an hour and the judge says, I sentence you to serve 500 hours on your political campaign. That's what they did for the guy who wants to be the Attorney General in Virginia for the Democrats. So you got Abigail Spanberger, the Democrats' gubernatorial candidate in Virginia, has no answer to boys going into girls' locker rooms to watch the girls because the boys say, well, I'm a girl. And the local school district does nothing to them, and Abigail Spanberger will do nothing to them. And now the Democrats' Attorney General candidate turns out was arrested and convicted of reckless driving for doing 116 miles an hour, and his buddy, the judge, sentenced him to work on his political campaign, to work on the candidate's own, not the judge's political campaign, the candidate's own political campaign. He was sentenced to do 500 hours of community service on his own political campaign as punishment. Would you get a punishment like that? I bet not. And that guy wants to be the Attorney General in Virginia.
Honest.
Putting your trust in me to tell you what's going on.
Transparent.
I need you to know this from the bottom of my heart.
Giving you the information without the noise.
My job isn't to tell you what you want to hear, it's to tell you the truth.
It's the Eric Erickson Show.
1251 Cool Rate Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Crash moved all to the right in DeKalb. All lanes open. 85 southbound, Pleasantdale Road, exit 96. Still some lingering brake lights behind it as you leave Beaver Ruin Road. If you're traveling 285 southbound, the inner loop in DeKalb County, you're slow up to Glenwood Road due to that rolling left lane construction. All lanes blocked and reopened. 75-85 northbound near Freedom Parkway. Stall moved off to the right downtown. Traffic brought to you by Staples. Have you heard the Staples Easy button is back with even more easy? Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples, that was easy. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
On air,
Online,
on the app,
where you get your news.
is where you'll live.
Download the WSB Radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
Oh my God!
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday.
I just won $1,000.
Just enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB Radio app. The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is at 2 p.m.
This is Scott Slade, and nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier the better. That's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you more time for you and your loved ones to take charge of your health. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. Due to overwhelming demand for a limited time, their $995 core body scan offer has been extended. It's a $2,495 value. Early detection saves lives, and now it's more affordable than ever. Virtual Imaging has gotten such great response to this offer that they've opened up more times in both offices, but appointments will fill up fast, so don't wait. Some minimum requirements may apply. Early detection is your best protection. To schedule your virtual imaging $995 core body scan, call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, every week on the show, we offer folks something we call the Portfolio X-Ray. I was hoping you could walk us through that process and tell us why the information it uncovers is so powerful.
Yeah, so the reason we love doing the Portfolio X-Ray for you is we do that behind the scenes. Everybody's extremely busy. Nobody wants to waste time in traffic. If you call in, we will ask you for some information via the phone. Once you've given us that information, we go to work and we put all the hours in developing the report. And I commit this to you. The Portfolio X-Ray is eye-opening. At least 90+% of the time, we can find 2 or 3 golden nuggets in there that you were not aware of that we can either change in your current portfolio mix for you. It's called a 401k optimizer. Or if we manage the assets for you, we certainly can recommend how to diversify away from some of the troubling points that are exposed during the Portfolio X-ray. Once we've got that, then we'll have you in for your initial consultation. We will present the Portfolio X-ray to you and walk you through the high points of it. And that's a document that you get to take with you. It's like getting a financial physical. So how many of you avoided going to the doctor for the annual physical last year? You do the same thing with your financial life. You ignore it. You keep pumping money into your 401k. You hope that it's going well, and I can tell you that hope is not a good investment or financial planning strategy. You need to know. So if you want to know, call us.
The Portfolio X-Ray is complimentary. Give Hoffman Financial Group a call to schedule yours today. 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
Get the podcast, live stream, email, and social media links by texting Eric to 33777 now.
Hello there, it is Eric Erickson here. The phone number 877-973-7425. To the phones we go. Michael, you're going to be up next. Welcome to the show.
Oh, welcome. I'm a little confused. I'm obviously missing something. The Republican funding bill that I understand was voted on last night was defeated 55-45. If Republicans control the Senate, why did I think there were three Democrats and an independent that crossed the Republican side? What happened to the rest of Republicans? What is in this bill that they didn't want to support?
All the Republicans voted for it, plus 3 Democrats. But in the Senate, remember, you have the filibuster. To stop debate on a measure, you have to get 60 votes.
Okay, but they said the vote was 55-45. That's what part I didn't understand.
Yeah. So in the Senate, there are 2 votes. The first vote is to stop debate, and that requires 60 votes. And then the second vote is for the actual legislation, and that only requires 50 plus 1. So to get to the 50 plus 1 vote, you have to have 60 senators agree to stop debate. and you couldn't get to 60 senators to agree to stop debate on the legislation. So the debate on the legislation continues because not enough Democrats voted to stop it.
So what is? I guess I'm still confused because it's adding up to 100. They're saying 55 to 45 in what I'm reading, and it doesn't. It's 55 to 45.
You got to have 60 votes to stop. They weren't voting on the legislation. They were voting on stopping debate on the legislation.
Oh, okay. See, that wasn't made clear. It sounded like they were saying there was a Republican bill that was they were voting on, and there was 55 Democrats that voted on. I'm like, what?
That's the complicated thing. I'm glad you brought that up, Michael, because what they're doing is the debate on the legislation. They got to stop debate on the legislation. Now, Hillsdale College actually has some great information, and I guess you could say a primer on how this process works. You can take one of their classes completely for free at ericforhillsdale.com, E-R-I-C-K, ericforhillsdale.com. You go to Hillsdale College and you sign up with Hillsdale College. You take one of their classes. They got 40 to choose from. They're video lectures, 30 minutes each. Depending on the class, depends on the number of episodes of those 30-minute videos. They're engaging, and they're highly informative. And they're just good people. You can start a relationship with them. You get a certificate of completion when you're done, and you pick the ones you want to do. I recommend the ones on the early American Republic and the Roman Republic and the like. EricForHillsdale.com, E-R-I-C-K, EricForHillsdale.com. Sign up with Hillsdale College and engage today.
When news breaks,
the A's are 55 and the Nays are 45.
We've got it covered.
Funding to run the federal government has just expired and the government shutdown is beginning.
Tune in often for the latest.
Congressional Budget Office estimates federal furlough payments could cost about $400 million a day.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's breaking news station.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the costs of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by big wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than big wireless, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
It is 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. Fallout from the government shutdown. As many as 750,000 government workers could be furloughed, according to the Congressional Budget Office, and they're not going to get paid until the shutdown is over. Johnny Jones, representing thousands of TSA union members nationwide.
We're going to go into work with not knowing how long we're going to be working without receiving our normal paycheck, and that's going to be a challenge for a lot of employees, as most of us live paycheck to paycheck.
And Brian Clark reports that the finger pointing is already underway between Democrats and Republicans.
House Speaker Mike Johnson said Republicans sought to reduce fraud, waste, and abuse in Medicaid, but the Democrats rejected their plan.
The Democrats said instead that they wanted to give health care to illegal aliens.
On ABC's Good Morning America, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said Medicaid coverage for undocumented immigrants is against the law.
That's the law, and Democrats aren't trying to change that.
He described the shutdown as a health care crisis caused by Republicans.
Now, the last shutdown lasted 34 days, and since 1976, the U.S. government has shut down 20 times. All right, your weather today. Sunny this afternoon and a high of 83, and then cooler weather as we head towards the weekend, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. A former state trooper and small-town mayor sentenced today for a deadly speeding crash that left 2 teens dead, 2 others injured.
A.J. Scott gets a 20-year term with 10 years to serve in prison. He was found guilty on 5 counts in the 2015 wreck when he was driving his patrol car at high speeds without sirens and lights and crashed into a car carrying Isabella Chinchilla and Kylie Lindsay. Both girls died. 2 other teens were injured. Scott was stoic in court throughout the sentencing hearing, but did did show clear emotion when he turned to look directly at the victims' families while his lawyer read Scott's letter expressing remorse. The judge said there are no winners, only losers in this case. Scott does have 30 days to file an appeal of that sentence. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta police arresting a woman and charging her with murder and cruelty to children. 32-year-old Candace Grace accused of killing her 7-year-old son in April. Police found the child unresponsive in a car. He later died at the hospital. Investigators believe the child got his head stuck in the backseat window while his mother was passed out in the front seat high on illegal drugs. Grace was arrested this week, taken to the Fulton County Jail. Brian Snitker will not return as manager of the Braves next season. He's been with the Braves organization for almost 5 decades, including the last 10 years as manager, leading Atlanta to 6 division titles and the 2021 World Series.
I never thought I'd hoist a trophy or be around a group of guys that makes this so special.
Now he ends his career with more than 800 wins as Braves manager. He'll stay with the organization next season as an advisor. It's 102.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call 404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
When it comes to your home, quality is crucial. Trust the Plus. Painting Plus. The Plus means siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and of course, painting.
Hi, I'm Charlie, owner of Painting Plus and the Plus family of businesses. Quality comes first. We have the most experienced exterior craftsmen in the industry.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. Hand it to Kroger shoppers. You never compromise. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
Check out this great deal on select Lay's potato chips. They're on sale now. 4 bags for only $10 with your card when you buy 4. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
2 homes, same block. One sold for more because they used Orchard. Move first, skip the showings, and sell smart with top dollar results. Get started with a free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Live from the traffic and weather, Alex Williams in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
And just found new trouble in Marietta, Sabrina. It's a stalled big rig in the left center lane, 75 south before Windy Hill Road exit 260, causing some brake lights there. I'm going to check on a slow zone in Ackworth, 75 southbound between Ackworth and Kennesaw, approaching the Chastain Road area. Traffic troopers tell me about a new crash. I see it on the Jam Cam in Gwinnett, 85 southbound before Beaver Ruin Road, exit 102. Right now, it's sitting on that narrow left shoulder. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. A mix of sun and clouds today. High 83. Cooler, drier air moving in for tonight. Lows in the mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow, sunny skies, breezy. High 77. Friday, partly cloudy. Morning low 56. Afternoon, high 78.
In Douglasville, you have 79 degrees with mostly sunny skies, 78 in Johns Creek. Here in Midtown Atlanta, we have sunny skies and 81 degrees. We'll have more news at 1:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Hello, America. It's Eric Erickson here across the United States. The phone number, 877-973-7425. I got to correct the record on something I said earlier, and thankfully from Rick on government shutdowns and processing payroll. And he says, actually, what's going on here is there's no budget allocation. So because these departments are unfunded, they don't have taxpayer money. So the person in charge of the money could send enough to pay the payroll if the people are essential, but they can't because there's no money to pay the people. It hasn't been allocated by Congress. So that's why people aren't getting paid. Essential employees are required to remain on their job, and they're not going to get paid until the federal government reopens and their departments are suddenly funded, and they will get retroactive funding for this period of time the government has been unfunded. I want to explain, though, a little more detail of my last caller. So the House and the Senate operate under rules. Under the Constitution, each House comes up with its own rules of operation. In the House of Representatives, the majority rules the roost, and you need 218 votes typically, depending on how many people there are in the House at the time, to pass legislation. And if you get 218 votes, well, you can pass the legislation. In the Senate, you have to be able to close debate. This is very Robert's Rules. I was a parliamentarian for a number of years, and under Robert's Rules of Order, you have to close debate before you vote on legislation. Oftentimes it's called calling the question. So you move to call the question, and the rule under Robert's Rules of Order, and it's very similar in the United States Senate, is that every person gets to speak on the legislation. And once every person has spoken on the legislation, then you can call the question automatically. But until such time, if there are people who still want to speak, under Robert's Rules, it's a 2/3 vote. Under the Senate, it's 60 votes to be able to call the question. It's a deliberative body. The House is it's a legislative body, but not a deliberative body. The Senate is a legislative body and a deliberative body. That means it takes its time to process information and debate. And under the rules of the United States Senate, every single senator gets to speak on legislation, and you cannot shut down debate for 72 hours. And when you get to the 72-hour mark, you can only stop debate if 60 senators agree to stop debate. The exception is the speaking rule. If they wanted to do it, the Senate Republicans could force every Democrat to speak. And once every Democrat has spoken, they would be able to close debate. There's a reason they don't do that, though. It could take even longer to do that than to fight the shutdown the way they're doing. Why? Because every single Democrat would get an unlimited amount of time to stand up and speak. They could put on Depends. They could put in a catheter. And as long as they can stand, they can keep speaking. And part of what they can do when they speak is they could recognize members to ask them questions. So Senator Schumer could stand up, and as long as he stays standing and he's wearing his catheter or his Depends, he could say, I'll answer questions from my honorable friend from Georgia, Senator Ossoff, who can then begin to speak and ask a terribly long-winded question. And then goes back to Schumer. And Schumer's just got to stand. He doesn't have to keep speaking. He's just got to be able to stand. And once Schumer gets tired and sits down, well, then it's Senator Durbin's time to stand up. And once he's done, it's Senator Warren's time. And on it goes. And it could take weeks. And then once every Democrat has spoken, then you can call the question. And you don't need 60 votes anymore. You will go into the vote. But until then, you gotta get 60 votes to cut off debate in the Senate. So what's happening when they say it's the measure is passing 55 to 45? What's happening is that they've got 55 votes to cut off the debate in the Senate. They need 60 votes to cut off the debate in the Senate. Until they get to 60 votes to cut off debate in the Senate, the debate continues. Now, there's a problem for the Democrats in this. In addition to the rhetoric, so if you were here the first hour, part of the problem for the Democrats in the shutdown debate is they're saying Donald Trump is Hitler, and if you'll just fund health care and NPR, we'll let you still be Hitler. Which may play well with the moderates who don't really care, recognize it as a partisan talking point, but for progressives really believe you got to stop and you got to fight. You got to stand and you got to fight. You got to do something. This, after all, is Hitler. And if this is Hitler, well, the old rules don't apply. The rules of decorum, the rules of governing, they don't apply anymore because you got to stop Hitler. I played you this clip yesterday. It's worth playing again. This is Mehdi Hasan. Now, giving him the benefit of the doubt here, which I would rarely do for someone like this, you got to keep in mind that he is British, born and raised in Great Britain. He became a naturalized American citizen in 2020. He is fairly ignorant about the American system of law. And I want to play you this because it's relevant, because a lot of the progressives are saying stuff like this.
What tools does the minority party have to use to push back?
It's a great question. And when I was mocking Schumer and Jeffries yesterday, Matt Iglesias was like, what else do you want them to do other than win the midterms? Well, there's a few things you could say here. Obviously, they don't control the Senate or the House. Obviously, we know that. But we do know that when Republicans don't control the Senate and the House, they do find multiple ways to jam up the system. There is ways for minority party to be much more aggressive. For a start, stop voting for things. Like, stop voting for everything. Stop this bipartisanship. This has to end. You've got even my friends over at the Pod Save universe saying, stop all this. Like, you don't vote to fund a government that is rounding up American citizens, right? That is putting troops on the streets. This idea that, oh, if they just fiddle with the bill here and there, we can do a deal and fund the government. Stop voting for things. Be obstructionist, be negative, be cynical. That's for a start, just in terms of what you can do. Hold your own investigations. Fan out on the media with actual communications people. I said this in a previous chat you and I had. Have some kind of shadow cabinet that's ready to go and respond on various issues at all times. Elevate the good people in your party to speak. Jeffries and Schumer, it's not just about tactics. It's about a worldview. I don't deny that Democrats lack weapons and lack power on Capitol Hill. What bothers me is the mindset, because what happens when they do get power back? They're not going to do anything with it because they're still obsessed with this fake golden age of bipartisanship that never existed.
You have to have a shadow cabinet. They can't do a shadow cabinet because you have to have somebody be the shadow president, and they're all fighting over being shadow president. There's no leader of the Democratic Party. That's the problem with the party in opposition, is there's not a leader for the party in opposition, so you can't have a shadow Homeland Security Secretary because whoever that person would be wants to be the shadow president. They're all fighting over that. You can't hold investigations because in the minority you don't have subpoena power, so you can't really hold an investigation. What you can do is obstruct, and they can obstruct everything. But at some point, if they obstruct too much, the voters get mad at them. And this is the problem for the Democrats right now. Voters in the United States. Now, listen, I'm going to make a nuanced, grown-up point here. Put on your big boy pants and understand this point. Because it's real, it's true, it's in the data, even if you don't like me saying it. Donald Trump is not popular in the country. He's got 40 to 45% approval rating. His disapproval has been well over 50% for quite some time. However, Donald Trump is more popular than the Democrats. It is possible for someone to be not popular, but more popular than the other side, and that's the Democrats' problem. Is Donald Trump right now has a popularity approval rating of between 40 and 45%, and the Democrats' approval rating is between 15 and 20%. To the extent that voters don't like Donald Trump right now, it's because they think he's gone too far with his agenda, but the voters would rather Donald Trump go too far with his agenda than for the Democrats to abandon that agenda. So most Americans don't like the overbroad deportations that Trump has done. Take the Abrego Garcia situation, who was deported to El Salvador, the supposed Maryland man who's actually an illegal immigrant gangbanger from El Salvador. A lot of voters didn't like the way Trump handled that. But they would rather that than opening the borders up again. That's the problem for the Democrats. Where do they go with illegal immigration? If they go in Donald Trump's direction, that they're incapable of doing that. So what do? Well, for the Democrats, they've boxed themselves in. They're campaigning against Hitler, but they're going to fund Hitler's regime to deport people. The Democrats don't have a leader right now, and that's the larger problem. The Democrats don't have anyone who's leading the party. The Democratic base doesn't like Chuck Schumer. They don't particularly like Hakeem Jeffries. They don't like that they're willing to do any negotiation. But the contrast is with the voters. Most voters did not want a government shutdown. The Democrats tried to push out a lot of partisan polling saying, oh, the Republicans are going to get blamed, but actually that's not true. The data holds up that people recognize the Republicans keep voting to fund the government. It's the Democrats voting no and blocking the legislation from getting out of the Senate. So the Democrats, who are already at 20% popularity, are continuing to vote to not fund the government, which is deeply unpopular even with most Democrats outside the progressive base. It just makes them even more unpopular. And if it causes a recession, the Republicans can blame the Democrats. Now, here's the thing you Democrats don't want to believe. I can't play you the audio because on radio, like on broadcast television, you're responsible. You can't have bad words go over the air. And Donald Trump produced a meme video with Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero and Chuck Schumer speaking, and it was a profanity-laced tirade from Chuck Schumer about how the Democrats want to fund health care for illegal aliens. And the media was in high dudgeon about, oh, this is an AI video. This is outrageous, racist. Look at what they did to Hakeem Jeffries. This is racism, racism. Listen to it. Listen to it. And you got Chuck Schumer saying this is all BS. We want to fund illegal alien health care, and Donald Trump won't let us. And they played it on CNN, complete with the profanity, because that's cable, not broadcast. You Democrats aren't going to win the meme war against Donald Trump. Who's going to get more attention, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer in a microphone or Donald Trump? Donald Trump sucks the oxygen out of the room. And Donald Trump can go to the microphone and say, look, they want to fund health care for illegal aliens. I don't. They said we couldn't close the border without an act of Congress. I did it. They said we can't fund health care without funding illegal aliens. I refuse. Who's going to win that fight with the American public? I can tell you who, because he won the popular vote in November when Democrats didn't think he could. Good luck, Democrats, in this fight. Good luck. You've put yourself in this position by trying to placate a rabidly progressive base that doesn't think you should negotiate with a man they've convinced themselves is Hitler, and yet you're going to compromise eventually. You Democrats will eventually fund the deportations of the man you believe is the second coming of Hitler. You may not believe me, but it's going to happen within the next week or two.
Those who love him, listen to find out what he's going to say next. Those who disagree with him, also listen to see what he's going to say next. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
120 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Still got this stalled big rig in the left center lane, 75 southbound in Marietta before Windy Hill Road, exit 260. Big rig tow truck on scene. Hopefully we'll get that cleared up. If you're traveling 285 south into DeKalb County, you're on the brakes from Memorial Drive, and it's all due to that left lane rolling construction that's now just south of Glenwood Road. Traffic brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Your favorite songs shouldn't have to wait for Wi-Fi. Switch to Straight Talk and get real unlimited data on Verizon's 5G network. Straight Talk, available at straighttalk.com or Walmart. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances every weekday to win $1,000.
$1,000 on WSB.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is at 2 p.m.
That is awesome.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Hey y'all, it's Belinda Skelton for Four Seasons Home Care. As many of you know, I lost both my parents recently, but I'm so thankful they were able to finish their lives at home where they wanted to be. And Four Seasons Home Care was so helpful to my family throughout the process. I get emails from listeners all the time and why I trusted Four Seasons Home Care. They tell me I don't want just anyone to care for my parents. Well, of course you don't. So here's why I work with Four Seasons Home Care. This is a real family-owned company. They vet and hire every single one of their caregiving specialists, and they don't farm out the care to contractors, and they're not some national corporation. So here's my advice, folks. Call Four Seasons Home Care and just start the conversation. Do your homework. This is a huge decision. It's a 100% free call that can change everything. Google Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta. That's Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta.
This is Wes Moss from Money Matters. You know, retirement is a lot like football. The best teams don't just show up on game day. They've got great coaches and a smart game plan. Without one, things go off the rails quickly. At Capital Investment Advisors, we would act as your retirement coach, building both the big picture strategy and the detailed plays that aim to help you score the retirement you want. Don't go into retirement with a bad playbook. Visit us at yourwealth.com. That's YOUR wealth.com.
You've seen them holiday decorations already up in the stores, trees, wreaths, even the big inflatables. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash keeps my home's exterior looking great, and now my clean home will shine when they put up my holiday lights. They make it simple. Custom design, they provide the lights, install everything, and when the season's over, they pack and store it for me. First-time customers book by October 15th. Mention my name, Chris Chandler, and you'll get $100 off installation. Let Wise Guys Lights brighten your holidays this year.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. I recently had two sets of customers who had vastly different stories. One had purchased elsewhere 3 years ago and spent $5,000, and the other had purchased from OMF 12 years ago and spent $1,000. The difference? Our customer's mattress lasted 4 times longer and cost them 5 times less. Don't waste money on overpriced, overhyped mattresses. Visit the Original Mattress Factory for unbeatable quality and value. Sleep better, longer, for less.
It's happening, guys. Your hair's thinning, the crown's disappearing. Hair loss might have you feeling you've lost your identity. It's Mark Arum here. Thankfully, there's Advanced Hair Simple One-Day Treatment. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's your own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. I've seen Advanced Hair's incredible results with my own eyes. Get your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the costs of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by big wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than big wireless, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Want to be on the show? Come on, be on the show. Call Eric now at 877-973-7425.
Hello, it is Eric Erickson here across the United States. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, happy to have you. Let's get to the phones here. Scott, you're going to be up next. Welcome to the show, Scott.
Hey, thank you. Eric, I'd like to know what the logic is for paying government workers once the shutdown is over. In the private sector, that doesn't happen by and large, and the other thing is that government workers tend to get at least an inkling of, hey, we better prepare for something because it doesn't look good. There's a storm ahead. Whether we get the rain or not, we should still have our umbrellas in place.
So, okay, the reason that they get the pay is because whether we like it or not, they've done the work. The essential employees have done the work. Now, the furloughed employees, there's actually a debate in Congress as to whether or not if you're essentially, you get to go sit on the sidelines, why do you get to get pay? And the logic was it would be real hard to keep workers in the federal government if you knew, given the greater propensity of shutdowns in this era, that you weren't. So you might not get paid. So they want to pay them back pay, even though they've been on furlough and not working, because they want to keep people inside the public sector. And the reality is that most people who work in the public sector get paid less than people who work a comparable job in the private sector, though they do get longer-term better benefits, healthcare insurance and things like that. So those are the trade-offs. As far as the essential workers, though, it's kind of a no-brainer that they should be getting paid. They're forced to work. The soldiers, sailors, the airmen, the Marines, the TSA, the FAA, they all work. And they can quit their job if they want to quit their job because they're not getting a paycheck, but they still got to put in the time. They still got to put in the work. And so, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to pay them. We can argue over the furloughed workers and stuff, but the reality is Congress isn't going to not pay them. We can say it's unfair because if you get furloughed in the private sector, you don't get paid that time. You can say it, but the reality is you're going to get paid in the public sector because Congress is not going to abandon the public sector workers. Now, let me tell you about the secret war on cash that is happening around the country. I continue to see, for example, more and more signs noting that you're going to pay a higher fee if you use a credit card because you're going to have to absorb the 3.5% or whatever it is fee that would otherwise be paid for by the business. At the same time, you've got a lot of businesses that no longer want you to pay in cash, and the government itself is disincentivizing cash and crypto as well. It's a secret war on cash that Swiss America has been sounding the alarm on, and they want to help you protect your hard-earned assets now. Get their report completely free, The Secret War on Cash. You get your free copy by calling or texting 800-289-2646. Again, the all-out war on cash includes digital forms of currency and it's spreading, so get the Secret War on Cash report for free. You just mention Eric when you call or text 800-289-2646. That's 800-289-2646. 800-289-2646. Text my name, Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 800-289-2646. You can also go to SwissAmerica.com/Eric. That's SwissAmerica.com/ERICK. Message and data rates may apply. Let Swiss America help you.
When you need to know.
This story is developing in Atlanta.
When you want to know.
Severe weather is on its way.
When you have to know.
We'll alert you as soon as this closure clears.
Get notifications
From your source for news.
Get the WSB radio app.
Download it from your app store today. Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 1:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by Ben Hill Renovation. The government is now in a shutdown and the Senate voting again today to try and get things back up and running, but no luck. Jay O'Brien reporting on a timeline now for the shutdown.
Procedurally, it doesn't look like John Thune, the top Republican in the Senate, unless he does a kind of a last-minute procedural maneuver, can bring this vote up again today. And so the Senate is out tomorrow for the Yom Kippur Jewish holiday. They are back on Friday, and so the earliest you could see, as of right now, another vote to end this government shutdown will be Friday.
Now, the last shutdown lasted 34 days. Your weather. Sunny this afternoon and a high of 83, and then it's going to turn cooler as we head towards the weekend, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Former state trooper A.J. Scott sentenced today to 20 years with 10 to serve for the 2015 crash that killed 2 teenage girls in Carroll County. That's more than a plea deal that the state previously offered, which Scott rejected. A woman is facing charges for setting a church on fire in Cobb County. Aries Jordan charged with arson and terroristic threats. Police say that Jordan intentionally set that fire that burned Prayer City Eagles Chapel International Ministries in Austell. She's also accused of sending threatening text messages to the pastor. Now the church suffered about $4 million in damage. Brian Snitker will not return as Braves manager. He will move to an advisory role for the 2026 season. Another reason to spend quality time with your family or friends. A new study finds people who spend extra time with friends and family seem to age better than those who don't. Researchers say those with strong social ties tend to have lower levels of inflammation, even slower aging clocks for their biological DNA. And now let's talk about jobs. According to the payroll company ADP, 32,000 jobs from private sector businesses were lost in September due to the government shutdown. The last monthly jobs report is not expected from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The most recent outlook showed that the U.S. hiring rate fell to 3.2% in August. Besides the start of the COVID pandemic, that's the lowest rate we've seen since 2013. It's 132.
By executive order from Rufus, the Findlay Roofing chief barking officer, they're rolling over. Rolling out a $1,000 discount on your Findlay roof replacement. Hey, it's Dave Baker for the only roofer I answer the door for, Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Stop repairing the leaks and dragging your feet. Now is the best time to replace that old, leaky, haunted roof and save 1,000 bones. Findlay has replaced over 65,000 roofs locally. That's no trick. It's just high-quality work, upfront pricing, and exceptional service. Findlay goes the distance. They're the extra effort experts, making sure you have a remarkable roof replacement experience. Findlay also has 0% financing available, and for a limited time, you can save $1,000 on your roof replacement. Hurry, you need to shake on this deal by Halloween. Schedule your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
Attention men, does ED and PE have you down? Well, great news. Choice Men's Health has the latest breakthrough treatments that can get you up and running. Meet the specialist who is dedicated to helping you perform better than ever in the bedroom.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Our custom treatment plans have a 98% success rate at improving ED and PE on your very first visit, even if Viagra and Cialis have failed. Regardless of your age and medical history, we are here and dedicated to help you regain your love life.
Don't wait. Call Choice Men's Health now. We are so confident we can help. For a limited time, we're offering to cover your first treatment for free. Call 404-400-1170. Call now to claim your free treatment. 404-400-1170. Results guaranteed on your first visit or it's free. 404-400-1170. Choice Men's Health, the only choice for your health.
Monica Pearson for Superior Plumbing. Do you have a plumbing issue but have a busy weekday schedule? Superior Plumbing can schedule an appointment that fits your schedule. They show up on time and get the job done right the first time. Locally owned and operated for over 40 years.
Fall is a busy time and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
All right, live team coverage of traffic and weather, Alex Williams.
Better news, some good news. 75 south of Marietta, stalled Big Rig cleared in Marietta at Windy Hill Road, exit 260. But now it looks like a bus is stalled out in the center lane, so still got those center lanes blocked as you make your way south of Delk Road. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Becoming mostly sunny through this afternoon, high 83, lows tonight in the mid-50s.
All right, this report is brought to you by Findlay Roofing. More news at 2 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens, 95.5 WSB.
Hello, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I would be delighted to have you with me. I want to take one more phone call here before I move on to other stuff. Joey, you're going to be up next. Welcome to the show, sir.
Hey, how you doing today, buddy?
Great. What's going on?
All right, so 3 things. 1, your call screener is super nice. 2, I want to give my mom a shout out for not raising the Democrat. 3, what happens if a government employee who's not being paid just doesn't show up? So, like, say they don't have any money for gas or whatever. What happens if they don't show up? Do they get punished?
Yeah, they can get punished. They can actually lose their job. If they're an essential employee and they don't show up, and if they're in the military, it's even worse than that. It's in a miserable situation for the essential employees. Let's just take the air traffic controllers. They've got to be on the job, and people's lives are at risk. So they've got to be there, but they can't get paid because there's no money in the budget to pay them, even though they are technically essential and there's a fee and tickets that should go to them. Now, I will tell you that there actually has been an effort in Congress in the past for essential employees that are fee-based, and that's a very, very precision term here, fee-based. So, for example, when you fly, there's a surcharge on your ticket, and that ticket goes to cover the FAA flight, the flight controllers and the TSA agents. And those people should automatically get paid. But the rule in the government is not that at all. The rule in the government is because there's no one there to process it. There's no one there to transmit the money to the Treasury. There's no one there to tell the Treasury how much is assigned per department. When the government shuts down in a situation like this, they simply got to show up and they don't get paid. And again, it's real important here. I can't emphasize this enough. If you got some spare cash laying around and you want to make a donation to a food pantry or food bank, it's worth considering making a donation, because you're going to have some federal employees. Most often it's younger enlisted members in the military who don't make a lot of money to begin with. They're forced to go to work and they're not getting paid. You could be helping those families in a very real and meaningful way if you can contribute. And I gotta say as well that it would be worth considering making those donations as well, just because the reality is there are so many people out there that just, they're having a real hard time. And the federal employees on top of it. Just anything you could do to help would certainly help them. I want to jump over to the White House. J.D. Vance is speaking, and let's listen in to him for just a little bit as he's talking about this shutdown.
The government first. Now, Caroline, I don't know how you do this, how you actually choose people, because I don't know 90% of the names in here. Is it just who's the best dressed? Okay, I really like your shirt. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You are president of the Senate. Can you talk about what you're doing, what the administration is doing to try to get other Senate Democrats to vote to open the government?
Yeah, we're talking to a number of our colleagues, Democratic and Republican in the Senate. I talked to a number of them last night. The president, of course, is talking to them as well. I think there really are two categories of demands that I've seen privately from congressional Democrats. I think on the one hand, those who are negotiating in good faith are saying, look, we just want to make sure that we're able to have a conversation with the administration about some of the critical needs that we see that need to get fixed over the next few months. We recognize it's kind of absurd, and a lot of them will admit in private that it's kind of absurd to shut down the people's government over these disagreements, but just agree to negotiate with us in good faith on these issues, and of course we're having that conversation with them. Then there's another category, people who say, give us everything we want or we're going to keep the government shut down. We just write those people off because they're not negotiating in good faith, and frankly we don't need them. We've already got 3 more Democrats last night than I thought we would get, and I think it's because they recognize the illogic of the position of taking the entire American economy hostage because they don't get their policy priorities. So 3 moderate Democrats joined 52 Republicans last night. We need 5 more in order to reopen the government, and that's really where we're going to focus, is how to get those 5 additional Democrats.
Thanks, Mr. Vice President. First, 2 questions. Are there plans to meet Democratic leaders again in the coming days, or are you planning on plucking off senators one by one?
So that's the whole question?
No, I got a second question.
Okay, go ahead and ask the second question.
So the president's been posting some images of Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer recently. You've said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with these leaders, but what message does that send? Is it helpful to just post pictures of Leader Jeffries in a sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him?
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith while also poking a little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions, and even poking some fun at the absurdity of the Democrats themselves. Hakeem Jeffries right now. I make this solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I've talked to the President of the United States about that. Now, to your first question, are we negotiating one-on-one? Are we negotiating in groups? Look, I will go to the U.S. Capitol right now and meet with Chuck Schumer or any Senate Democrat if it helps us reopen the government. Most of the conversations, in my experience at least, have been one-off. We're also, of course, relying on some of our Senate Republican colleagues who have good relationships across the aisle. We're going to do whatever we have to do is the answer, and I think it's tough to predict what shape this negotiation is going to take over the next few months, but I feel good about the fact that Democrats already realize privately the fundamental irrationality of their position. I hope that they're going to publicly acknowledge it and reopen the government. The guy in the back, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You responded to a post on X of Chuck Schumer on the House floor back in 1996, railing against illegal immigrants receiving taxpayer-funded benefits. You said Chuck Schumer once recognized that it was disastrous to give illegal aliens rewards for breaking the law. Now he wants to shut down the government unless we reward illegal aliens for breaking the law. Why has Chuck Schumer changed his stance?
You know, that's a good question. Actually, it's a very tough question. Asking me to get in the head of Chuck Schumer is not a place I particularly want to be, but my basic read on it is that the entire Democratic Party, the political leadership, not every Democrat nationwide, but the political leadership of their party has got it into their heads that the only way to be compassionate is to be compassionate to illegal aliens rather than American citizens. If you go back to what Bill Clinton was saying, even Barack Obama in some cases, what he was saying about illegal immigration 10, 15, 20 years ago, you would put them on the MAGA right based purely on their rhetoric around illegal immigration. So I don't know why they've gone so far to the left. I think it's bad for the country. I think it's bad for them politically. But our principle, all I can do is speak for the president that I serve and the country, the administration that I serve right now. We believe that the American people's government exists for the American people. That means the people who have the legal right to be here, and that's why we're fighting to reopen the government. And unfortunately, the Democrats are fighting to shut it down for the benefit of illegal aliens. And I'll take a couple more, and then I'll let Caroline. I'll go back to my day job so Caroline can go back to hers. All right. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just going back to the sombrero, you said that the president is joking, but Hakeem Jeffries says that these memes were racist. What's your response to that? And just if I may briefly go off topic, Secretary Hegseth yesterday made an edict about no more beardos in the military. Just wondered what.
Sorry, what did he say?
No more beardos. Beards. Oh, sorry, that's my accent. Just wondered your response to that.
I didn't see that particular comment. I thought Pete gave a hell of a speech, and a speech that really is just oriented around returning the American military to the very high standards that it has had for virtually its entire history until Joe Biden came along and decided to lower standards. I think it was bad for our military, and it was bad for our troops. When I was a young United States Marine, I did not have a beard. I am now the vice president, so I get to do what I want to do. But I think Pete's trying to re-implement high standards, and that's a very good thing. On the sombrero thing, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries said it was racist, and I know that he said that, and I honestly don't even know what that means. Like, is he a Mexican American that is offended by having a sombrero meme? I mean, I saw one of the major TV stations put the meme up and then say, this is AI generated. And he had like the curly animated mustache too. It's like, do you really not realize the American people recognize that he did not actually come to the White House wearing a sombrero and a black curly animation mustache? Like, give the country a little bit of credit. We're all trying to do a very important job for the American people. The President of the United States likes to have a little bit of fun when he's doing it, and I think that's okay. I'll take one more.
Yes, that's the thing that blew my mind was this is AI generated. Have y'all heard about the actress? Surely you've heard about the actress. I was watching the news last night, and it was the broadcast news. I want to say it was ABC. I was sitting at a restaurant bar eating dinner last night with Philip, and they had on the local news, and it went to the nightly news, the national news, and I think it was ABC, and they did a story on the AI actress that some company has turned up, and she looks like photorealistic. And Hollywood is all upset. Oh, my gosh. I mean, it's like the George Lucas strategy come to life. George Lucas very famously believed that if he could, that's why he liked CGI so much, because he hated dealing with actors. And if he could just stage them the way he wanted, he would have been very happy, put words in their mouth and stage them. Now, Lucas, of course, was a terrible writer, but nonetheless, that's what he wanted. And the reality is that they have this AI actress. Hollywood is all upset about it. The odds of this AI actress actually being in a movie probably actually slim to none, except for like adult movies or some nonsense. And but they're all upset about it. And then I was on CNN this morning, and I have on the split screen. CNN was talking about it. Fox News talked about it. CNBC talked about it. I never put up MSNBC. I don't care what they talk about. But they're all, it's this AI actress. Okay. She doesn't have a part in any movie, so not really an AI actress. It's not an actress either. It's a computer animation. And that gets me then to the Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer thing, where it's Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Jeffries has the little curly, evil mustache and the sombrero on. And they're like, it's racism. It's racism. How, honestly, how is it racist? The point being, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer want to fund health care for illegal aliens. It's what the Democrats do. They believe anyone who opposes them is racist, so they see this like, it's racism, it's racism. Of course that's what they were saying. Like J.D. says, I don't even know what they mean by this. Is he a Mexican? Well, what's going on here? How is it racist? But that's what they do. They scream about racism. And they don't want to actually confront the fact that, one, it was funny. As I said in my show notes yesterday, I really don't like that I can't play for you guys the audio of something put up by the President of the United States because of the massive amount of profanity in it. I actually don't like that the President does these things. If he wasn't the President, it would be different, but he's the President. And what example are we setting with our kids with that leadership when he puts stuff up with that language? And I get it, and I know I'm in the minority now, and many of you who used to care about this stuff, you don't care about it anymore. I've stayed where I am. You've evolved. That's fine. At the same time, I can still look at it and think, that's very funny. But the Democrats have no humor. I've still got some angry woman coming after me because last Monday, people, last Monday, I said on this program, I got a text from my son in school. The boys were already calling each other Tylenol Americans when they would do something dumb. One of the kids in class made a dumb mistake on a pop quiz where the answer to the bonus question was literally written on the chalkboard. He was the only kid in class to get it wrong because, again, the answer to the bonus question was written on the board, and he got it wrong. And the teacher picked on him in class, and he says, I'm sorry, I took Tylenol this morning. And everybody fell out laughing, including the teacher who gave him a point for cleverness. I've still, a week and a half later, have an angry white progressive woman, an awful, affluent white female urban liberal coming after me on social media. You still haven't answered why that's funny. You still haven't told me what the joke is on Tylenol Americans and making fun of people with autism. How dare you? A week and a half later, this woman will not let it go. She finds no humor in it. Apparently, you can't find something funny unless this scold on social media also finds it funny. I personally wish the president would not send out these profanity-laced memes. He is the president. He should set an example for our children. Donald Trump's not going to do that. I recognize it, and I know most of you no longer care, although if it was Bill Clinton, you'd be calling for impeachment. But I still recognize it was a funny meme, and all the Democrats have is, that's not funny, that's racist. Why? Because it picked on someone other than a white Christian male. That's the whole reason they don't find it funny.
When the truth seems hazy, Eric will clear the way. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
150 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center, our stalled truck, our stalled bus, all of it now off to the right in Marietta. All lanes open, 75 southbound, Windy Hill Road, exit 260. Some lingering delays back toward Highway 5. Rolling construction continues into Cobb County. It's in the left lane, 285 southbound, the inner loop. Right now, they're right at I-20, exit 46. Traffic brought to you by Stone Mountain Park. It's Stone Mountain Park's biggest pumpkin festival ever, with an all-new glowing pumpkin parade now through November 2nd. So much to do, so close to home. Buy tickets or book your stay at stonemountainpark.com. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
When news breaks,
lawmakers try to reach a funding agreement amid this continuing government shutdown.
we've got it covered.
The White House has also threatened mass firings at some federal agencies.
Tune in often for the latest.
Worry about my mortgage or rent being paid, getting food, putting gas in my vehicle, buying medication.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
Hey, if you're bringing some friends over to tailgate this fall or cook out or having the family for Thanksgiving later, do what I've just done and call Wise Guys Pro Wash. They've gotten my house and driveway, my patio spotless, even the wooden gates out back. They even cleaned the roof, and I didn't even have to be there. The crew used the top equipment in the industry in their soft wash and kept my home safe and damage-free. You call them. First-time customers mention my name, Chris Chandler, and book now to get $70 off your first wash at wiseguysprowash.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Attention antique lovers, this weekend it's the Lakewood 400 Antique Market, located north of Atlanta on Georgia Highway 9, 2 miles south of Cumming. Visit their website at lakewoodantiques.com for more information. This weekend, don't miss the Lakewood 400 Antique Market.
2 homes, same block, one sold for more because they used Orchard. Move first, skip the showings, and sell smart with top dollar results. Get started with a free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Let me teach you some physics. In a great big wind, the bigger and flatter the object, the more force the wind creates. Surface area times the square of the hypotenuse times wind speed divided by E equals MC squared, or some kind of math. Doesn't matter. But when storm season hits, your garage door is just standing there waiting for wind and physics to break it or dent it or send the whole thing flying down the street. And that, my friends, is science. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Modern wind-rated doors are built to withstand the forces of nature. Composite materials are stronger than the cheap old aluminum door that came with your house. And the tracks and rollers won't bend under the stress. It keeps your car safe and your insurance premiums low. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're ready. And stay in school, kids.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
On the go, take Eric's podcast with you. Available wherever you stream your favorite podcast. Search Eric Erickson.
Hello there. It is Eric Erickson here. NYU has canceled a Federalist Society event that was going to be held on October 7th. Very, very notable here. Very notable. New York University Law School has canceled this Federalist Society event on October 7th because administrators feared protesters would disrupt it. It was going to be a conversation with Ilya Shapiro, who's a noted legal scholar who has written a book, Lawless, The Miseducation of American Elites. Shapiro is Jewish. He's been the target of campus protests. What I find very notable is this: for security reasons, and because we anticipate an increased likelihood of demonstrations and protests connected to the anniversary of the October 7, 2023 incidents in Gaza, would it be possible to host Mr. Shapiro on another date? You heard that right. The anniversary of the October 7th incidents in Gaza. There were no incidents in Gaza on October 7th, 2023. The incidents were in Israel when people from Gaza went into Israel and murdered over 1,200 Jews. The latent, woven into the subtext of the email, anti-Semitism. We can't have a Jew on campus on October 7th giving a speech because of what might happen. And they can't even be honest about what happened on October 7th, 2023. They have to say it was the incident in Gaza. New York University Law School not wanting to have a Jew speak on campus on October 7th, 2025, because of what happened in Israel on October 7th, 2023, because the law school fears anti-Semitic protesters and doesn't want to put in the effort to try to shut down those protesters. Jews are being censored on October 7th because of anti-Semitic protesters. The Trump administration should crack down on New York University. The Trump administration should take this on as a civil rights issue, that they're censoring a Jewish speaker on the anniversary of October 7th, when, by the way, he wasn't even going to talk about October 7th. It's just having a Jew speak on campus on that date could be triggering to anti-Semites. This is something people need to take seriously. Now, I got to tell you before I get out of here about Vision Computer. Vision Computer would love to have you buy a computer from them. You can go to visioncomputer.com today, visioncomputers.com, and you can order a computer from them. You can get their managed IT services. Call them at 404-COMPUTE. Tell them Eric sent you. You'll be able to save some money. 404-COMPUTE or visioncomputers.com. Vision Computers can take care of you. They can help you with your new computer. They can bring you into Windows 11 compliance because Windows 10 is not going to be serviced anymore. They can do all sorts of fantastic stuff to help you at visioncomputer.com or 404-COMPUTE. Tell them Eric sent you. Now, when we come back, we've got to dive in to the Chinese surveillance in the country.
More local news.
Wild scene at a Covington Walmart after an employee.
More traffic.
85 south out of Brookhaven, crowded beginning past Claremont.
More weather.
The Sunnyside community may have been impacted by this tornado.
Atlanta's morning news.
Tomorrow morning
This
at
is a
5.
complicated, controversial subject.
Wake up with 95.5 WSB.
How Atlanta starts its day.
Fall is a busy time, and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. With Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer, you can receive the strongest cash offer in the industry and move when you're ready. Mark Spain Real Estate has more than 13,000 five-star reviews, so you can trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home quickly and for maximum profit. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
With thousands of five-star reviews, it's no wonder CertaPro Painters is Greater Atlanta's most preferred painting company. Hear from one of their happy customers.
We wanted to add some color to our walls, so we hired CertaPro. We had built-in shelves that were supposed to be ready to paint when they got there, which they were not. CertaPro spent hours caulking and sanding to make sure the job was done right. It's rare to find a crew with integrity who really take pride in their work.
When choosing a painting professional, choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated
good.
News, weather,
Traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 2 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story. More than a decade after a crash killed 2 teenage girls, a former West Georgia mayor and state trooper gets his sentence.
A.J. Scott expressed little emotion as Judge Erica Tissinger sentenced the now former Buchanan mayor on the 2 most serious counts.
Count 1, 10 years to serve 5. Count 2, 10 serve 5 consecutive to count 1. That is a total of 20 years to serve 10 years.
Scott was found guilty on a total of 5 counts involved in the 2015 crash that killed Kylie Lindsay and Isabella Chinchilla. He was driving his patrol car at speeds of 90 miles an hour, but did not have lights or sirens operating at the time of the crash. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
82 degrees in Atlanta. How cool does it get tomorrow morning? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. A new honor today for former President Jimmy Carter.
Inside the packed auditorium at the Carter Center, Postal Service officials and family members gathered to unveil the new Forever Stamp, which honors America's 39th president on what would have been his 101st birthday. His grandson Jason Carter says
it's his first birthday since he passed, and it's a wonderful way to celebrate. I mean, we're very excited. We all love the stamp. It's good to have such a good group of people together to celebrate him.
Postal Service officials say through his conduct and accomplishments, Carter personified the best of America. At the Carter Center, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
No progress today in ending the government shutdown. Texas Senator Ted Cruz expects it to drag on.
I think in all likelihood this shutdown will run weeks. We're one day into it. Schumer and the Democrats have no end game.
Democrats calling for a deal on health care provisions, which they say cannot wait, while top Republicans say they won't negotiate until the government reopens. CBS's Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is holding firm, insisting that Democrats remain united and are on the same page, particularly around this issue of health care. So he believes that his party won't break further Republicans' way.
The end of an era for the Braves.
A friend of mine and colleague told me one time, it's just like once a Brave, always a Brave. And man, that's true.
Brian Snitker announces today he won't return as manager next season. He will stay on as an advisor with the team. It is now 2:02. This news sponsored by Brett Beckers. Up next, live team coverage of traffic and weather.
Scott Slade here to talk to you about your health. And I think it's real important to talk about what is most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. And that's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put this off. I've done it. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-7226. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
Now, it's your time to make more money and be your own boss. Come to the Franchise Show this Saturday and Sunday at the Gas South Convention Center to meet with the best money-making franchises. Learn how you can open a successful business. This life-changing event is your only chance to see all the hottest money-making opportunities in one place. Find the perfect business for you at the Franchise Show, presented by the Entrepreneur's Source, this weekend at the Gas South Convention Center. Get tickets at atlantafranchiseshow.com.
It's happening, guys. Your hair's thinning, the crown's disappearing, hair loss might have you feeling you've lost your identity. It's Mark Aram here. Thankfully, there's Advanced Hair Simple One-Day Treatment. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's your own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. I've seen Advanced Hair's incredible results with my own eyes. Get your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
What you walk on in your home should be wonderful.
Hi, I'm Michael, proud founder of Authentic Hardwood Flooring. Are your worn-out floors on Santa's naughty list? If you're hosting this holiday, get beautiful new floors in time for the holiday get-togethers. Our promise is to make the flooring process painless for you. Our focus is to make your flooring perfect.
Authentic Hardwood Flooring offers high-quality craftsmanship with an exceptional customer experience. AuthenticHardwoodFlooring.com.
At 2:05. Alex Williams at the 24-hour traffic center.
Hey, good afternoon, Bill. Jammed up out of Roswell into Sandy Springs. Vehicle fire cleanup. Georgia 400 southbound at Northridge Road, exit 6. Now down to just one right lane block, but you're still seeing the delays from Holcomb Bridge Road. If you're traveling 285 southbound, the inner loop into Cab, looks like that rolling roadwork might have wrapped up between Glenwood Road and I-20. Delays starting to improve there. And some volume downtown, southbound, 7585 17th Street, down to North Avenue. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Becoming mostly sunny through this afternoon. High 83. Lows tonight in the mid-50s.
80 now in Cartersville, 81 in Conyers, also 81 in East Point. More news at 2:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
It's the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. This hour's keyword is green. Green.
What green is the color?
Go to the WSB radio app or WSBradio.com/cash for your chance to win. Again, that keyword is green.
Green can be big like an ocean.
Join me live at 3 for the Von Hessler Doctrine, and I'll have your next keyword and chance to win at 5 p.m.
When green is all there is to be.
Don't feel bad. I mean, with the clock the way it is, I know exactly when to start talking now. Welcome. It's Eric Erickson here. Back to normal. I know the times all of a sudden, but I suspect that's about to change. It's an inside joke. Don't worry about it, folks. We're going to move on. 877-973-7425. If you want to be on the program, you are more than welcome to be on the program. If you can make it past the call screener, who's a delightful, delightful person, which actually means the regular call screener must be out. Okay, I actually want to talk about China, but before I do, I forgot I had this video, and I got to play this for you. The unseriousness of all this. Randi Weingarten is the head of the American Federation of Teachers, big teachers union president. And remember, the teachers union is to represent the teachers, not the kids. So the kids get thrown out of school because of COVID, and the teachers don't want to come back until we have diversity, equity, and inclusion payments and stuff like that. And the teachers union represents the teachers. And the result is that we have degraded education. And in fact, it's not a coincidence that Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, southern states without strong teachers unions are now crushing the blue states when it comes to literacy and mathematics, things like that. This is Randi Weingarten, who is a progressive Democrat who went on Morning Joe on MSNBC the other day and did this.
There is a reason why in Norway, when the Nazis took over Norway, that's why I'm wearing this paperclip. I wear two things now. The American flag, nobody can take patriotism away from me, and a paperclip. What did the teachers in Norway do when there was the Nazi occupation? They started wearing paperclips.
When there was a Nazi occupation, the teachers in Norway started wearing paperclips as a subtle sign of opposition to the Nazi takeover of Norway. So the head of the American Federation of Teachers in the United States of America has taken to wearing a paperclip to symbolize the Nazi takeover of America. And she will be perfectly happy to fund the Nazis of the United States if illegal aliens get health care and PBS and NPR are funded. That's the wild juxtaposition that the Democrats have boxed themselves into, where the Democrats believe that Donald Trump's a Nazi and he should be allowed to run his Nazi regime so long as illegal aliens get health care and NPR and PBS are funded for rich white people. If the rich white people get their media and the illegal aliens get their health care, then Nazis can Nazi all they want. I did not see this coming. I mean, they boxed themselves straight into it. This is the rhetoric that they're using. We got to wear a paperclip. on our lapel to symbolize the Nazi takeover of America. And those Nazis, we're going to let them Nazi everything they want to do as long as we get PBS and NPR and illegal good health care. Y'all, how can you reopen the government at all? How can you reopen this government if you believe the Nazis are in charge? So much so you've taken to wearing a paperclip in solidarity with the Norwegian teachers of World War II. How can you support funding Donald Trump at all? How can you support any of this? They're going to. What's going to happen is the government is eventually going to reopen. There will be Democratic votes to reopen the government. It will be required to reopen the government. To overcome the filibuster, Democrats will have to cut off debate. Now, they can refuse to vote for the overall package, which is probably what they will do, but they're going to have to vote to end the filibuster first. They're going to have to vote to stop protecting Americans from this Nazi regime. And it's going to happen. And what will the progressive base do to the Democrats who they said were the only thing standing between them and the Nazis? What will it be? I venture to say the progressives are going to have a civil war within the Democratic Party, and they're going to be rejected overall because the American people are not as far left as the Democratic Party, and it shows up in the data. Now, I do want to talk about this report from Booz Allen. Now, you should understand this is a think tank. This is a company that does consulting work with the federal government. They're trying to be involved. I'm sure they're trying to get some money out of the federal government to be complicit, but they actually do have a very detailed report. I want to read you the executive summary from Booz Allen. And again, they are a consultancy firm that undoubtedly wants federal dollars to implement what they say is a problem, but they actually have a detailed report on the invasion that the Chinese have conducted on the United States and its allies. Did you even know we've been invaded by China? Did you know? Because we have. The Chinese have gotten so far into our telecom systems, we don't know how to get them out. We've given up as a government. The government of the United States has given up on trying to get the Chinese out of our telecommunication system. The Chinese can hear everything you're saying on your telephone today. Unless you're sending blue bubbles with an Apple iPhone, if you're sending text messages on an Android device or an Apple device, they can read your text messages. They can read your emails. This is from the report. The People's Republic of China, the PRC, conducts cyber operations that are strategic, persistent, and global. From breaching government agencies and pre-positioning in ports to deploying ransomware for political coercion and honing influence operations with AI, these operations are well documented, but their cumulative strategic impact remains poorly understood and insufficiently integrated into U.S. planning. These operations constrain U.S. options in future crises and geostrategic competition. Overcoming this challenge requires understanding the technical accelerants of PRC cyber power, the global systemic conditions it exploits, and the national actions needed to push back against these encroaching constraints. Again and again, PRC cyber operations have reportedly caught the United States and its allies and partners by surprise. The U.S. must break this cycle. National leaders must not assume any sectors are secure or underestimate the PRC's capacity to deliberately evolve its tradecraft in pursuit of strategic goals. Future policy must anticipate the PRC's growing scale, speed, and agility, not just replicate past breach playbooks. Reversing these trends will require urgent national action coordinated with international allies and partners to expose, contest, and dislodge PRC footholds before they harden into structural disadvantages for the United States. It's a real problem. What distinguishes the People's Republic of China's cyber offense today is more than the breadth of its targeting or the persistence of its access. It is Beijing's fusion of national strategy, technical innovation, and exploitation of global systemic circumstances into a disciplined architecture of geopolitical cyber power. AI is turbocharging the scale, tempo, and targeting of the cyber and information operations. Y'all, they're inside our telecom system right now, and more likely than not, they're inside the power grids around the country, the water support systems, the sewage control systems inside the country, and the natural gas systems. They've been able to hack their way in, along with the Iranians and the North Koreans. Tomorrow, the Chinese could type a few keystrokes on a keyboard and shut down our cell phone networks in the United States, and there's nothing we can do about it. Think about the operation in New York and notice how quiet it's gotten. Last week at the United Nations, the Secret Service found 100,000 SIM cards and operations within 30 miles of the United Nations building in New York in a 35-mile radius designed to overwhelm the cell phone networks in New York. The odds are that was Russian. Do you know how I know the odds are that it was Russian, other than having talked to some people who believe it was the Russians? And they would know, in their words, the Chinese wouldn't have to set up a hardware network. They could already hack into the system. But it appears the Chinese were using that cell network, and other hostile powers were using that cell network. We are vulnerable. Neither the Biden administration nor the Trump administration has any idea how to get them out of our systems. In fact, one of the things that the government under the Biden administration and now the Trump administration has been urging leaders to do in Congress and in state government is to use secure apps like WhatsApp or Apple iMessages or Signal, because they're so much more secure. That's right. The government is encouraging people. You know, it's so funny. They had that Signal chat where, remember, what's his name, who was the National Security Advisor? He's going to be the UN Secretary, Ambassador Mike Waltz. He added Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic by mistake and was pushed out of the Trump administration shortly thereafter. The administration was using the Signal app because the Biden administration recommended everybody use the Signal app. And then the Democrats turned it around and made it a scandal and said, why were they using these private secure apps? Why weren't they using government channels? They weren't, because the Biden administration told everybody not to. Of course, the media didn't want to report on that. There's been a massive takeover in the United States of our cyber and telecom infrastructure by the Chinese. I talked to a couple of members of the United States Senate on the Intelligence Committee. They are not able to speak very much because of the classified nature of their briefings. But they have said that it's not good and we have no solutions. This is from the report. Beijing's cyber strategy leverages 4 force multipliers: trusted relationships compromise, edge device exploitation, AI acceleration, and attribution contestation, maximizing operational reach, stealth, speed, and deniability. Trusted relationship abuse is giving the PRC strategic advantage by establishing persistent access that bypasses conventional cyber defenses and erodes U.S. response capabilities. What is trusted relationship abuse? It means they're already inside the system. So when your phone connects to my phone, the Chinese are already sitting there waiting, and both your phone and my phone think they're uncompromised because they can't detect the person who's already there listening in. Their shift from denying to contesting risk fragments responses by the allies. And their operations aim to constrain U.S. power by eroding agility and escalation control in East Asia, fracturing alliance coordination in Europe and the Five Eyes, and embedding economic and geopolitical leverage across the developing world. Five Eyes, that's us and our major intelligence partners. They're trying to compromise that intelligence by already being inside the system. When the Five Eyes, what is it, the United States, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, talk to each other, they're already inside the room listening. The Chinese have invaded us already. We're not prepared to deal with it. And it's something that this government needs to pay more and more attention to, and unfortunately they haven't yet.
Follow Eric on X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Search EW Erickson.
220 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Watching brake lights into the heart of the city on 85 southbound. You start to slow just south of Georgia 400, and it's going to stay sluggish. 75, 85 southbound 17th Street. You head down to I-20. Northbound, there's right lane construction. 75, 85 northbound at Highway 166 Langford Parkway. Traffic brought to you by Stone Mountain Park. It's Stone Mountain Park's biggest pumpkin festival ever, with an all-new glowing pumpkin parade now through November 2nd. So much to do, so close to home. Buy tickets or book your stay at stonemountainpark.com. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
It's the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. This hour's keyword is green. G-R-E-E-N.
What green is the color?
Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBradio.com/cash for your chance to win. Again, that keyword is green.
Green can be big like an ocean.
Join me live at 3 for the Von Hessler Doctrine, and I'll have your next keyword and chance to win at 5 p.m.
When green is all there is to be.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call 404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Belinda here with another satisfied patient with a great story to tell you about Atlanta Vision Institute. Lisa had the laser optics procedure. Why did you choose Atlanta Vision Institute?
Well, I'd been wearing contacts or glasses for the last 50 years and decided one day that I'd had enough. I have an active lifestyle and the glasses just were getting in the way.
Now, after the procedure with Dr. Ashraf at Atlanta Vision Institute, what were the results like?
It was amazing. I could see the highway signs from far away, and I was able to thread the needle on my sewing machine without any help.
Nobody can do that. That's amazing. Folks, if you feel like you're at your wit's end with your vision, why don't you go see Dr. Ashraf at Atlanta Vision Institute? Go to 2020atlanta.com and see if you're a candidate for the laser optics procedure. Go to 2020atlanta.com.
Hey contractors, builders, you guys are busy. Do you have time to hang out at the lumber hut waiting for someone in an apron to wander over and ask if they can help you? I didn't think so. You need Randall Brothers. Dave Baker here. Randall Brothers has the widest variety of quality building materials, plus they have the experts on site that understand what you want and will get you the supplies you need and on your way. And Randall Brothers provides excellent customer service, actually has for over 140 years. Big enough to stock it all, local enough to care. See them on the web at randallbrothers.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $400 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Imagine pulling up the driveway to your beautiful new garage door, energy-efficient windows, and stunning double front door. It feels like a new home, but you didn't have to move. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows, with lots of exciting ways to refresh your home. For every opening of your home, we've got you covered with countless quality options backed by unparalleled service and craftsmanship. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
Breaking news, this just in from Russell T. Vogt, the director of the Office of Management and Budget and acting director of the CFPB, Consumer Financial Protection Board. Nearly $8 billion in Green New Deal funding to fuel the left's climate agenda is being canceled due to the government shutdown. It is unfunded money. It will be canceled along with the jobs related thereto. He told you he was going to do this, Democrats, and you said he was bluffing. $8 billion and all the jobs related to those $8 billion just got permanently ended by the Trump administration, involving California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington. Wow. Funny how that works. All of them Democrat states with Democrat senators who chose not to reopen the government, and there is nothing that can be done by the Democrats to stop it, even if they find a la resistance judge to put a pause on it. It will come undone very quickly because it is an unfunded mandate. And the president, during unfunded mandate gaps like this, gets to say the programs are now unfunded and thereby canceled, along with all of the jobs related to them. Democrats, Russ Vogt told you exactly what he was going to do. And you said he wasn't going to do it. You said you would call his bluff. You said there was no way. He just did what you said he would not do. You called his bluff, and now he has put his cards on the table, and $8 billion in projects in Democratic states and the jobs related to them just ended thanks to the Democrats shutting down the government. Now, I got to tell you about Old Glory Bank. It is my bank, and they would love to have you bank with them. OldGloryBank.com/Eric is where you want to go. OldGloryBank.com/Eric, E-R-I-C-K. Old Glory Bank is a bank that was started by conservatives concerned about the debanking trends in the country. They would love to have you. Check them out. You can get a no-fee checking, no-fee savings account. That's what I've got, no fees. They got good interest rates. You can get premium accounts that have some fees, but they're waived for active duty military. You can find out more at oldglorybank.com/Eric. They're fantastic organization, a great bank. You can do mortgages. You can do car loans. You can do CDs with competitive rates. They're a fully functioning bank. In fact, they're the fastest growing bank in the country. oldglorybank.com/ERICK. oldglorybank.com/Eric. I have totally enjoyed using Old Glory Bank. You can get a custodial account for your kids. You can even deposit cash, though it's an online bank. They figured out how you can deposit cash at 88,000 retail locations around the country. Their app makes it very easy. oldglorybank.com/Eric, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions apply.
Everyone has an opinion.
I've had some great Mondays. I'm having a good Monday right now. Look, it's beautiful outside.
That nice loud shirt. Eric Von Hessler has an opinion.
It's a citrusy, summery, I think breezy kind of shirt.
And some advice.
But just remember this.
Eric Von Hessler. Today at 3.
I never have and never will smoke a cigar.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and
At
Talk.
2:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top story. No progress in ending the government shutdown. The Senate denies both Democratic and Republican funding measures once again. Both parties blaming each other for the shutdown. Senator Ted Cruz expects it to last for several weeks. The federal government shutdown will impact communities nationwide, including Warner Robins, Georgia. Many in the area have civilian jobs at nearby Robins Air Force Base. Alonzo Sermons is an Army vet who lives near the base.
It's attached to what we call politics. It's hard to take serious one side fighting against the next side. These are real things in the lives of people. You have this affecting their finances. It really increases anxiety.
Although his veterans' benefits remain secure, Sermons worries about the impact of the shutdown on other families. Former state trooper and West Georgia Mayor A.J. Scott is sentenced to 20 years with 10 to serve for the 2015 crash that killed 2 teenage girls in Carroll County. That's more than a plea deal the state previously offered, which Scott rejected. Famed primatologist Jane Goodall has died at age 91. Goodall started her research on chimpanzees in the wild in 1960 and through observation was able to prove that primates display a bunch of similar behaviors like humans. She died of natural causes. Atlanta Braves manager Brian Snitker will not return to the dugout next season. Snitker getting emotional at today's announcement.
Honestly, I never thought I'd manage one day in the major leagues, let alone 10 years.
The 69-year-old will move to an advisory role with the team. He's been with the Braves organization for nearly 5 decades. It is now 2:32, and this news sponsored by FGA Roofing.
Fall is a busy time, and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
This is Greg Trusinski from the Original Mattress Factory. I want to share the story of a couple I worked with recently. After receiving a quote from a competitor for a mattress, they visited OMF and found a mattress that was a great fit for them. They were so pleased with our quality and value that they ended up purchasing 2 mattresses, a box spring, headboard, and frame. Their total at OMF was roughly $400 less than what they would have spent on just the one mattress at the competitor. If you're ready to get better sleep for less, visit us at originalmattress.com.
Attention men, does ED and PE have you down? Well, great news. Choice Men's Health has the latest breakthrough treatments that can get you up and running. Meet the specialist who is dedicated to helping you perform better than ever in the bedroom.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Our custom treatment plans have a 98% success rate at improving ED and PE on your very first visit, even if Viagra and Cialis have failed. Regardless of your age and medical history, we are here and dedicated to help you regain your love life.
Don't wait. Call Choice Men's Health now. We are so confident we can help. For a limited time, we're offering to cover your first treatment for free. Call 404-400-1170. Call now to claim your free treatment. 404-400-1170. Results guaranteed on your first visit or it's free. 404-400-1170. Choice Men's Health, the only choice for your health.
You're ready for a new deck, but don't know where to start. You can DIY, use an unlicensed chuck in a truck, an overpriced luxury designer, or you can choose us. Hi, I'm Scott Nelson, owner of Nelson Exteriors, and we do decks differently. We build beautiful, high-end decks at a reasonable price with lots of options. We're licensed and insured. We'll work with the materials you choose and stay within your budget. Call Nelson Exteriors for an extraordinary deck renovation. Google Nelson Exteriors.
At 2:34, Alex Williams in the traffic center.
Hey, Bill, still watching right lane construction downtown, 7585 northbound approaching University Avenue, exit 244. Also in the right lane on Highway 78 westbound, those rams to I-285, causing a slow zone back to Brockett Road, exit 3. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Becoming mostly sunny through this afternoon, high 83, lows tonight in the mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow, sunshine, breezy with that east wind gusting 25 miles per hour, staying rather cool for tomorrow with a high of 77, dropping down to the mid 50s by Friday morning.
Right now it's 78 in Woodstock, 82 in Riverdale, and 83 in Duluth. More news at 3 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
There's a familiar pattern in how the media and Democrats approach topics. My friend Mary Catherine Ham pointed this out a short time ago on Twitter. We're back in this as we are 14 plus hours into this government shutdown. It doesn't matter the issue. First of all, the Democrats tell us that it's not happening, whatever it is, whether it's girls and boys sports or boys in girls' locker rooms or boys in girls' sports, you name it, whatever it is, it's not happening. And then when you have evidence that it is happening, they say, well, it's happening, but it's not a big deal. And then as you expand the evidence that actually it's happening quite a bit, then they say, well, why are you opposed, you bigot? You're a hateful, racist bigot if you oppose this. You homophobe, misogynist, transphobic, bigot, whatever it is. It's not happening. It's happening, but it's not a big deal. And then, of course, it's happening. You bigot, why are you opposed to it? Republicans are pointing out that part of the reason Democrats are shutting down the government is they want funding to pay for health care for illegal aliens. The Senate Republicans put out a tweet. Senator Mazie Hirono and Senate Democrats want to add $1.4 trillion to a clean spending bill so illegal aliens can have taxpayer-funded health care. Eric Wasson is the congressional reporter for Bloomberg News. And he tweets, to be clear, the full $1.4 trillion they want isn't to boost health care for the undocumented. It's a tiny fraction of that. Wait a second. So it's happening. It's just a tiny fraction. And notice the Senate Republicans say illegal aliens, and the reporter for Bloomberg calls them undocumented. Undocumented. So you got that. First they said it's not true, and now they're saying it's true, but it's only a little bit. This is Ro Khanna. Well, Ro Khanna was one of the most progressive members of the United States House of Representatives. He represents California. He had the courage to go on Fox Business.
In terms of health care, the reality is they're just not being honest. The amount of money that actually is going towards people who are undocumented is such a small portion of the Medicaid cuts or the Affordable Care Act, if at all. And so we can argue that point, but the reality that even the vice president would acknowledge, that anyone who looks at the numbers will acknowledge, is 90 to 95% of the funding we're talking about is talking about funding for American citizens.
So wait. 90 to 95%. In other words, 5 to 10% of the money is going to cover illegal aliens. You got that? First, they said it wasn't happening. They denied that it was happening. They said we are not funding health care for illegal aliens. And now they're saying, well, we're funding health care for illegal aliens, but it's only about 5 to 10% of the overall package. In other words, the Republicans are telling the truth. I'm sure PolitiFact will call it a lie because it's the truth that is inconvenient for the Democrats. It's true, but it's inconvenient for the Democrats. Therefore, must be a lie. You now have Ro Khanna, a Democratic member of Congress from California, on Fox Business, and Eric Wasson, a congressional reporter for Bloomberg, acknowledging that the Democrats are funding health care for illegal aliens. By the way, as part of their $1.4 trillion that they want to add, they're not just funding health care for illegal aliens. They also want to fund national public radio. They also want to fund PBS. So they're willing to shut down the government for that. They're willing to shut down the government to fund illegal aliens. The Democrats are doing the rounds on media outlets. The media, of course, loves to give the Democrats sympathy, but when they deny it, when they deny they're trying to fund health care for illegal aliens, it's actually in their legislative package. Here's what I suspect is going to happen. Donald Trump loves deals. He loves to cut deals. He wants to cut a deal. Donald Trump's already said he's happy to cut a deal with the Democrats. Here's what's going to happen. Donald Trump will say, okay, you know what? You can't have NPR and PBS, and you can't have health care for illegal aliens, but we'll fund health care. We'll put this money back in. What's it to Donald Trump? He doesn't care. So they'll re-up this Obamacare subsidy for it basically goes to insurance companies. They'll do it. They'll fund it. And the Democrats will resume allowing Donald Trump to deport illegal aliens. And I just find that to be the funniest part of this, that the man they call Hitler will be allowed to fund illegal aliens. The man they call Hitler will be allowed to deport people. It's very interesting to me that for all the rhetoric, the Democrats are willing to cave and allow Donald Trump to fund an agenda they say is Hitler-like. Now, in other news you need to know about, the Supreme Court has decided they will hear the case of Lisa Cook, the Federal Reserve governor, in January, and until then, they're going to allow her to stay on the Federal Reserve. This is from the Wall Street Journal. The Supreme Court on Wednesday allowed Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook to keep her job for now and scheduled arguments in January to weigh President Trump's bid to fire her. The court, in a brief order, deferred a decision on the Trump administration's emergency request to remove Cook from the bank's independent board while a lawsuit challenging her dismissal proceeds. The justices, on several occasions, have allowed Trump to fire officials at other government agencies, but they have signaled they believe the Fed is unique and enjoys more protections from presidential intervention. By placing the case on its argument calendar, the court bought itself more time to consider the issue and dealt at least a mild setback to the President of the United States. Again, Donald Trump does not win everything before the United States Supreme Court, and you keep having Democrats insist that that's not the case. The Democrats insist that the Supremes are giving Donald Trump every single thing he wants, and that's not true. Additionally, I hesitate to bring up this news. I got all this other. I've been on the radio since 9 a.m. and I still got stuff I haven't gotten to because of all the shutdown news. So let me get to this one. The U.S. lost 32,000 private sector jobs in September. Now, we don't know this from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We know this from ADP. It's down from a revised loss of 3,000 in August. Economists polled by the Wall Street Journal had expected an increase of 45,000 jobs. ADP's report doesn't include government workers, but economists are giving it a closer look this month. That's because the Bureau of Labor Statistics monthly jobs report, scheduled to come out Friday, will be delayed due to the government shutdown. The surprise job loss in September is the latest sign that the labor market is weakening. Job growth has slowed to a trickle this year, even as the unemployment rate has held mostly steady. The Federal Reserve last month lowered short-term interest rates by a quarter point and signaled more cuts are coming, citing weak hiring. The labor market's a little tenuous. The leisure and hospitality sector shed 19,000 jobs last month, the largest decline among major sectors, according to ADP. Education and health services were bright spots with a collective 33,000 jobs. But wait, there's more. Why am I relying on the ADP data? Because the public sector data is not going to come out due to the government shutdown, but the ADP data is not considered the gold standard, even with all the revisions from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The Bureau of Labor Statistics tends to be more accurate. In fact, let me read you this paragraph. ADP's report is based on data from more than 26 million workers whose employers use ADP to manage payrolls. That is a large sample of U.S. private sector employment, which includes about 136 million workers. ADP's monthly numbers sometimes diverge wildly from the Bureau of Labor Statistics data, which are based on a broader survey of employers. Still, ADP's methodology was substantially revised in 2022 in an effort to make it an independent reading of the labor market as opposed to a forecast of the Bureau of Labor Statistics readings. As a result, economists say the ADP numbers have become a more useful measure. In recent months, the ADP report has measured weakness in the job market before it showed up in revised official figures. In other words, the ADP data has long been discredited, but they've made some tweaks to the data, and economists think that it's probably headed in the right direction, but more notably, the ADP data sometimes shows job losses when the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows job gains, but then the Bureau of Labor Statistics revises their numbers and they more closely align with ADP numbers. So when you've got ADP numbers out there right now suggesting there have been some job losses and not actually job gains, it's a big red flag that there's weakness in the economy. And guess what? I don't know if you know this or not, but the Democrats just shut down the government. That's going to have an economic spillover effect. That's right. There are going to be job losses from the government. Russ Vought is signaling, in addition to the Green New Deal cuts that he has just cut, Russ Vought is saying firings will begin in a day or two. On a private call Wednesday, Russ Vought said that firings will begin in a day or two, according to 4 people granted anonymity. This is just hit the wires. Russ Vought and President Donald Trump have both threatened to inflict maximum pain on Democrats during the shutdown. A bipartisan group of senators discussed several early off-ramp ideas on the floor early Wednesday. Vought warned that money is about to run out for both the nutrition program for low-income moms and babies, known as WIC, and for pay-for active duty members of the military. Troops are set to miss paychecks beginning October 15th if the government remains closed. Lawmakers in both chambers are preparing legislation to pay troops amid the shutdown, but GOP leaders will wait before making a call to put such a bill to a vote, given it lessens the leverage on Democrats, according to 3 other people with direct knowledge granted anonymity. Leaders are so far sticking to the argument that Democrats need to approve the clean 7-week stopgap if they want to pay troops. Vought has said billions in infrastructure money for New York, the home state of both Democratic leaders, is being reviewed. He's already cut Green New Deal funding. Speaker Johnson told Republicans on the call that because of fraud, serious reforms are needed for the Affordable Care Act tax credit Democrats are demanding an extension of in the shutdown standoff. In response to a question from Rick Allen, congressman from Georgia, Johnson said Vice President Vance said the White House briefing that there's a time to negotiate the health care bill, but now is not the time. Overall, Russ Vought didn't provide a lot of details for House Republicans during the call. He was surprisingly vague on everything, said one person. Essentially, Russ Vought is saying that money is going to run out in the federal budget in the next 2 to 3 days for WIC and other items, and people will stop getting money for that. And then, on top of that, they're going to start mass firings in the federal government within a day or two, giving the Democrats a timeline. I got to tell you, I just think that the Democratic base is going to lose their minds if the government's only closed for a day or two. They want maximum pain and concessions from the GOP, which you just don't get with a day or two. By the way, as I head into commercial break, there is some breaking news. Some of you will want to note Jane Goodall has died. She is the anthropologist and a woman who very famously worked with chimpanzees, changing how we see ourselves as humans, and very, very connected in the environmentalist community as well. Jane Goodall, the famed scientist, has died. CNN breaking that news right now. So you got that happening on top of everything else out there. And for those of us who are Braves fans, Brian Schnitker, after 49 years with the Braves, is stepping aside. He's going to be a consultant for the team for another year. That'll give him 50 years as an employee with the Braves. And I just got to say, I don't know whether he listens to the show or not. Brian Schnitker, I have enjoyed watching you with the Braves. I sat there 7 rows back the other day when they threw Matt Olson at that game, and you're coming out on the field and having it out with them and get thrown out. God bless you, man. The stuff you've put up with over these years. I hate that this is the year you're going out on, given the year the team has had, and wanted to see you be able to rebuild and have a great year next year. And I just, I adore you and what you've done for the team and the amount of quiet work that you have done for boys and girls sports around the state of Georgia. boys and girls clubs in the state of Georgia. Gosh, I hate you won't be on the field there as the manager next year. But God bless you. You have certainly earned a great retirement with the Braves.
You're at the intersection of politics, news, culture, and current events. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
250 Cool Day Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. We are watching a little bit of volume fill in 85 northbound, leaving the cab into Gwinnett from 285, passing Jimmy Carter Boulevard. 75 north and southbound, also scattered brake lights between Marietta and the Truist Park region. And if you're traveling downtown, right lane construction, 75-85 northbound, passing Langford Parkway. Traffic brought to you by True Natural Gas. True Natural Gas offers low rates, excellent service, and a loyalty program called True Rewards. See for yourself at TrueNaturalGas.com, where they appreciate their customers. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
On air,
online,
on the app,
where you get your news,
is where you'll win.
Download the WSB radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
Oh my God! The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday.
I just won $1,000.
Just enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB radio app. The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is at 5 p.m.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, with all the things we're reading, seeing, and living through these days, from rate cuts, election season, and now a new administration, now seems like a great time to make sure we have that comprehensive plan in place. You know, the one that covers all our financial bases.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in, we'll work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on portfolio x-ray, or click on full retirement plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Football season is heating up on Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So don't miss any of the action this season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code ROAM and get $50 in bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get $50 in bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Text Eric to 33777 and get the 4 Things You Need to Know podcast. Eric tells you the 4 things to pay attention to after the show. Also available on YouTube and your favorite podcast app.
Greetings, my friends. It is Eric Erickson here. This very busy day with this government shutdown. The Republicans are talking to some of the more moderate Democrats in the United States Senate, plotting a path to reopen the government. There are a number of ideas being floated here. John Thune from South Dakota, he's the Senate leader, and Vice President Vance said they've been talking to some Democrats about expiring health care subsidies, but they won't negotiate as long as the government is closed. They want the government to reopen, pass a 7-week spending bill, and then they will negotiate in good faith extending Affordable Care Act subsidies that you got to remember the Democrats themselves had voted to get rid of, that were only there because of COVID. Showing you that no government program that is temporary ever is temporary. They continue to prop these things up. Well, in the meantime, you've also got a complete meltdown by the Democrats over the Green New Deal. Russ Vought has announced in the last hour that he is canceling all projects in Democrat states related to the Biden Inflation Reduction Act, Green New Deal spending. Bill Weir is in absolute meltdown over the Trump administration's climate change policies. He's the progressive activist that the Democrats trot out on CNN all the time.
We'll just put up the bullet points here. I'll talk you through them. This plan, $625 million to extend the life of coal-fired power plants, those that economically would be shut down. Some are just kept running because they know if they shut them down, they would never come back online. 13.1 million acres of public land for mining, discount leases, lower royalty rates for mining companies to pay, eased air and water restrictions. That's a key part. So if you didn't want a coal-fired power plant in your neighborhood before when there were regulations, there will be less regulations around that now. And of course, renewables at the same time are being dialed back. So
he's upset about it. Good. Keep it going. Now, I got to tell you about my friends from Americans for Prosperity, because they are putting a lot of effort into a permitting reform bill that would actually speed up energy construction projects and mining projects. And they want your help unlocking the natural resources to build America's future, creating good paying jobs and making energy more affordable. If you want to get involved with Americans for Prosperity as they fight for energy expansion in this country and deregulation to speed up the permitting process, you can go to prosperityispossible.com. Prosperity is still possible in this country. The American dream is still possible, but it will take a concerted effort with common sense conservative reform to expand permitting reforms in this country and other projects. Americans for Prosperity want you on their side fighting for these things. Go to prosperityispossible.com today and see that prosperity is possible with Americans for Prosperity. ProsperityIsPossible.com. Go check out today and join the fight with Americans for Prosperity at ProsperityIsPossible.com.
WSB is your home of the dog.
Lobs it up, caught by Humphreys.
Tune in Saturday as number 5 Georgia faces off with the 17th ranked Crimson Tide.
30, 20, far sideline, 10.
Bulldogs pregame begins at 3:30.
Sideline.
Kickoff at 7:30.
Pylon.
Only on your home of the dogs, 95.5 WSB.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Brought to you in part by Hoffman Financial Group, official partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
When your roof reaches the point that it needs replacing at your home, unless you live in a homeowners community that has mandatory rules about what color the roof shingles need to be, know that the lighter the roof shingle is, the more likely it is that it will reduce your power costs, because it will reflect the sun away instead of absorbing it into your home. And this is something that roofers know about, but most consumers don't. And you spend so much money for utilities, power costs going up and away right now, and replacing a roof so expensive. So when you are talking with a roofer, you want to talk to them about using roofing shingles that will lower your energy bills over time and avoid the higher costs that keep being passed on to you and me for power. I'm Clark Howard.
news,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 3 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top story. After recent incidents involving Waymo's driverless vehicles violating traffic laws, some say it's time to make changes to state laws in Georgia. Here's a report all new at 3 o'clock.
From blocking intersections to driving around a stopped school bus, House Public Safety Committee Chair Clint Crow